Ooh, it says Shah on my phone, not shared. I wonder what Shah means. Lots and lots of months spent watching the band legend. Sick Harold, Sick Harold.
Hello, Chatto! It's Sundat, and coming up today on Building a Nation with Wisła Kraków. It's the first Sunday stream in a while, and you know what that means? Absolutely nothing of great importance, but it does mean that Poland are absolutely cooking in the coefficient league. So far, we have 5.3 points already. There's only been about 2 defeats in total across all 7 teams. The youth intake previews today, it's most likely going to be absolute shit, but we live in hope anyway. All that and more is coming up today on Building a Nation with Wisła fucking Kraków. And break it down now. Bit of interpretive dance for you there. I've interpreted the wall chart. Let me check with the stars. Wall chart says it has to stay up, I'm afraid. It's a battle. This is going to be an ongoing battle, I can sense, for how long can I conceivably keep the World Cup wall chart up until it becomes just... It's not yet Christmas decorations up in February, but it's I want to see. I want basically for you to eventually forget entirely that it's there. It becomes a permanent part of the backdrop until someone in a YouTube video notices and goes, really, brother? Exactly, it's Fulham's pre-season... Exactly, you ignore the bit at the top where it says World Cup Wall Chart 2026. I'll just hold it to the next 2026 World Cup. Duh. Gah. Trust in the intros there. I wouldn't have trusted me, but it worked. I don't know why suddenly competence has appeared today. I did get an obscene amount of sleep last night, so maybe that's what it... Whoa! 63% on the believers today. You'd love to see it. And they were right. Vindication for the believers for once. It's nice to see. Oh dear. A league ladder would be cool, actually. It's... What if you... Can you get those? I imagine you can get wall charts for all sorts of things. Maybe I should just always have a wall chart up there, but it isn't always the same wall chart. Could I get like a Fulham wall chart or a Premier League fixtures wall chart or something? I'm going to have a little googly woogly at that one later, potentially. Fullback against Slough as strong as these intros. I'll tell you what, right? I did yesterday the longest run I have ever done, including half marathons I have done. So I'm actually feeling quite pumped about the idea of Slough, to be honest. If it goes to a second leg, your boy's there, you know? Taylor, thank you very much for the 6 months, Fred. How are you on this fine morning? The Botswana League, we could find out all about Wanky Colliery and the Meat Commission, who I don't think exists anymore. A prediction wall chart. What, where I have to... Oh, I quite like that. So I fill it in advance based on what I think will happen, and then as the season goes on, we check in with the wall chart to see how my predictions are coming along. That is a fucking great idea, whether you meant that or not. I actually really like that. 1 second. Let me just make a note of that in my actual notes. Premier League prediction wall chart. Yes. I've spelt prediction wrong, but I'll understand it later. That guy from Full Time Prince, yeah. No, I don't actually know him. He's very nice when he comes into chat sometimes, but we only pretend to know each other as part of a corporate partnership with C4. At 5k yesterday, hell yeah. Yeah, I actually, weirdly, I can't tell you the distance that I ran yesterday because it would be a spoiler for the video. All I will say is that it was very fun and very, very hard, and it took me a long time to get off of the kitchen floor yesterday. I made a very big mistake of sitting on the kitchen floor upon returning home, and then had to like drag myself up the cabinets basically to try to get off of the kitchen floor. As for injuries, other than your boy, who survived unscathed, I should point out, a couple of them in fact. Actually, before that, 1 sec, I'll just quickly show you what we're at currently, because it's already it's a brand new fantasy today. However, finals from last month, obviously Rob in the end ran away with it, but it was close to the final day. Chaser snuck into 3rd place at the very end. I believe it was Adam that dropped right down. Tomek up into 6th place as well. I believe the only real change was Inferno sneaking onto the leaderboard at the bottom, I believe at the expense of Leafy, maybe, and Passpro dropped down to 7th, but obviously Passpro, most of those points from the first 2 races, so to speak, as well. So yeah, we're fresh things today though. Everything's back to normal again, and we will see. Oh, that will do it, Adam. Yeah. Looking for a keeper. Oh. Yeah, he'll do, isn't he? 20 years old. Things you love to see. Oh, wow. Pete Dave Taylor, thank you very much for the gifted sub. That is incredibly kind of you, my friend. I very much appreciate that. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard to the person who received the gifted sub. I'm very grateful for you for doing that. That's very, very kind of you. His rating, 7.1. I mean, he looks like he actually performs for you. Have you got any clue as to why he's doing that? I need to know his secrets. Don't to one up me. Oh god, is there a better one? But he's 34, although he is also extremely good. But the reason I like this guy is because he's young and he's this good too. And I like seeing goalkeepers that are like this when they're young, because my head goes, hey, he'll be even better in the future, even if they won't be even better in the future, right? Because that's not how it works entirely if they develop really early. Either way, before we get in, I'll show you the injuries now, actually, because that's more important right now. But I'll do you an update on the way Glove Island is progressing thus far. Well, that's the thing, Perennial Paradox. I believe that it is an oxymoron, but we're slowly finding out that maybe with a bit of data, we could work around that slightly. So, injuries, there are a couple. Obviously, I say a couple. There's quite a couple, a lot. So, Amon Aim has that groin strain and will miss maybe 1 to 2 matches. He'll certainly miss today's game. Paolo Enrique obviously jet skied himself, which is fantastic. He did that on the pitch as well. It's rare that you ever see a hip injury occur in a match you're watching. Usually it's one of those, it's almost always, for me at least, a training injury that I get the hip injury one. But no, he managed to do his hip in the middle of a match. So that's fun. Manuel Hansen's obviously going to be out for a little while. Nathan Allen is basically nearly back again. And Rim Kum Song is still going to be out for at least another month, most likely, which means he's currently absent from Glove Island, sadly. And then obviously Luciano Lopez, but who cares about Luciano Lopez, sadly. So there's quite a few injuries, unfortunately. Now, as for the way that Glove Island is shaping up so far, let me just go back to my analysis view. I was having a little gander at it earlier, and it's revealing a few things. I obviously spanned the wheel for a couple of off-stream games, but I think it actually only ended up putting up one other goalkeeper anyway. Goalkeeper analysis. I'll show you where we're currently at, because a few of them have still not had their chance yet. We could do that. I would, what do I sort by? I'll sort by XG prevented per 90 for the time being. So you can see all the people that have had game time so far. The ones that are missing, let me just see, because obviously not all of these will be actual Love Island goalkeepers. So the ones that haven't had a chance yet that need to are Akbashli, Pineda, Stefanovic, Bacino, and that's it actually. Those guys are the ones that are remaining. They need to get their opportunities in the team, and they will get them obviously when the wheel gives them their chance. But so far, to not a huge amount of surprise, I suppose, that, would you believe it, the guy who is the best on paper is currently also performing the best in matches. I like the idea of, we'll do all this for an entire season and come to the conclusion that the best goalkeeper was the best goalkeeper. And that, my friends, is science. Every participant a chance. Oh, they'll get a chance. Bear in mind, we are only not even halfway through the season yet. We've only played 3 Champions League games and 13 league games, I think. So over the whole year, we played 3 Champions League matches, 15 league games, and 1 Super Cup match. So we played 19 matches. Generally, we play close to 50 overall, so we're not even at the halfway stage yet. There is zero chance that they won't all get an opportunity. I'm Mr. Science. That is me right now. I'm just pure science. Also, there is an updated version of the Saz skin that I'm currently using. I don't know if it's live yet, and I've forgotten what... Hang on, I can read out Saz's changes, because I'm not a moron. Let's have a little look. What did Saz actually tell me the changes were? So, text adjusted on the player profiles, which I will show you now, just in case. Let's have a little look. Naeem. So, I'm not exactly sure exactly what the specific changes are with that, but that is one of the things that is... It is live. There you go. So you can get the newest version too. I wasn't sure if it was live for everybody yet, or whether I was being special. Panels on stages page under hide and show tiles have been adjusted. Tactical role on player profile top bar has been split into 2 lines for German long words. Shout out to the Germans. Guten Tag. Attribute block has been given a bit more room for progression arrows to sit correctly. I like that. Place of birth has been moved to personal info panel in the profile left side. That is a great idea, and I assume that's just because I constantly go, where were they born? And immediately look there instead of where it actually is. This is why I love Saz. He just sees me doing the same thing over and over again and is like, do you know what? I might just put the thing that Matt's looking for in that spot anyway. Player reputation has been moved from the right side to the left side of the info block, and per 90 has been moved as the scrolling digit your head in can now be found on the carousel dot at the top right of the player profile. So that will now be in... Oh, I see. That actually I really like, because now it's all isolated with stats and more stats on the same screen. It's weird seeing the whole carousel scroll across, so it no longer scrolls down. You can scroll it across when you want to. I like that. Actually prevents accidental scrolling and stuff. So the other thing was that it shows the date of birth. There you go. Shows the date of birth on this panel here as well. So that's kind of sick, actually. But yeah, everyone's going to get their opportunities. It shouldn't be an issue. Frequently assumed postulate a very important part. Like, exactly. Sometimes you've got to prove what people already think is the case, right? Sometimes the silence needs to be challenged, and today we are challenging it. Free spaces on the wheel. I know, I've got that saved for today. So it turns out we were actually right anyway about what we thought. We had them saved as the yellow one was Manuel Hansen, which is what it actually ended up being, if I recall. And then we had... I've forgotten them already. Let me consult with the VOD comments. Where are you, Adam? There's quite a few today. Where's it gone? Please don't tell me I didn't save it. Oh, there we go. Manager's choice, chat choice, and Hansen. Yeah. So in the end, we actually came to the right choice because chat chose Hansen anyway. We'll have to remember those, though. Favoured personnel. Favoured personnel, I believe you could already see, right? That was under... down here. Why does he really like Marcin Brosz? I know he... Who is... Oh, of the club. Of the club. Oh, I think you could already see that, right? We did actually find that last stream, if I remember. It's down here. This one. Yeah. Gave his national team debut. Did he? Was the guy managing Morocco? He might have done, actually. He did manage quite a lot of national teams, if I recall, before he came to before he managed in Poland. I need to just go back and check that, because that's kind of cool. I didn't know he'd done that. But yeah, I think this was always there. Because I remember looking at this exact thing last stream, because we were looking for a specific... Oh no, I'll tell you what it was. I was looking for it in the Patreon recap, because I wanted to see if one of you that had been at a Polish side for like 15 years had become a favoured, like a legend there. You hadn't. Which is really dumb. Let me have a look at that again, actually. I just want to see if that's actually... Yeah, it says former manager. Poland under 19s, which he wouldn't have been in. I'm a level with you. I don't really know why he likes him as a former manager. Considering throughout this save, Marcin Brosz has managed Brookbet, Rakov, Widzew Łódź, Wichista and Brookbet. None of whom he has played for, because obviously Naeem only ever played for us. How weird. And he never went on loan anywhere. Former manager. He didn't manage him at last Palmas, did he? It sounds to me like this is another classic case of FM being FM. Speaking of FM being FM, do you want to see something really funny? And by that I mean this is really annoying. So I was doing the Patreon recap, and one of the ways that I can do that now, because a lot of you become staff members, I look at this big list that shows everybody. And fun fact, so for example, when you retire, it completely deletes their playing career. but not always. Sometimes it keeps it, but sometimes it doesn't. I have not found yet, at least, a way to see their playing career. I can click staff history and it shows me their staff career that shows their playing career, but it doesn't show any of the stats for it. But, and this is where it gets really fucking weird, ready? It doesn't always do it. Who was it? I think it was Damon Weir, who was managing Varta Poznan. I might be incorrect about this, so give me a minute. No, it wasn't him. One of them randomly still had their playing career listed, even though they were still manager now. It was so very strange, and I do not know why it was doing that with them. Was it? No, it wasn't Sven, because he's a real manager. Lol, real. I'm going to find them because I don't understand what the difference is. Was it Nikolai Sitrin? It was. But yet this guy, who is a manager, we can still see his playing career. None of that makes any sense to me in my brain. And he was the only one. Every other manager that had become a manager from the Patreon regions that had retired, they were all missing. It does not show it on their page. You think you got it. Love it. I was hoping to show you this and someone would be like, you're missing something here, and I'm hoping that you know what I'm missing. Because this is good. Hello, Daz. How are you, my friend? What do you make of Brentford's new record signing? What I heard about from, was it Lens? The Malian guy, Sangare. Hasn't had a job yet. So this is where I get a bit confused, because obviously Nikolai Sitrin has had a job. He was actually the manager of the B team at Skra for a little while, but unfortunately I think that has now departed that job. So he has had a job. And Damon Weir is currently in a job and doesn't have his showing up. But say, for example, Cy Reed, he hasn't had a job yet, but his is gone completely. So I looked at every possible angle, and I do not understand why the game just doesn't seem to... bear in mind, all of these have keep history after retirement on, and it's very, very strange. So, yeah, probably something for SI to look into for FM27 would be regarding, you know, people actually keeping their history after they retire, because that sort of stuff I feel like is really important for saves, to have that kind of depth and things. And the fact that this has just disappeared is very annoying. Hello, Serbian Mafioso. Sangari does seem like a really good signing. So, to clarify, the only two of them have had jobs. One of them is now no longer in the job. He is the one that is currently got his managerial stats, his playing stats available. The other one is currently in a job, has no stats available, and all the others are not in jobs yet and have no stats available for their seasons, basically. So I don't really think I can see any scenario where the only thing I can think of is that you get it back if you get a job and then leave that job, which would be one of the dumbest things, but also wouldn't rule it out because it's Football Manager. We'll have to see what happens if Damon Weir gets sacked by Varta Poznan. If he gets his back, then maybe that's what it is. I suppose I could sack Vanja Mojsic and find out, because he's technically on the staff here. I mean, if that was the case, that would be one of the dumbest bugs ever, but that's the only consistency I can think of that would even like lead towards that. Let's hire one of them. Oh, we could do. I mean, we've got space. Who wants to volunteer? If you see your name as one of these guys in here and you want to volunteer to be signed and then sacked, let me know. Who else we got? We've got... actually, Saz. We could hire and fire Saz, since he's in chat right now. If you would be willing to volunteer yourself for this experiment, Sazzy. That's if he'd even wanted to join us, of course. Go for it. Love to see it. Right, let's sign up Saz. Don't know what job I could give him. Honestly, it doesn't really matter, does it? Just whatever job he will accept. I'll offer him a really short contract. Okay. Do you know what? Doesn't matter. I can afford to sack him. Hopefully there's not someone really good in that role already. Various dangerous human tradition. Yeah, it's an interesting one to spend that amount of money, but I suppose, like, at some point somebody has to break their transfer record eventually, right? I mean, it's just good to see making moves. I mean, I feel Fulham still haven't actually announced these new transfers yet, as far as I know. Like, I've not seen anything on the club pages yet. It just still seems like one of these things where it's all agreed and they're still waiting for all the stuff to go through with it. Because now we're being linked with Petark as well. Fulham are literally just building Real Madrid B now. We'll have Arsenal and Real Madrid B at the exact same time. Every reckons is promotion. I mean, that's probably a smart way about doing it, really, because I guess if you're going up with inflation, it's probably about the same price you're paying on average, really, isn't it? Okay, we'll get Sazzy in. We'll have to do it after the match, because obviously we've got a game today. We don't confirm, not yet, but that usually comes later in the window, in fairness, or whenever chat managed to catch me out. Like, they will about 3 times as well. Notable developments. Is Rob Carlos developing? It's a lot of downward arrows for a player who's supposedly developing. I mean, I think he has, but I need to give him more game time, really. He's not had much of a chance this year, in fairness. 0 to hero with no badges to stop. 70 days, so many hours. Wow. That's cool. Overtaking... Jesus Christ. So when did you win your first Champions League? Like, what was the sort of pathway of that save? Did you start at Brentford, or was it you ended up there? Well, back to Chelsea. Yeah, £5 million is what I'm hearing. I've actually done my research today. I've been really trying to stay on top of these things because I'm hearing it's around about £5 million, which honestly, I mean, they're buying a player who it's one of the things they're gonna catch strays for it, right? But I don't hate it, to be honest. Oh, I've just realised we weren't on a match day. There was other Polish sides playing in Europe today. That's why I saved the game there. So we actually do have some games to play, but we're technically not involved in them as such. I haven't seen the announcement for Antonio Silva, but I do think the Antonio Silva signing is a fucking great one because he was linked with really, really high-end clubs not a couple of years ago, right? And then they just didn't want to pay the release clause, I think. And now, what was it, 26 million for him? I know he's got not a lot of time left on his contract, but still, that is unbelievable from Bournemouth there. I mean, has he got an injury problem or something? But either way, fair play. That is I mean, I guess they've got the Europa League carrot that they can dangle there and be like, hey, you're playing in Europe at least. Not that he wouldn't have been where he is, but maybe he sees it as a pathway, given how Bournemouth have been quite good at bringing in players, developing them more, giving them that platform, and then selling them onto the larger sides that maybe is the move that he wants. Yeah, 1 year left on the deal. I think that's one of those ones that kind of works out nicely for both parties if he's not going to sign a new contract, right? They'll get some money. Bournemouth get a player on the relatively cheap, given the upside there. Sangare had crazy stats because Lens came second in League last season, right? If I remember, and didn't they win the French Cup as well? And I assume he was a heavy part of that. So unemployed. Oh, Japan third tier. Jesus Christ, that's cool. When you invented Montpellier. Oh, so you went back to Brentford. Oh, I see. So you sort of did what you did there, liked your time there so much that when you completed everything else, you went back and decided that's kind of cool. I like it when people do that. West Ham soap opera. So what's happening with the West Ham soap opera? I feel like I need the Harv update on this one. Absolute nutter. A nutter in the Premier League. We need more nutters, frankly. Too many boring managers in there, I would say. Announcement. Oh, no, I can play this. This won't be copyright, will it? Forgive me if there's no sound on this. Or if it's too loud. I don't think I can adjust the volume down. Oh, yes, I can. Oh, wait, that's FM. Clubs really are going to a lot more effort with regards to their signing videos these days, aren't they? Fair enough. I mean, it's a nicer way. I still feel like Burnley would have done something unhinged about it. I do miss the Burnley transfer ones. Those were great. Would have signed a new contract because Benfica wasn't able to match his... Yeah. Playing that good to match his... Oh, really? No, fair enough. I mean, I take it he's not had quite the sort of impact season, quality-wise, as over the last couple of years, as he was when he was being linked with 80-odd million pound moves to some very large European sides. I'm guessing he's fallen off a tiny bit, but I mean, Bournemouth's the exact type of place that could easily turn him into put him back to that, I suppose, right? Him and Henderson out for the same 3 days. Yeah, I think has the Henderson one actually gone through yet? Or because I heard there were some other clubs that might potentially be the Henderson as well. Ballon d'Or 4 times. Holy shit, we've had 2 Ballon d'Or winners in this save, 2 separate guys. Just collect your train tickets, and then we're going to not Luke for an hour. Cool. What does not luking involved? What does that even mean? I get it, Pog, though. Mid-June, 2 shareholders put out a statement saying one was going to buy out the other and invest in West Ham. No goals selling their shares off to Amanda Stavia. Oh, I saw that. You have on the plus side, I guess, brought in a lot of cash. So there's that. With Wisła Kraków yesterday. Nice. Honestly, that's sick. Are you using the original database or an updated one that puts them in the top flight? Because obviously they lost 4-3 to Piasklewice yesterday, which was very frustrating for them. That was just a bad day for teams I like yesterday because Ely City were 2-0 up against Ipswich Wanderers and pissed it away in the second half to lose 3-2, which was, well, I don't know. To be fair, it's a good one to start with because you get to start a little bit lower and you get your Rodados and that, and it's fun. And also, yeah, I'm just going to hit continue because there is 2 Polish games in the Champions League to keep an eye on here. I don't imagine they're going to do a lot in these, but you never know, right? Brighton won again. 5-0. Lost 2-0 to Newcastle, not really a huge surprise there. Lost 3-0 to Nice, not really a huge surprise there. I like that because we've actually only had 2 defeats, I think, in total in the Champions League. Sorry, in all of Europe for Polish sides. And then we get 2 in literally the first time I press continue. But on the plus side, currently at least, both of them are still in the top 24. Albeit everyone else has loads of games to play and I still worry about them. But Vichista beat City. Beating City apparently is not for everyone, since we fucking couldn't do it. Although we do have to try and do it today, in fact. OTI said, Oh, Barlatown, or is it Ballatown? I can never remember how to say it. Someone got really shirty at me about it on the not on the VODs, on the recap videos during the OTI save, and never actually explained how I was supposed to say it, which is always the best type of criticism. 10 points above TNS. Holy so TNS, I find, have a weird habit of completely shitting the bed. They did the exact same thing in my Wales save. They, I think, missed out on Europe one of the seasons we were there. Now, admittedly, it was a couple of years in, but not that many years in fairness. Best game of the season, another goal by Bozic. Yeah, Bozic scoring goals is like, it feels like a harbinger of doom in many ways. Fair play, though, if, like, Wisła were competing at least. Like, it wasn't like they got battered by Piaskowicz, I guess. And they already had a win under their belt against GKS Katowice. So I imagine that their expectations this year are just stay up comfortably because it's Poland and anything can happen. M93 Gaming, thank you very much for the 2 months. I appreciate that, friend. We were talking about Total Network Solutions, indeed, yes. Lots of football chat about different clubs as well. Daz, you should... I have got a system now. I'm absorbing things that are relevant to the day. And I've not even got started on the other topics I have in my brain ready for later. SPL shit, FIFA backing down, and Mihailo Mudryk getting his doping ban not overturned, but essentially like, what's the word I'm looking for? Stopped, basically. I've got all sorts of stuff in my head. I don't want to blow it all too early, to be honest, but there you go. Survive, yeah. Rescinded, I guess so. I think the way I read it was that it wasn't so much rescinded, he accepted it, but they basically said, if you accept that this is on paper technically still against you, we'll basically cut it to exactly where it is, because apparently they changed their rules or something about the specific thing he was accused of taking, and as a result of it, decided that in truth it was extremely harsh for him to have been given what he was based on the evidence that they'd now got to hand, which, fair enough, really. It's certainly an interesting case that's worth looking into for sure. Cardiff Met Uni, yeah, because I guess it's because, ironically, with the amateur status they have, I guess they don't have to worry about the finances as much, and they're not going to ever be in as much debt as a lot of the other lower league sides, I'm guessing, because they're not paying wages, or to the same extent as the other teams down there are, right? Which is certainly fascinating. And they always do quite well in general, right, don't they? Didn't Cardiff Met Uni qualify for Europe a few times, or like have done in the past at least? Biggest surprise in the Premier League this season. Good or bad, though? Because there's a lot of teams that are extremely like Schrodinger's box at the moment. Schrodinger's box? That's not... Sure. Schrodinger's box, everybody. I guess that's where the cat went. I think Coventry will surprise a few people in a positive sense. And I think Fulham may either surprise people in a positive sense or surprise them in a very negative sense. But I'm starting to lean more towards the positive at the moment, just because of some of the players we're being linked with / signing right now. If there's a box in the box, is there really a box? I feel like this is just turned into the plot of the movie Seven now. Yeah, you're not sure if there's a box and the cat has swallowed the box, but you didn't see him do it. So until you cut the cat open, is there really a box? Do you know? Newcastle is an interesting one because obviously, because it looks, again, this is more Matt reading things. It looks like Bruno is going to Arsenal, right? It seems like Medical Monday type of thing for was it 80 million pounds, 90 million euros was what I read? You can get shit intakes. No, you've edited this. This is clearly, you've clearly used FMRTE to make your intake look shit. That is actually really, really bad. Oh my God. That's worse than even our worst youth intake in fairness. Hang on, let me just move my, how can I do this? No, if I move my camera, it'll shut this off, won't it? Let me just do that. There you go. Hopefully you can see that a bit better, even though I've made it smaller. That is truly terrible. The fact that your third best player in the intake is 1.5 white stars. Now, I imagine your side is one of the best in the world, but even so is mine, I guess, right? That's actually crazy bad. Bear in mind, we're getting our intake preview today as well, which is... Oh, it's not. I just assumed it was because of all the insane players you've got. Do they gel in? Do City have a lot of players that need to gel? I know they've got a couple of new guys. So all the locals are saying there's still no contract. Oh, still no contact? Wow. I mean, that was one of the ones I filed under rumour, because the other one I heard, which I thought was kind of interesting, was Newgord to Everton for like £7 million, which I do think is a really interesting piece of business, frankly. And I quite rate that for Everton. Personally, I know we've got some Everton fans in chat. I don't know how you'd rate the way that you've behaved signings-wise in the summer, but I fucking love a lot of the signings that Everton have made. They've done things that I wish Fulham had done, basically. And I know we've gone down a very different pathway now, but I really like what Everton are cooking. Like, Hayden Hackney is a great signing, particularly for the price. So Sharpie at the moment as well. God, he's 3.5-star CA now. He's a little bit pissed at me because he wanted a new contract, but he's only 15 grand a week. I might give him one, but he's got 3 years left on it. Norgård is one of those players that I never really understood the Arsenal move, and I know it's for depth and whatnot, but it just seemed like it wasn't a great move for him. I guess maybe you got a wage rise doing it, but I think moving to Everton could be exactly what he needs. You're really the 4th best in Greece. Ah, wait. I've confused this because you had another save, didn't you? Where you had all of the guys from Vitesse. Was it Vitesse? Or was that just where you were signing them from? I swear you had a Vitesse save. He's turning into an absolutely exceptional footballer, to be honest. 2 caps for Poland, but no goals for them yet. But that's an inevitability at this point, especially when the Scourge players start burning out. It's also weird. I was sat here thinking about this the other day, like about how 16 seasons into this save, compared to, say, Malta and Hungary, the fact that no Polish side has won a European trophy yet, be it Europa League or specifically Conference League, is kind of crazy to me. And I think 2 things I think of the reason for that. 1, 26 is just different and we are learning about it, but I've seen that you guys have had success with that. So I think genuinely that part of the reason is the Spanish Scourge stuff. Like, I know they've benefited from it, but I think that they're probably still a net cost because of it, due to the sheer volume of those players that are almost certainly permeating out through all of the other sides across Europe, and it's just made every team in Europe that little bit better and more difficult to deal with, which I think is part of the reason why it's been so difficult, because technically we didn't sort of win our first official proper Champions League title, if you like, until season 14, which is way too long for a save like this normally. It's made it more complex, but my hope is that when those guys finally start burning away a little bit, particularly the first spell, which is where there was like, I assume like 800 odd of them, that will definitely make a huge difference to the way that the quality works. Now, the second one still exists, but it's that first one. Getting rid of that is, I think, going to be a huge deal with regards to Polish sides winning European trophies. Hopefully that fucking happens before we get to the end of the game cycle, which obviously it will, because we're in August now, and we've still got August, September, and let's be honest, probably most of October, honestly. And if we're racking about like two and a bit seasons a month, that still gives us at least another 6 or 7 years, if not more. So we should be getting to like early 20s in the seasons. So I suspect we'll just have to win loads at the very end, make a big run up for it, and try and take England the whole way. Maybe, I don't know. Kazakhstan. Not wanting to come to my club because of infrastructure. Unfortunately, that is going to be a tough one, and I think the only way you're really going to get around that, by the way, this is what we're going to go with for the game against Club Brugge. Kowalski, Nozadze's back now, and with Naeem's injury, I figured Santelli, because why the hell not, right? Oh, did I say it? Oh, I did, didn't I? Did I do the hand action? Because if I did, that was not on purpose for once. I'd like to put that out there. So with the infrastructure thing, I think partly that's down to some settings in the country itself. And I don't think there's a lot you can do about that. But as you grow reputation, because it's all sort of weighted, you basically just need to get your reputation and your club's specific infrastructure up as high as you can. It will always be a bit of a bottleneck, and it might stop you from signing elite talent, even as you get ridiculously good. But you'll probably just have to focus on younger players rather than trying to sign. It will certainly be a limiting factor, but it's not something that's going to completely stop you from succeeding, let's put it that way. But it does make it more difficult at first. My always favourite one was when I was managing in Denmark and I couldn't sign players from Denmark because they didn't want to travel to Denmark. Now, admittedly, I realise that that's a little bit of a misnomer, because by Denmark I mean Greenland, but still, I could not sign players from domestic teams. It was a proper issue. Right. Do you want to travel? Ooh. Yeah, that dribbling is fun. And I assume you're playing him, which position are you playing him in, actually? Because I feel like you should get away with both striker and winger, which I guess is great for when you're building things up, right? Also, the reason I didn't do a wheel spin before this game is because we decided, obviously, from the last match that Daiki Okimoto had done enough to keep his position for the next Champions League game. We will spin it before the next league game, though, because I put in Karl Mabanjwa, and I must admit, Mabanjwa is not exactly Mabanjing, so to speak. He's really been bad. I think he's been the worst of all the goalkeepers we've tried so far, which is a bit of a shame, because I actually thought he might be quite good. Oh, go on. Oh, hang on, smash it. Go on, El Shank. Oh! That is actually a very nice hit. I didn't expect him to actually score that. He does have a bit of that in his locker occasionally. I feel like there's a touch of the Wayne Rooney about Al Shankiti sometimes. Like, he's a striker and he's prolific and all that, but he does occasionally just come up with absolute bangers from distance. And I like that about him. It's fun. Yeah, I mean, it's weird seeing him even in the team, to be honest. It's nice to have him back. He will have probably pulled all of the muscles. Yeah, I didn't realise that he was actually going to be back today. I thought he was still going to be slightly injured, but apparently he's okay. I guess it's because I had the game stopped the day before, and I guess his injury must have just... He's probably not completely fit in terms of match sharpness, at least, but apparently he can play. Oh, random Mexican. Oh, we've got a lovely random Mexican in this team, Mr. Christian Gomez, who... He may be the understudy somewhat at times to El Shankiti, but when Shank's been injured, which is basically most of the last year, he has stepped up. Go on, Johnny boy. Second goal early. Oh! Okay, maybe... Oh, good save. 100-odd million. God, I don't think I've ever spent that amount of money on a player before. I think the most I've ever spent on a player in FM is probably in the 50s. I don't know how much I signed Eric Bartos for. That's probably the most, in fact. Chabarovsk. New Japan, Moscow didn't want to fly. Yeah, that was the exact problem I had. Like, because of the geography, and I like that the game is actually smart enough to have that, but it does prove problematic when you're managing in Greenland and you can't sign Danish players to play in Denmark. I had to sign loads of, oh, hello. Oh, what a tackle. Basically ended up signing loads of guys that were MLS Academy players from either the States or Canada. That is an absolute disgusting tackle from a man who sounds an awful lot like Tobias Steinbergen. Not a yellow, apparently. That is another thing that I'd like them to take a look at as far as 27, is the contextual bookings and stuff. It feels like the game doesn't understand game state with regard to when bookings are given. It's sort of random. Like, to me, that is the stonewall yellow card that you see given all the time. But FM, I don't think that's how it doesn't seem to know where on the pitch the foul is happening and doesn't seem to take that into account. Oh, go on, Kowalski. Oh! Kowalski's got very long legs, doesn't he? An Ortiz regen. Yeah, he's a little bit special, isn't he? How much did you pay him? Sorry, how much did you buy him for? That's an insane amount of good players. 70 million for a Mexican keeper. I mean, I would happily do it if I thought he was going to be any good. That being said, so far in this game, Okimoto has made a save, which means he stays... Well, currently he's going to stay in the team at least. Just as well, really, because our only other option in the Champions League pool at the moment is literally Patrick Orlikowski. So there's that. Yeah, get me a bit of Dogso. I think the game has a touch of Dogso to it. I believe that you can... Well, so ignoring what I was saying there about Okimoto, because now Club Brugge have equalised, he might be offside. I think he is actually... No, he's not. I mean, it's a tough one for him to deal with there. That's more on the defenders than it is on him, but that is not ideal. Now, we got everybody back as well. It's a great run. Oh, yeah, wow, he's level, basically. Unfortunately, it looks like Mana has just dropped a tiny bit too deep in chasing him there. But it's the way that Mana then runs to the left of him for some reason. Couldn't do anything there, but the point is, what we're looking for is a keeper that can do things there, right? They need to be able to do something in these moments. And if his rating is bad and he gets goals in, that's unfortunately what the goalkeeper's job is to do. We want to try to find a keeper that can prevent those goals occasionally and be that extra difference maker that is going to be able to bail us out in moments like that when the defenders can't do it, you know? I mean, obviously we want a guy that's going to make the simple saves too, but we're kind of looking for a bit of both. So it's not going to affect him like long term. His stats will still get dinked by it slightly, and we'll give someone else a chance, potentially as it's an own goal apparently. That was definitely going in. How a shadowy gang of recruiting teenage hitmen kill across... That sounds like... I was immediately thinking of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and then I remembered that they weren't assassins. That would be an old spin-off you could have, potentially. I kind of hate that for Nozadze. That is clearly on target. But the game's just robbed him of a perfectly good goal, which would have been his 10th of the season, by the way, despite him... I think he's technically our joint top scorer this year. We lead either way, but that is a frustrating one, unfortunately, because goalkeeper's going to have to do a lot of work in the second half to really bail that one out, unfortunately. But point is, we're winning the game. Gomez has been a bit non-existent, and so is Montparnasse. Oh, I'm tempted about half-time changes for Montparnasse as well, because he just does not seem to... It does sound like a great premise, doesn't it? Right, we'll apply that advice anyway. Right, so these two here, I like marking those two up. You're also not getting marked up, and it was their left-sided winger that was doing a bit of business as well. Weaker foot for you. Probably got two good feet anyway, but anything that'll make a difference. I am tempted to get Montparnasse at half-time here. He's just gone missing a little bit again today, and we've got people that can come in, one of whom is João Carlos, and I do want to give him his chance, even though he's nervous. Oh, Christ, that probably wasn't the best option then. Typically, it's the players... Coffee's pleased, which is interesting. Oh, well, I could have bought on the energy company, I suppose. I keep forgetting he's there. This does feel like one of these games where... this feels like those games where you do need a keeper, because we are clearly the better side, creating a few chances here and there, but you need the keeper to kind of bail you out when those moments do get a little bit lax. Because if they do get another chance in this game, they could end up taking it. We've not been amazing. The sort of shot volume has not really created a lot of high-quality chances for us, unfortunately. Oh. Sort of Brentford for 200 million. Oh, I see. Right, okay. So you're sort of negotiating with yourself at that point, right? Talking about Bulgaria, he hasn't had a chance to play as much, although we can get him into some league games, because obviously he wasn't registered in the Champions League squad, because we didn't have space for him, unfortunately. Not that he cared, obviously, because he's a youngster. Wow. This is a pinball game. That's the second deflected goal, but this time it's actually going to count. Unfortunately, it's going to be João Carlos, who's turned into Arturi Lekkonen, apparently, right in front of the net there. It is 3-1. This is the kind of luck you need sometimes. Kowalski's just firing the ball into dangerous positions, and where does this touch even come from? In fairness, he does swing a foot at that, in fact. It's a really nice little finish from João there. STW, thank you for the follow, my friend. Welcome in. How are you on this fine morning? And it is actually the morning for once. I feel like I always say morning when it's the afternoon, but it is. Kill the balls often. As in Kowalski. Wait, where do we see? Oh, can you not see traits in here? That's the attributes thing, isn't it? I don't know if there's a way to see traits on Kowalski. Well, I mean, there is, but obviously not in match, I guess. I can't remember. He might do, in fairness. So yeah, with Volkanov, we did play for some matches that we actually watched as well, because he looks enormous in the match engine on account of him being enormous, obviously. Like, bro is 6'7" and growing. I really want him to get to 6'8", and with his age profile, unless he's on like the, oh hello, go on now. That was lovely. I feel like you don't see enough of that. Oh, is someone struggling with the skin stuff? Yeah, it's, oh no, is this a different thing? Is that the manager? They didn't win the league, but Thomas Ince. Juventus now managing Southampton. That's kind of sick. Wait, so he's like followed you around the leagues, managing in the same league as you, but for different teams. I feel like I've had that happen to me before, and I can't remember who it was. There was a manager that would just constantly, it might have been an Outcast to Icons actually, would just always pop up, always, in every single league I was managing. Was it Stali Solbakken as well that used to follow me around quite frequently? That might be back in the Norway days. Gomez is complacent for some reason, so that's a reason to get off the pitch then, bud. Santelli for coffee. Kowalski's been amazing today, but maybe we'll just give the robot a little run. And do I do one more sub? What else have I got? Alan's slightly injured, which is why I didn't start him. I could bring Bellingham on, I guess, for Diabate. Might as well go Belsom. He's already got that contract extension now because the clause triggered, so he's going to be here for another season anyway. Oh, he keeps shooting teams you lead. That's even better, actually. You're paving the way for his entire career. A 6'6" dude, which is always, yeah. I mean, part of the reason that we liked the Bulgarian dude, I can't lie, was that he was 6'7", and at 15 he was 6'7", which is why I had hoped that maybe he could go to 6'8", given that you do sometimes get like an inch of growth. This game has had 2 own goals and a deflected goal in it. It's 3-2 now. That's a tough one for the keeper, honestly. I don't think that, I definitely can't blame Okimoto on that one. The game will probably blame him somehow, but this one is clearly, I mean, he's getting this, isn't he? It's a nice, easy save, and then Man has just gone, you know what? No, let's make this interesting, lads. For goodness sake. See if it does punish the keeper for that. 6.3 he's on now. 6.1. Like he can do anything about that. In fairness, it's not even counted as XG, so it won't go against his XG prevented, I suppose, because there wasn't any. It will just go against other various attributes. I mean, I'm still going to drop him for the next Champions League game, unfortunately, because he hasn't actually been that good in this game in general. But that one's a bit harsh on him. It was the first one, perhaps. Tell a friend of mine to shoot less often. Could I have him shoot less often into our net? Why is he on shoot more often? He shouldn't be. I don't think he is. I think it's just that he's on the basic one, but he shouldn't really be in a position to be shooting anyway. This has been a much closer game than it had any reasonable right to be. But just getting through these, I suppose, is how we get points on the board in Europe. And we are going to get away with a win, at least. Just barely. How much did they put past Barca? 3-0. I guess Leverkusen are quite good these days. Speaking of, I had a little look at some of the league tables around Europe and Bayern are back to being Bayern again, unfortunately. How many? Well, we can check here. Because it might be worth us putting that on this as well. Let me just do the fancy points first. Because if he is shooting too much, then it might be accounting for some of that like junk XG we're getting again. Because obviously part of the system here was to try and stop the junk XG. Get rid of that. Get those guys in there as well. I mean, for all I know, it's like one shot, but we did have quite a large volume in that game, so maybe he's just getting into shooting positions more. I don't mind it so much in the other tactic when he's playing as an overlapping centre-back. Could be corners. True. I wonder if we can break it down to headers, maybe. No clean sheet for that one, that's for sure. Player of the match award will obviously go to Kowalski, which is nice to see. Right. Get that back out there. And have a little gander at his attacking numbers. So dribbles 0. Oh, wait. Sorry, my apologies. There was me thinking that attacking numbers would include shots. Let's try that again. Wait. Hang on. What one would shots come under then? If not attacking numbers? Passing? Please don't tell me the game doesn't tell you how many shots a player's had. But yeah, I can see the number of times they've hit the woodwork. I mean, he had no shots on target. And he's had some shots. Surely it can't... are you joking? That's actually ridiculous. Unless it's in this one. It really doesn't, does it? Shots on target, runs, dribbles, fouls against, shots hit woodwork, but no actual shot number. That's weird. So we know that he didn't hit any shots on target. We just don't know how many of those were actually shots he had. That could have been 20, it could have been 0, right? New goalkeeper, yeah. Oh, well, that's over the whole point of the season, Lord Justinian. So we're currently in the process of doing that. Yeah, it's just a percentage. That is really dumb. It's another one of these things with 26. It's like, it shows you things you don't want, but doesn't give you the option to see things you do want, or at least add them. Like, you know when you could add, for example, on the advanced statistics page, you could choose which ones you want to see. That needs to be a thing again, basically. It's just... He obviously is having some, though. Is Steinbergen having shots? No. Interesting. So it probably would be... Now, it could be headers from corners, but then again, I feel like the game... Maybe it's not smart enough for that. Either way, it couldn't hurt to put him on shoot less often for both of them anyway. Just because it will stop him from doing the occasional long-range banger, because I can't imagine he's got great long-range shooting anyway. So there's that. Twazak with the 75 months. Made the mark on the season yet.
Another month. Another step really, in humanity's oldest tradition. Number go up. Content is temporary. The ancestral compulsion to see number go up remains undefeated. This
is extremely true, my friend. What an eloquent way to put it. But yeah, no goalkeepers really staked out. I mean, the one that kind of had was Okamoto, but now he has dropped a bit of a clanger here. Not entirely his fault, but still is going to suffer as a result of it. And we'll give someone else a go next game. In fact, I've just realised that there's really no chance that Rim is going to be back for the next match, meaning that essentially it's guaranteed another run for Orlikovsky. And I'm pretty certain that we're playing Man City next, in the Champions League at least. Which is frustrating, because unless he pulls off an absolute masterclass, which he could well do, who knows. We are 4 for 4 in Europe though, which is good. On the downside is, they're both still technically involved. Vichester, I mean, they're getting a point a game so far. Brookbet have got 6 points, but they do have very tough matches to come. So I actually have a weird theory that Vichester might finish above them. But they're all still in qualification spots currently. Club history. Oh, let's have a look. Club history. Jesus Christ. What happened here? Or was that the season you left? That one little cheeky little blip on that, or was that just the game glitching out? Because it will do that. Banfatar, thank you very much for the 17 months. How are you, my friend? Hope you're having a fabulous morning. Is it gorgeous weather? You're damn right it is. I like it at the moment as well. Oh, that was it. Yeah, I always say that. When I do something wrong, it's just Tom. It was Tom Ince the whole time. When you take the mask off, he would have got away with it if it wasn't for those meddling kids. Right. That's good. We'll go to Thursday so we can get in the other ones as well. Is there a way... Hard competitions, if a goalkeeper performs well in the Champions League, should be the one you keep. No. I want the best goalkeeper. I don't want the best goalkeeper that does well over a really short sample size. We want the best goalkeeper overall. Because otherwise, you could have a guy that does well in like 2 matches in the Champions League and does absolute ass everywhere else. We want the best goalkeeper, not the best goalkeeper in really specific situations. Particularly as I feel like that's... If we could play like 30 Champions League games and he did really well there, then obviously. But the sample size is too small for me. That's why we want to do it like this. I mean, it will be a smaller sample size anyway. But also he didn't play well, unfortunately. He didn't do a lot wrong, but it's these sort of games where you just need your goalkeeper to kind of do the thing, I guess. Like, I don't expect him to save the second one at all, but the first one, not that he should be saving it, but if he could, that's the kind of things that we were looking for. Those kind of extra going above and beyond type saves that I feel like our opponents' goalkeepers make sometimes. So how does this adjust to this? Currently, it has very much dropped his XG prevented down somewhat by quite a... How is that possible? It's gone down by... What? he was above 2 on XG prevented before that game. We conceded 0.5 something XG, and somehow he's lost 1.5 of his XG prevented. That's why I don't trust the stats in FM as much. That seems a little bit balked, if you ask me. Based on the season. Yeah, but he won't play every game in the season, will he? So I feel like, again, you're missing the point of what we're saying. I'm not looking for the best goalkeeper in 1 or 2 matches. We want to stretch it out over the whole season and see who does the best. That's the entire point of what we're doing. And then hopefully have a little look at that overall. And if we do see them in Champions League games do some interesting things, then great. Because some of them we can't see their big matches as well, which is possibly a factor in there as well. Right, let's have a look at Kowalski's killer balls. I think he does. Or if he doesn't, maybe it'd be worth giving it to him, honestly. Let's see. Let's get that back in there. Full of Spaniards. Yes, and apparently there's more potentially going to join their contingent because we're linked still with Mastantuono and also Pitarch now. And I'm honestly here for it, right? If there's a reason for it. Count the own goal as a goal conceded. I mean, it is a goal conceded, but there's the XG prevented was the stat we were looking at, not goals conceded, right? So I don't know how that would make any sense. In order for him to have gone from 0. Oh, wait, hang on. No, you're absolutely right. Yes, I'm an idiot. I see what you're saying now. Yeah, I'm an idiot. Because we had 0.58 XG against, but we conceded 2 goals, so the difference is 1.42. Yep, totally makes sense. I was thinking about that the wrong way. I was thinking about it like you would do a striker, whereas in fact it's the opposite, isn't it? So yeah, that makes sense. Ard, thank you very much for the 33 months, my friend. Hope you're well this morning. That actually means he's got kind of cooked on that, sadly, because he couldn't do anything about it, and it didn't count for any XG. So he essentially just lost an entire XG prevented. Bless him. I guess anticipated better, right? Feel bad for him. He'll get his chance again, obviously. He's got more game time than anyone else so far. Kowalski, let's have a look. Yes, he does. He does have tries kill up balls often as well. Oh, dear. 2 seasons to get proper stats on the goalkeeper. I mean, I think 50 games is a good enough sample size, to be honest. And I don't know what 2 seasons... I don't know what 100 would... I mean, obviously, it would give us double the amount of data, but I mean, we could do that, but it would be nice to have a resolution to it, at least towards the end of the season. Oh, this seems... Jesus Christ. McTominay's not had a good game. Actually, to be fair, he's one of their better players in that one. I like how Billy Gilmore got a 7.0 in this game. What on earth did Billy Gilmore do to get a 7 point something? Did he literally set up every single shot that Napoli had in this match? 2.42 XG. Was this just long-range bangers from Olympiacos the entire way through? Good God. It is funny when that sort of shit happens. It's a bit like that Djurgården game we had earlier in this save where we put, what, 12 past them? Fairly inconsistent performer. Yeah. In fairness, Montparnasse had that for the longest time as well. And usually, because he's still only 22, it does come with age. And crucially, he does love big matches as well. So it kind of balances it out a little bit. And I feel like Kowalski, we do see a little bit of that inconsistency in his playtime. Weirdly, though, he does seem to raise his... I'm going to say he raises his game for the Champions League and stuff. Maybe not. Let's have a look at the proper stats page. Like 4 games in the Champions League. To me, that's consistent enough. Like, he's putting above 7 ratings whilst being a holding midfield player. He scores the occasional, well, 1 goal and gets the assist here and there. He does create reasonably well as well. But that's not his job, ultimately. I think it's... God, wouldn't it be sick if you could see... Not that this is even possible. Imagine if you could see, like, where they stack as far as percentiles in the leagues and stuff for these. Like, you can see on, like, FootMob and stuff. Obviously not possible without the league data there too, but still really, really cool if you could. SI? You'd have to have such a detailed database to make that work, though, unfortunately. In the history. That is an awful lot of reading, my friend, and I'm probably not going to be able to do that, but I assume that you've done very, very well in your save, which is what we've sort of taken from that. Oh, you managed to fix it. What was the actual issue, then? Just in case other people might have run into the same problem. Panthers. Right. So that's worked. Oh, rest the squad. Because we've got Leckie at the weekend, and then a giant gap because of the second international break. Not the big one, though, thankfully. That one is... quite annoying. I mean, not annoying. It's better than having more of them, I suppose, but it's kind of crazy that Montparnasse and Nozadze are our top scorers this year. No striker has even really got themselves in the hat at all. Also, Kevin Morrison is now kicking off about not playing for Leckie very much, which makes me think that Belkin? Yeah, that's right, Belkin. Elkin Blanco has kind of taken over that role now, and they maybe changed their system for Europe. Because Morrison was kind of doing great things with them in the past. Oh, we're playing them next as well. He wants to come back on loan. Sorry, back from loan. Continues to leave out Pulisic. I mean, he isn't playing as often. 69 players call up for international duty. I need to check these more frequently. amateur saves in FM, take on amateur club, you cannot develop players at all. I tell you what, it is very, very difficult. Even like part-time, like non-contract kind of, semi-pro saves are very difficult for that reason. But with amateur, I can totally see what you mean, because if you can't put them on a contract, the second you do develop that player into anything useful, another club's just come and steal them from you, right? And that still kind of happens to me even in in part-time ones. But at least with part-time, you can put them on a semi-pro deal, so it does give you a little bit more protection. Problem with that, though, is it will still be tough to develop, because even at semi-pro, you most of the time can only offer 1-year contracts most of the time, which means that if they do develop really well that season, they just refuse to sign a contract the following year. I can't wait to get to the end of my season with Indy City and lose all of my players. Anyone fun getting called up? Loads of young Polish lads, which is cool to see. Janusz isn't there. Nathan Allen, of course. Him. Loads of guys in the Norway squad. Obviously, the Poland squad is inundated with Kowalski, Geisler, Hanandowski, Sharpek, Segura. Wow. Still loads of Spaniards in there. Molski still. Who is... Oh, of course, Jeremy Yamaha's in there. Speaking of, we need to change his name, actually, but we'll sort that later when we get to the VOD comments, because someone had a great suggestion. Marabezi and Vazquez. He's another goalie, isn't he? Loads of Serbians as well. We only have one player in the Spain squad, which is that ridiculous centre-back that's out on loan, who we can't use because he's Spanish Scourge, but good golly, is he good. Volkan, wow. Dimitar is in the Bulgaria under-21 squad at 16 years old. He's the guy. He is. He just is. Overwrite the files, duplicate them. Oh, right. Yeah, no, that would definitely do it. I've always been worried that I was going to do something like that as well, but so far I've got away with it. You're coming to the game route. Nice. Yes, so the tickets for the game you can get now. And it does get you entry both into, obviously, the game, but also into the Slough game afterwards. And I believe it's also actually cheaper than just buying a ticket for the outright Slough game, which is incredibly good of them to allow that to be the case. And I believe they're actually giving all of the game, all of the money to the charity side. There's not even a cut to pay for it. They're actually completely donating it, which is awesome. His training, I believe I put him back onto defensive position. Oh, he hasn't got one yet. That is a good question. So can you ignore that for a minute? Put that there. What should his training be? I mean, probably quickness. Because he isn't the fastest of players, and this is probably a good age bracket to get him working on quickness if we can do. If he's got any PA, right? But yeah, so you can get tickets for it now. It's 29th of August, which is a Saturday, obviously, down in Slough. And it's just going to be fun. It was great fun last year, and I don't see any reason why it wouldn't be fun again. Yeah, I think quickness might be the one for the time being, because it worked out really nicely before, and he is very slow for a centre-back. Load him up with speed early. We can work on other stuff later. His tackling's only 11, which is going to be a bit of a bottleneck for him, but it's not the end of the world, right? Makes amateur pros hard to develop youngsters. What is it then? Because surely that would be the ultimate thing that would stop you developing them, is being able to keep hold of them. Because if you can't keep the player, you can't develop them, right? I guess if you don't care about developing the player with you, and you just mean in general, then maybe. Training is really bad, but I feel like training is not the be-all and end-all as far as development. That isn't going to matter as much as you think it does. The most important thing for developing a player is playing the player. So if they're playing football, then that's what matters. That will develop them way more than any kind of training. So I wouldn't worry about that too much. I'd worry more about holding on to the player than anything else. So, play them in games. That's how they will develop. Obviously, at a lower league, the reputation's going to be lower, so their development will be somewhat slowed by that as well, but there's not a lot you really can do. And ultimately, you're playing against other teams down there that have the same struggles you do, so it should be relatively okay. You find, actually, you get some crazy development down there, not because the players actually developed a huge amount, but because the gap between their PA and CA is probably quite small, even if the game is saying, hey, he's 1-star, 5-star. It's probably a lot smaller than you think it is. I've had players that have gone from being a half-star player, but with really good potential, 4-star CA by the end of one season, basically, just because they get loads of game time. So tackling improve. It could still go up a bit, and as a defender, it almost certainly will a little bit. So it's always good when they've got a really good starting point for tackling, because I think Steinberger didn't have the tackling he has now, right? There's no way he would have had... What's he got, 18 or some bollock? It's actually insane, his tackling now. I think it's 18. 17. But I don't think it was 17 originally, was it? It was probably 15 or 16. So it has definitely gone up, and he's still only 21. So it certainly can improve. It's just not likely to improve as much as others. I think it's more annoying just that you can't target it for training, right? Either way, he is just elite. What is he actually considered? So he's only a star player at the moment for the extra classer. He doesn't appear to be considered a world-class player like some of the others. But for me, he is, because he's the GOAT. He could probably get 100 caps, probably. it's the fact that he's got 17 pace on top of that as well is really, really... That feels like that's gone up quite a bit as well. Spot the weird one. Very hard to develop players in the local league. When you say hard to develop, like, what is the evidence of it being hard to develop them? Because ultimately, again, if you play them, they will develop. Unless they don't have the PA to develop, ultimately. Like, if they don't have it there, then they won't develop. But if they have any PA that exists, they will develop. What's this? Could it be Trinidad and Tobago? Hang on, they beat Argentina. That's hilarious. I like the fact that they not just beat Argentina in the World Cup here, they beat them 3-1. It wasn't like a 1-0 win where they just parked the bus against them. And then only lost 2-0 to Germany. Shout out to Ecuador in there as well, who should get a round of applause. That means that the third place playoff was Ecuador versus Trinidad, right? I have to know what the score in the third place game was. I'm assuming Ecuador won it, but that's still really, really cool. Yeah, his big matches... I actually can't remember exactly when he turns... not till April, so around about... That'd be next stream, actually. Wait, no, one after that, because of intake stuff. Ecuador won 3-0, fair enough. You'd expect that, I guess, but still. Those are the kind of third place playoff games you want to see. Don't know why I keep saying playoff. We're still actually only 6 points clear at the top of the league again, but at least it's of someone like Radomiak, and there's a general goodness to the teams that are in the places we need them to be now, although I could do with Lecky again a little bit higher up, maybe. But everybody else, this is fine, frankly. Corona are starting to fall away a little bit now too, which is useful for us as well. If the players don't really develop too well, amount of games, I mean, do you have... The amount of games absolutely does matter. The more games they play, the more they will develop. And obviously the reputation of the league you're playing in will also help with development. But there should still be a decent amount of development at that level, because their development is going to be essentially compared to that of your team and teams around you rather than big teams. So you should still see it. Unless they've got like a stupid amount of PA. And even then, they should still likely see it. 3 years on the contract and you're 30. I'm probably not going to offer you more than what you're currently on there, bud. So we'll decline that. It's a shame, though. Better to resign. I don't think that I ever got a job in... Oh, that's shit. I don't think I ever got a job during the last OTI save where I didn't resign or was sacked first. I don't think I left... Chat will, the Lawmasters in chat will remember this better than I will, but I'm pretty certain there was no scenario where I took a job while I was still in a job. That might just be because of the way that I liked to play it, but I do feel like you could supposedly do the... Like, you could apply for jobs while you're still in the role, but then you end up pissing the team off, and that's always not the best idea, particularly if you don't get a job you actually like, right? They beat the Netherlands and Saudi before that game too. Jesus Christ. Have they got Spanish Scourge players? Like, how's that even happened? What's their... Have they got like a couple of really good players in there or something? I assume they do. Brazil for João Carlos under 20s. A few Ivory Coast call-ups to the surprise of nobody. One call-up from Morocco because obviously Naeem's retired now. I forgot about Naseru. Congo, Tunisia, Indonesia as well for Kenji Ohashi. Oh, I remember him because we signed him because he was Japanese youth rating. Al Shankiti and Shokri as well, of course. I forgot about him. Okimoto gets into the Japan squad along with Abe, Konezawa, and obviously... I forgot about Takahisa Tanaka. How's he getting on? 1 goal. Ooh, tough. He may end up coming back. Japan with Sam Murphy as well. Mexico get Gonzalez too. So we do actually have 3 players in the Brazil team, none of which currently play for us. That shows you how the levels to this now. Like, Julio Cesar plays for Brazil, doesn't play for us. Leo plays for Brazil, has never played for us. But he's at Arca, to be fair. And then obviously we've got down at the bottom Gilmar Coutinho Neto, who plays for Jagiellonia. Doesn't play for us. Soon. That's cool.
They are building it now.
This is the final. Tony Jameson would love to hear that. Lil Pappy, thank you very much for the follow, friend. Hope you're well. Nope, the winner won't be announced until the end of the season, because obviously we want the full season of data. Otherwise it'd be a bit pointless on that one. But we're getting there. Still a lot of people that haven't had a chance to play yet, but one of them is going to get the chance against Lechia next, I think. Yeah, I think I quit Drax. We jumped ship at Maresca. No, they did sack me at Maresca, didn't they? Sorry, Mariska. And I left Sestri before they could sack me because it was already done. And then... Ooh. I think we just left at the end of contracts a lot of the time with those, right? Brainiac, thank you very much for the follow. I think there was one other club where I'd signed a new contract and then resigned not that long afterwards. No! Our little experiment. Ironically, we could experiment with it by sacking Vanja Mojsic, bringing in Saz, and then it would actually complete the experiment quicker. So we'll try that. Apologies. We'll bring you back again if this works. It's our little test. If we can suddenly see his career stats history now... No, we can't. Which makes this even more confusing as to why specifically that one person has a like a career history we can see, but everybody else it's limited to this staff history one which doesn't show stats properly. How very, very weird. That's the last sort of bastion of that, I guess, that we could even investigate. I guess Saz is in now. I am going to prioritise like staff slots for some of the patron regions as well, and hoping that it fast tracks them into management and stuff, because that seems to be the best way of doing it, because most of them haven't managed to get those extra jobs yet. So still got over half of you actually still playing, in fairness. I think we're down to 46 out of like 70 something to begin with. Back stuff, yes, let's go. But yeah, as for Europe so far, we're 12 for 12 as far as points go. The other two are still top 24, but they're a little bit off the pace, but they've had some tough games. However, what we haven't checked yet is the Europa League to see if these two are still, or these three are still cooking. Ooh, maybe not. Wait. Did they play a game? Or... They definitely play a game here, didn't they? Right, let's see what actually happened here. This is where it just all unravels the second I get too cocky with it. So Jagiellonia beat Sivasspor. Lechia dropped points, but I say dropped points, got points against Saint Etienne. And then Piaskowitz lose to Nuremberg. That's not really a huge surprise. Did get a goal back late on in that one, but it's still more points on the board. It's another 4. They're all still doing fine. Like, Piasta's still 4th, Lechia is still 6th, and Jagiellonia is still 10th. There is a really good chance that all 3 of them potentially could get into the top 8 this year, which would be goated. Particularly when you consider that Como have played an extra game somehow in all of this. I think the only one that's played an extra game. No, they played against... Oh, they played against Lechia, didn't they? Which makes their one a little bit more difficult because they've played an extra match. Sacked at Mariska, quit Drax, sacked at Sestri, left Siang, left Leshoens, forced out of Tenerife. Yeah. So that tends to be how I play it, I find. That, I just don't feel like you get a lot of good job offers. Training rate, how'd you get that high? Bear in mind, I've not touched training. This is the default training. We just have a lot of players. It likely comes down to the players' personalities. Wow, they're all goalies. Oh, they're not all goalies, but making sure players are rested. It's not great. I think one of the things we do, he said do, is the training intensity, which, no, we haven't touched that. Wait, did I not touch this? I could have sworn I had this set to automatic. Chat, those of you that remember the settings for automatic intensity, maybe just because we've had so much churn with players, it kind of turns them off. Is that the correct one? Double, normal, half, none? Because if so, I can just go through and set these guys to automatic now. Because it should be set to like that. Or they are set to automatic and it's just... Yeah, there was like a set of rules, and I believe it was double, normal, half, none. Right. In that case, I should be able to select all of the... Oh, wait, you can't do the drag thing on this script course. Not that'd be silly, wouldn't it? Oh, FM. Oh, aren't you lovely? Isn't this brilliant? Doesn't this also not change? Yes, of course. I forgot that screen's glitched and it doesn't even show you if it... So it might have been there, or they could all be on automatic. I simply wouldn't have a clue because it doesn't fucking show you. Let me try again, actually, to see if it flips it now that I go back to the screen. No, it doesn't. Right. Automatic on default. Right. Oh, in that case, it's fine then. But yeah, we use automatic and we use those settings, which probably do help a little bit, but the training is left to default. I rest players after matches sometimes, and I think generally speaking, getting players with good personalities really help as well. Yeah, I don't know, they must have literally a drill at the end of every training session, which is just the players shooting at all the goalkeepers. They just play Wembley doubles for a little bit, and I don't really blame them at that point. Let me just check the Conference League too to see how our 3 for 3. They're just chefing. Redominic were made for the Confo. What was their latest victim? Just a casual 2-0 win away at Maribor. Not easy as you like. 3 points out. 3 wins out of 3. I fully expect them to win every game in the Conference League group. Unless they have someone really tough to play, which they may do. Lokomotiva, Brøndby. No, they should win all 6. That should be them winning the Conference League group because they always seem to drop points. They just basically need to get a better goal difference than Juventus. That's their only plan now, and they should do if they're playing Lincoln Red Imps. So there's a very strong chance that they win the entire thing as far as this stage goes, at least, which is good. 90-year-old tech director. Is he actually older than that, though? Because the game technically stops their age progression, I think, at 99, but it does still carry on in the background, but it won't show any more than 99, I think. So it might even be older than that. Yeah, you can praise players to improve the training too, I suppose, because I just don't, because we have so many players and it's a proper tedious task. Oh, God, not you as well. You've got 4 years on your current deal. No, that is not happening. I'm sorry. You have 4 years on your current contract. You've only just signed this contract. Oh, best goal 50. I can't wait for there to be no one we know on it. Oh, Regan Booty's been sacked. That definitely did just happen. It said Stal Mulet's in look for a new manager. I mean, they are bottom of the league and have only got 7 points. I'm not hugely surprised by the fact that Regan Booty has finally been bootied, unfortunately. What happened, Regan? I do not understand how they became so bad. Where's the managerial history one? Was that on a different page? Right. I'll just go to the other league. This one's easy to do it from here, isn't it? There he is. Nope. That's the transfer window. Manage movements. Regan Booty. The players lost confidence. The players lost. I think everyone lost confidence, I'm afraid. Just make sure you're still on the shortlist. You are. We can't bring him back, unfortunately, as he won't agree to that. But he'll get another one. We basically, once they leave, they pretty much refuse to ever come back. It's like once they get that first taste of management, they will not join you again as a coaching staff member, unfortunately. So we just have to go on the shortlist, basically. Regan has career stats too. He does. Great spot. Yeah, he's got his career. It shows a different page, basically. But crucially, you'll also note that it doesn't then... I mean, it does still show the staff history, but it shows it down here. It adds this page, and then you can see this. This feels like a question for Mike. Not that he'd be able to give us a proper answer, but at least he could flag it maybe for us. We'll have to mention that to him on Tuesday. I could maybe message him after stream, actually. Because that is definitely weird now. Wow, Conrad is still the best player in the world. Who could have imagined that? He's only 28, in fairness. Do we even have people on this list yet? It's usually only people that leave us. Naeem is still on the list because he's older. God, Jamal, he's still only 33, actually. Bellingham's on the list. Oh, yeah, 37-year-old Jude Bellingham is not playing for us, but naturally he's the 20th best player in the world. This has been the case for years, admittedly, how broken this actually is. Sohail Stapelfeld is in there. Oh, Van Kemsiker's on the list as well now that he's left. Dean Howson's in there too. Paul Kubasi. Loads of Brighton players in here, actually. That crazy Vietnamese-German winger as well. Masson Tuono. There's still way too many real... Miles Lewis Skelly is on here. Diakate. Oh, God. I bet he's been goated ever since he left, pretty much, hasn't he? Has a career achievements window. But the other ones had former managers. Some of them were former managers too, and it still didn't appear there. So I don't understand. It's really weird. Loads more international call-ups. Jesus, we have quite a lot of Argentinians, don't we? Most of which don't actually play for us, but still. Have we got one from every single... Oh, we don't have any Venezuelans in there. Or do we? No. We need to complete the set. I think there's only one we're missing, actually, because we've got Brazil already. Oh, that's him. Right, okay. Loads of these don't inform me again. If it's a Spanish Scourge player, I care less about them. A bit Japan scouting. Ogilvy progress. That's weird that he's even making progress at this stage, but he was wanted at one point. Now the squad are going to kick off. It's really annoying, this, but like, I've just refused to give a player a new contract when they've got 4 years on their current contract. Of a 5-year contract. He's not suddenly got that much better in the last 6 months since he signed the previous one that he's... And he would probably ask for a lot of money right now. Not that we don't have money. We are absolutely... we're very comfortable financially as things stand, which is good. And we're also now finally passing FFP. Not that we were ever in any real danger of failing it, as we're £107 million above it, but you know how the game be. Okay, so this could be a wheel spin any moment now. So goalkeeper will be coming out for... Well, temporarily at least. Just want to make sure there's no one unavailable for this that's in the lineup. There's definitely some players on the bench that... Yeah, so Santelli, for example, will have to drop out for coffee. And off the bench entirely. And oh, it turns out everyone else on the bench was actually eligible. I guess it's because we mostly have goalkeepers. Naeem isn't available to play. Volkanov can come in, and I will start him for this game because fun. Probably instead of Mana. Oh, that's what we're going to do. Wait, he's on shoot less often already. What? Hang on. Are they both on that? Okay, now I'm really confused. Both of the centre-backs were on shoot less often. So then why was my assistant during the last game with this tactic telling me to add shoot less often to the centre-back? Does he know of an instruction that I don't have access to that allows him to shoot even less often than he is? Because that is odd to me. But then most of these things I just put down to, oh well, it's FM26 at this point. Don't want that to get you in there as well. PPM shoots from distance, maybe. Be weird if he did. No, he stays back at all time, which is somewhat antithetical to him playing as the overlapping... Yeah. I want you to have the Sander Berger trait of just will not shoot ever, no matter what happens, could be in front of the goal and he still won't shoot type beat, you know? Ard, thank you very much for the 100 bits. It's very kind of you, friend. Don't know why it's not popped up in chat.
I just won the Argentinian top flight opening stage to win trophy 278 out of 395 last and cheer currently in 2182. My prediction is that I only have 100 seasons to go. Smile.
That is mad. Do you have like a projection for when you think the save will be completed? When did you start the save actually? Because this is still 24, right? And you've played all of these. How many seasons is that? What, like 200? No, not 200. Like 160 odd? That's wild. Oh, beta from 26. Okay, that's even more impressive then. Holy Christ. I imagine that relies on a lot of instant resolving and stuff. But yeah, either way, just getting through that amount in general is crazy. Is there anyone else that I want to bring in? Probably wouldn't change everybody for this game if I could avoid it. But what we do need to do is change the goalkeeper, because Karma Bandra was absolute ass in that last game, which means he needs to get an opportunity to play. So, the wheel. Okay. Is here in all his glory. Oh, hello. Fantasy leaderboard's like, but you've forgotten me, sir. Okay. Like, I love a long-term save as much as the next guy, but even I do not have that level of patience. Let me put it that to be very clear. Should I find this the right spot? That'll do. Right, okay. So, you know the situation. We spin the wheel. Whatever number it lands on, that is the goalkeeper, unless it is Mabandra. And hopefully we get a new one in this time around. And of course, the forfeit ones will be for chat to choose, me to choose, or Mamo Hansen if it lands on the yellow one. Okay. It'd be nice if it landed on a different guy this time around, because there is still 3 or 4 dudes that haven't had their chance to play yet. Starting to make me think that the wheel is weighted weirdly. That'd be why I keep getting those long runs. The friction on it is almost non-existent. Oh. Nine. Have we had 9 yet? I feel like we might have not had 9 yet. Who is 9? Olakovsky's 6. What should be the one guy that I somehow couldn't register? Oh, is it Kim? No. He might be the one. I think there was a guy that I couldn't register or something. It's Bacino. I must have not been able to register one dude for the league game or something. So Bacino might end up. Oh, he might be the first person voted off of Love Island. I guess he could still technically play in Europe. I'm going to have to spin it again. Right, try again. Back we go. This is where it just lands on Kim again. Not that he can play, yet. The only person it can't technically be is Kyle. I can't remember what Kyle's number is. I think it's 4. This comes up 9 again, I swear to God. Please don't be 4. Oh, no. Oh. For goodness sake, stop eventually, please. It's 6. Who is 6? I think that's Olakovsky. It is. It's bloody Olakovsky again. In you come. Thing is, I know that it's not, because it's just how a wheel works, but it does feel weird that it just... He's had, like, this is be his 6th appearance for us. I guess it does give him less chance of playing in the Champions League, I suppose, but in he comes. We'll keep Pokemon on the bench just in case. Patrick is the chosen one. I mean, he's done okay, so maybe this is an opportunity for him to do a little bit better. In fact, technically, he's the leading candidate as things stand because of the absolute mess that was that game against Club Brugge, where I do feel a bit bad for Daiki, but he'll probably earn it back over the full season. Or he's about to drop an absolute monster nonsense performance. Oh dear. That was a full strength team. Okay, right. Oh. I'm going to move the wheel for a minute in case I knock it over. That's gone poorly. How the fuck did we lose to Lechia? We're only 3 points clear again. Could we not? I feel like we lose to Lechia more frequently than we should do. Yeah. 4.87 XG, and we lost the game. Didn't score until the 63rd minute. Who was... I mean, we have to do this for the stats for the fantasy anyway, but who on earth was responsible for all that XG and was missing it? Montperou's had a decent chunk of it. I think it was just spread quite evenly across the entire team, it would seem. Good lord. Yeah, Patrick's definitely not getting another game straight away there for sure. That is... Oh well, maybe he just felt sorry for Daiki after him getting that absolute clanger against Brugge and thought, you know what? Be nice if I got involved in that too. And very much did. That's definitely going to cost him a good chunk of his XG prevented. What did Coffee do? Was he the one with all the XG in this game? Oh. He created a shitload at least. He was goated. It's just no one else could actually take a chance that he created for other people. Gomez did nothing. Nozadze did very little in this game at all. Olufemi John had a good number of chances. Volkanov even had a few, most likely from corners, I'm suspecting, although it looks like he was substituted quite early as well, unfortunately. One of the downsides of doing it like that. Right. That's a lot of stuff. Certainly no man of the match. Actually, was that a man of the match? Well, it might have been. Wait. No, would you believe it? Their goalkeeper was man of the match. Shocker, I know. Right, so none of those points. A few little cheeky ones in there, I guess. Goodness me. That is not good. That is crazy bad. We just need our strikers to start scoring some goals, basically. Like, El Shankiti still only has 2. Admittedly, his game time is less than the others, but he's underperforming. And a lot of people are as well. Oh, of course, yeah. It's because I'm so used to doing it when we're on the match day one, because for some reason, when you're on the game, when you finish a match, it doesn't show the player of the match award at the top of the screen. You have to go out of the match, then go back into it to see it up there, or you could just read it out of the list, of course. But that never makes any sense to me either. That's bad. It doesn't help that the other teams are actually kind of cooking in the league this year. He's been scouted by Man. Did they see a lot in that game that they would have liked? 103 million. That seems weirdly low for him compared to what sort of money we constantly get offered for Montparnasse. But such is life. Okay, so it's international break now. We didn't learn much from that on the Love Island. Legia, I mean, that doesn't surprise me, actually. They have been kind of mid. Well, they started off really well. I think their form has absolutely shat the bed. What the hell happened? They literally won 4 of their first 5 league games. Then only lost 1 of their first 8 league games. And now haven't won since. In fact, have they even scored a goal in the league for... They haven't scored a goal in the league for 4 matches. And they've only scored 1 goal... 2 goals, sorry, in their last 8 league games. How does that happen that you fall off that badly? To score once in 8 games, having started the season that well and just battering everybody. It can't just be their opponents, because they were beating some good teams at the start of the season, and now they're just losing to everybody. The question then becomes, who's their replacement, potentially? And will it be that same dude that's always being linked with every job imaginable? Look at their news page. It's the best way to find this, isn't it? So yeah, it was Johansson. Alfred Johansson's been there a while as well. Like, he's been there 8 years. I think he was the longest serving manager in the league other than me. So who's being linked? They'll have high reps, so there's a chance we get some good ones here. Shwin Lozo, who's the Rakov coach, bit dull. So even he doesn't have any playing history, although he may have just been one of those managers that spawned in. Salvatore Paoletti, who's the Crotone manager, weirdly. And then Kashmir Volny, whose name does ring a bell, because he's the current Vico's Watch manager. Okay, so no one that interesting, unfortunately. Such is the way. Then again, we said that before Harry Kane got appointed, so maybe it could change. Expansion to the club's training facilities. Cool. Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's actually pretty sick. Montparnasse becomes the record league goal scorer for Wisła Kraków. 154 league goals for Montpar. And it's not like an in-save record. It's an actual club record, because he's beating Kazimierz Chmiecic. Sorry, I've always struggled with that name. That's extremely impressive. It's weird that it's not been beaten by one of our strikers, but I guess they've just not been here long enough. I assume that eventually 154 league goals. That's extremely good. Jesus Christ. It's basically like a goal every other game. He's only had like 1 season in his entire career for us league-wise where he's not got double digits, and I think that's where we played him in a deeper role, potentially, and he played less games that year too. Maybe it was an injury. His second nationality, I believe, he is from like Saint Pierre and Miquelon or something like that, or San Martin. San Martin. He's from San Martin. That's cool. Oh, that's going to be really cool if he does get the job for the next save, because that means there's a chance that we could get some St. Martin players coming through our intake. Not that that would do much, because I don't think they're even FIFA registered, are they, right? As far as I know, these guys don't even play in anything like that. It would still be cool to have. I actually completely forgot that he had that second nationality. I guess third nationality now, right? I assume he does have Polish as well. How many caps for France did he have? I didn't actually notice that. He's unhappy, which is fine. Speaking of Martin. It's weird. I complain about Montparnasse quite a lot, but he does just seem to score goals relentlessly. 96 caps for France. I don't know if he's internationally retired or not, actually. A lot of players have retired. And No, as far as I know, he hasn't internationally retired, which is surprising because apparently that happens to a lot of people. They just retire at 29 for some reason. Certainly happens to a lot of our guys. But not him, apparently, unless there was a message in there that I've misread, which there was every chance of that too. Also, fun fact, there was a whole glut of players from the team report scouting that were at clubs like Racing, as you'll see here, and these guys, basically, that were there. So I set them to scout it again, and there's quite a lot of good ones in there, which is kind of sick. I think he was the best one I found, but needless to say, we'll have a look at the others as well. Loads of Patreon regions there. Mr. Lee Kim Dat on top of that as well. Wow. These guys didn't quite cook, did they? It still leaves us with a good chunk of these guys, though. A lot of whom we actually have extensive knowledge of. Wow. We'll absolutely take that. Particularly there's some quite interesting players still in that group. Anyone older in here that snuck through? Oh, you can go. You we don't care about. You I'm not so bothered about either. Right, back to that one. Dual citizenship was one way to me. I guess it's just like... I think it's just kind of cool, isn't it? Like, I mean, I don't have dual citizenship or anything because obviously British, but like, I could have played for Scotland. I couldn't have played for either of them, but somehow were I to be in a position where I could declare for a national team or whatever, I am eligible for Scotland, I guess. A Tycoon takeover that might ruin it. Ah, okay, that's fine then. Yeah, because I feel like that quite a lot as well, because with some Tycoon takeovers, particularly the Sugar Daddy ones, oh shit. I really liked this dude, and I still do. But with those ones, it does feel like it could potentially make it too easy for you, right? Ah, this was one of them. Kelly Kadar. He's not a centre-back, though, is the problem, because he has 6 jumping reach. But he's called Kelly Kadar, which I just really like as a name. He's from Rio de Janeiro. Just a Brazilian lad called Kelly. How old is Kelly? He's only 16, so we'll shortlist him as well for another time. But we could build up a nice batch of these guys. Ah, right, yes. Okay. This was the one I wanted to show you. This guy came from one of the youth from the recruitment focuses. I had a little look through them properly because I hadn't realised I hadn't done it for a while. And this guy was sat in it. Patrick Honezer. He's Czech and he's 15. But look at the attributes that he's currently got. People living in different lives. Yeah, I suppose so. I guess some countries have got like more homogeneity and others have quite a large amounts of diaspora that I guess allow for that to be more, right? He looks quite good. Very young, great teamwork, decent work rate. Not the best first touch, but, you know, it's not the end of the world. Composure's very low, but that's nice and easy to fix. Very good off the mark, but not the highest on pace. 5'9", resilient personality. Presumably some consistency issues in here somewhere, or not. Maybe you don't find that out until you sign them. Decent budget. Yeah, that's what you kind of want. You want something that's going to cover things off on the back end, but not overdo it. Fair. Qatari takeover, my man. I find that sometimes we always want takeovers with tycoons in these band saves, but I feel like we've never really had a takeover team that... Oh, is it? Oh, yeah, sorry. I literally saw that and thought it was too much text. But they've never done anything anyway. We had Pushkash get one on the Hungary save, and we had... Who was it that got the takeover? Oh, Longford Town got the takeover on the Irish save as well. And they were useless with it. Like, truly abomination with it. I think Pushkash got relegated when they got the takeover as well, which was wild. Hello, nothing specific. It's going okay. We've beaten Club Brugge in the Champions League, so all is going well there as well. Other Champions League teams are kind of letting us down a bit, but the other European stuff is going fantastically. So coefficient is still looking good, although I do need to check it properly in a minute. We're just looking through some signings potential. Well, I say signings. Some potential options for later. What I'll do is I'll just shortlist him for the time being, but I do think that he's a player we should go after at some point because he looks like quite a good player. Yeah, they often end up doing that when the clubs get money. They don't really know how to handle it. They just sign loads of guys on huge money. I don't know if anyone ever dicked about with this back in the day. Well, you just give like a non-league side, like a proper non-league side, like a huge bank balance. And all they would do basically is sign players that like the best rep they could afford, like literally get, but they would give them £30,000 a week in like the 9th tier or something. And the dynamics just don't really work properly, right? Oh my days, Dyron! What the hell? Firstly, wait, that's 2 actually at the same time. I see Primate. Firstly, thank you very much for the 10
gifts
for 10 months.
Just popping in to see how the gang are and to distribute my Prime. Happy Sunday.
Darren, at the exact same moment, it actually got lost in the middle there on my screen. Thank you very much both. Thank you for the 10 and thank you for the 5, Darren. That's very kind of you. I hope you're well, my friend. Lovely to see you in chat. Let's just scroll up because there was someone asking a question there. I can't get back to it. God's sake. Babsphere as well with the 32. You love to see it, man. That's very kind of you. I'm going to drink my drink for a minute. Okay, Stream now has decided not to speak this time. Oh, this could be the gifted subs, actually. I'll let the Babsphere one come through in a minute, because it's bound to in a second. It comes out overperforming. Really? Okay. I'd never noticed that. I'd like to see if there's any kind of stuff for that, but I've never noticed it myself. Yeah, Dragon, he's nice, but he's very expensive for what is essentially like another number 10 kind of player. Oh, for some reason, yeah, Streamliner just decided not to say anything. Learn a new language fluently. You love to see it. Oh, how's the Iron Man stuff going? Oh, you could have done that. Why not do both? Learn the language of Wempery, train for the Iron Man triathlon with us in your ears, and then I've been writing a novel with me jabbering on would probably be a little bit more complex, but hey, you get to use new words like wemp and whatnot. But how are you, friend? Yeah, he's a bit on the pricey side. Sharpek's doing well. He's had a really good... He's played a lot more football recently just because Al Shankiti has been... Whatever the opposite of unbreakable, he's basically become a player made of glass at this stage. And so he's missing stupid amounts of time constantly. Lennon Cairns is a fun name. Not got the best jumping reach, but he's 16, so he might grow. Fernando at Villarreal. Maybe scout him a little bit more, even though he's fully scouted. Although sometimes that still does actually makes sense to do it. Jose Ribamar. Bit late for Love Island now, buddy. Him we already know about. You're at PSG. You're at Villarreal. I think a lot of these ones here are from the recruitment focuses. But these ones, they've dropped off a little bit. There was a couple of guys in the proper scouting. Yeah, this is mostly those guys. I think the good ones were the ones at the very top, or the ones we don't have full knowledge of yet. Let me just check the... Okay, there's a few in there at the top there, but mostly older players in fairness. No one super new, other than this guy here at Universidad. I think it's more likely that that's possibly just a bit of confirmation bias with regards to takeovers. I don't actually know what the criteria are, or whether it's completely at random, but there has to be something that the game is using to choose, I suppose. Where is Sharpie? Yeah, Sharpie's got 5 goals this season, 3 assists. I mean, his attributes are exceptional, right? Trabzonspor for Salah. Trabzonspor, I guess it would be a free transfer, wouldn't it? So they'd only really have to worry about wages. I'm still starting to think that Nwewu might not be coming to Fulham now. And it makes me a little bit sad because apparently he keeps liking all of Fulham's transfer posts and stuff on Instagram. And it's like, I say transfer posts as if we've done any of that yet. Still only 20, loads of room to grow. And he basically got a massive chance last season to play because with Al Shankiti missing 6 months of the season, he was the guy. And he does seem to link up really, really well with Gomez when he plays. Because I play him on the right, even though he's left-footed. And he seems to do better in that role than any other player that is not on their correct foot, so to speak. He's just a great player. Right. Where are we on this now? 6.3. Only Austria have a higher coefficient on the year than we do. Which is a weird sentence that I didn't think I'd be saying, considering how bad Austria have been in the past in this save. But that's great. Because we're continuing to close the gap on Germany. France are now 2.5 behind us overall. Italy are nowhere really in this conversation anymore. That's excellent. Sweden, by the way, making some nice progress down here too, even though their season is doing okay, actually. The likelihood of us catching Germany is pretty slim, but I reckon this could be, if things continue like this, yeah. Radomiak are finally playing well, yes. They've won 3 out of 3 in the Europa Conference League. Their last 3 games are arguably easier than the first 3 they've played. So there's a really strong chance that they win the whole thing as far as group stage goes, which is good because there is bonus points awarded for that. The only issue they've got is Juventus, who are the other sort of, and Watford, but Watford have already dropped points. The only other side that are 100% record so far is Juve. So it really is just going to be a battle of who can put the most goals past some bad teams. But one of the teams they have to play is Lincoln Red Imps. So there's a great chance there. In the league. Oh yeah, in the league, of course. But that's how they got into Europe and stuff. But they're finally back to a reasonable level. The league's actually looking quite good right now. Radomiak, Arca, Jagiellonia, Lechia, Brookbetter are doing okay in there as well. Motor on the fringes. It's really only Corona that I'm not super excited about, although they're sort of okay. There's no one that's like massively overperforming that I wouldn't want to be up here. I mean, I imagine there is someone that's probably overperforming quite a lot. Arca. Piast are doing really poorly. They need to get their shit together, actually. They're one of the better teams and definitely do need to get going a little bit. But, man, Motor have been... Wow, they're bad. I did not realise how bad they'd been this year. They might finally have been losing some of their players, in fairness, like the likes of Raul Marti, who feels like he's been there for as long as I can remember. You're unhappy about that. Yeah, Arca do have some good players. Piaskovitz are a decent team, but they tend to let us down quite frequently. But it would be nice if they could get their shit together. I mean, they are already 10 points off of it. Hopefully they won't sack their coach. Gornik, to be fair, this is actually considered a good thing for Gornik. Gornik got promoted. They're actually technically a newly promoted side as things stand. So in a weird way, they're actually kind of back, if you like. That's how bad it got for them. That they actually lost. They got relegated whilst playing in the Conference League final one year. It was a very strange season. Anyone fun in there? I've been trying to check in. Also, he was from one of these as well, actually. Rangers and PSV. There's a guy here called Jesus Fingal. That is a name. Big fan of that. 15-year-old at Jagiellonia. Weird to see a Polish player in here. I will scout him just because I'm fascinated by him. Obviously, he's top flight. Oh, they got him from Łukasz Łódź. Anyone further down? Wait, I'm not actually clicking them all, are I? Only one match on that one. 2 matches on that one, which we already knew about. A few nearly matches on that, but no one quite that close. And on the 18 one, wait, he should surely be counted. Another Jagiellonia dude, actually. He definitely doesn't sound Polish, though. Scout those guys as well. No one in the matches. Still. Decent results since. We had a... Actually, no. We're in international window at the moment, but we lost to Legia. Sorry, not Legia. Lechia in the league, which was really bad because we had nearly 5 XG. And as a result of it, kind of tanked Olakovsky's goalkeeper rating a little bit. So he may well have handed in... He's handed the game... The game is certainly wide open again as far as Glove Island now. He's... It's no longer looking as clear-cut as it was. Right. Yeah, that's fine. We just wanted one in there. Best one, like a teenager. Teenage. Actually, to be fair, our squad is full of them now because I actually decided to completely tear things up and rebuild us from, not from scratch, but nearly from scratch this season to fast track a few younger guys in. So Diabate, Nozadze are all getting way more game time than you'd expect this year. João Carlos, the other one, the new João Carlos. There's a couple more in here too, actually. Let me just sort by rating for a minute. Actually, minutes. Minutes makes more sense to do there. So Diabate and Nozadze, those two especially. João Carlos to a lesser extent. Volkanov as well, the very young Bulgarian centre-back with insane potential and insane jumping reach. And João Carlos. And where's Arnold as well? Where's he gone? Wait, hang on. If I got it set to... Where's Gareth gone? Is he 20 now? Oh, he's 20 now. Technically, Gareth Arnold is 20 now. But I would say the best of the bunch in terms of output this year, for sure, has been Nozadze. By an absurd amount. He's just been ludicrously good this season. I think he's got 9 goals from central midfield, basically, as a 19-year-old. Caps for Georgia out the wazoo. He's developing like crazy. A little bit inconsistent, but we expect that at a young age. He's ridiculously good. So he's very much the best as far as like wonder kid teenagers, I guess. I don't think the game calls him a wonder kid yet, though, which is fine. Keep their hands off of him. Third in the coefficient. Next season, the league just took a break. Wait, what? Oh! I've seen that bug before. In fact, that happened to me once when I was managing in Poland. Not this save, but back in 2018. So it might be the same bug. I doubt that it is, but you never know. We can find out really easily, though. Did you, by any chance, in the middle of that save, for whatever reason, turn on Argentina or Brazil as a playable league? Because does the Czech league split at any point? That's the other question I have. Because this is how... What the hell? Oh, friendly proposal. Because this is what happened to me. When I was managing in Poland with Polonia back in the day, had it on before. When did you turn them on, though? Because obviously they activate at the start of the year sometimes, and that can cause problems. Because sometimes if you... It's more about, like, when you... As in, was it from the start of the save? Because if it was from the start of the save, then not an issue. But if you activate it mid-save, sometimes in leagues that have splits in them, it can... Last year before it crashed the league, just changed the normal format. Oh, wow. Czech fans, if we have them in chat, is there any plans in Czechia to like change the league formats or whatever that's hard-coded or something? Because we didn't play far enough into our Czech save to know if there was anything like that. Hello, J-Tux. Because when this happened to me, the reason it happened was because I switched on Brazil and Argentina to playable in a league which I was managing and which had a split in it. Wait, was that Poland? Actually, wait. Now that I think about it, was that Poland? Did Poland used to have a split in it back in the day? Or am I just being moronic by thinking that? Maybe it was a different save I'm thinking of that this happened to me. It definitely did happen to me. So now I'm starting to question whether that was that save. I think it was, though. Because Because I remember we had the whole thing about Norwich City taking over the Polish FA or some bollocks. But I had the same thing happen to me, basically, where I had no league games for an entire season for some reason. It was very, very strange. And I wasn't even in Europe at the time, so we just basically wrote off the entire season. And at the time, there was a bug that was caused by the turning on of leagues, specifically Brazil and Argentina, I think, in saves that had league splits for some reason. And it would cause you to lose like an entire season the following year, which was very odd. I'm good, JTax. How are you, my friend? I'm a little bit sore from yesterday, but I'm good. Hello, Peace. How are you, friend? Hope you're well. Oh, for God's sake. I thought that was bloody Volkanov for a second. That's still an annoying injury, though, because he is... I wish I could find him alone. He was so good for Polonia, and the fact that he came back is really annoying because we have no use for him at the moment. Is he even still listed for loan? Yeah, he is. Maybe we could sell him. Not at the moment, because he's absolutely done. Currently, at least. Man Knight keeps in tabs on El Shankiti. Well, you can keep your tabs to yourself, lads. Hello, Mikro. I'm great, my friend. How are you? For a whole season is definitely not something I expected. No, it's particularly not on F126 as well with friendlies, because it's not like, even before it would have been a pain in the arse, but you could at least do multiple friendlies at once. But with 26, I do not envy that. Ooh. Sharpie's 4-star CA now. 4 teeth remove. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I can see how that would be painful. I still need to sort out a dentist locally and get that stuff sorted properly, because I just want to kind of get back to looking up. It's not that I don't try to look after my teeth, but I want to have, you know, a professional as well. This is the SAS26 skin. In fact, there's a newest version of it is out today, Micro, that adds a few little extra things and just changes things up for the better a little bit more as well, and just overall polishes a few things. Now, technically, SAS has said that this is the final skin of the year, but he also said that about the previous one, so I'm not sure entirely how much I trust it. But yeah, exclamation mark skin, and it will get you a link for it. Only 3 caps. Remember, the Polish national team is absolutely stacked because of all the Spanish Scourge players. So the fact that he's got any caps is actually kind of a surprise to me. Bear in mind, Molski has caps. As does another random Polish centre-back that we got through our intake, didn't pay much attention to, spent some time out on loan, came back because I saw him get national team caps, and admittedly, he doesn't play for us that often, but he's turned into a really good player. The forgotten youth intake guys, I guess. I'm great, Smogfather. How are you, my friend? Everyone's rocking up at lunchtime today. You'll love to see it. Everything room temperature. It's probably actually a little bit cooler than this, honestly. It started off lovely this morning. It's not even that hot outside at all. It's like... Let's see. What actually temperature is it saying outside? Probably like low 20s? 22, which is beautiful. Like, I tried to get out of my run as early as possible yesterday simply because I knew I was going to be out there for an extremely long time and did not want to be hitting that midday sun, basically. Sinuses collapsed. You don't want that. That sounds really serious. Am I mistaking that? That sounds really serious. Chroma, thank you very much for the 27 months. And breathe. How are you? Oh, Christ. How long is... Oh, yeah. And then we've got City, and then there's a gap, and then Brighton. Is it Brighton again? Yeah, City and Brighton, just like last season. At least we got City at home. That worked out super well for us before. Apparently we're scouting Wrexham for some reason. Speaking of English sides... Well, English sides. Teams in the English league, I guess. Oh, language development. There's a real chance that either Aldershot or Dagenham and Redbridge could be back in the Championship. I say back in. Daggers were in there for one season. But Aldershot could also end up in the Championship next season in this save, because they are both, or were, in the playoff spots. And Reading were top of the Championship the last time I looked, because they had a Patreon regenerating goal who was crushing it for them, which was really dope. New gym. 7:30 this morning. That sounds delightful. I really like the contrast when you're in a cold place, but you're in a hot situation. Like being in a heated pool outside when the temperature outside, the actual air temperature is really, really low. I love that. I just like being cold, honestly. Drops concern over the sale of Alvisi. I don't remember him being concerned about the sale of Alvisi, but I probably just ignored it when he came along, in fairness. Hello, Lavinio. Speaking as a runner, you'll be proud of me. I did my longest run ever yesterday. I didn't even think I could do that. Took years I haven't really been training for that kind of thing. I'm debating joining the same gym as Pog, just because there's a limit to what I can do with my adjustable dumbbells to a certain point. And more importantly, I didn't injure myself, Lavinio. I was very sensible. I'm actually paying way more attention to things like that than I was before. This actually made me a more purposeful runner, I think. I am doing silly things, but in a way that I'm trying to control it a bit more if I can do. Right. Lots of Patreon regions at the very bottom of this, though. And some people that might just drop off the bottom of the list. I thought it was another Georgian for a second there. Not a lot of them on this time. Get round to you again. Reasonables. Nice. What's left? Anyone worth a little look at? You already know about. You we just looked at before. You're on the short list. You're from Telarish. Facundo. I like a Facundo. Not overly done. Health as well, exactly. I feel like I'm heading towards being the best sort of shape overall of my entire life in all of the different things, in terms of like the mental side, the cardio side, and then the like, strength side. I don't think I've ever had all three of them not line up, but be at least semi... No, I'd go as far as to say above average at the same time. It's like juggling plates a lot of the time, though. You'd feel like you're going to drop one eventually, but I guess it's about finding systems that work for you, right? Right, cool, sick. Record... Oh, Poland just got relegated from the Nations League. Lads, you can't be doing this. Your national team is far too good for this. They were in a group with Italy, Austria, and England. But even so, that's just not... Did I hear correctly that they're changing the Nations League setup in future years, where they're getting rid of like the Group D or something, or recalibrating it in some way? I don't actually remember reading it specifically. I just remember seeing something about them consolidating into 3 sets rather than the extra 4th one. But I may have misread that, in fairness. And an injury to a goalkeeper. You better hope that you don't get called into this game, buddy. I'm going to have to we'll have to rest it. No, I could just do the old squad rest afterwards, I think. Austria, Prussia. Wait, was that the group they've been drawn into for next season? Oh. And Lend? God, every time I see Lend, all I can think of is Kamga and Lend. My guy. Revamp of the Nations League. I heard something about a revamp of the Nations League, about how they were changing it to have, instead of the 4 leagues, like A through D, they were changing it to be 3 or something. But again, maybe I just misread it. Or I've imagined it in a fugue state. I'm hallucinating like an AI. I'm not beating the allegations. That's the same ones before. I probably shouldn't check it as often as that. I wish it would tell you which one it's actually prioritised the most. Because I feel like it's actually just updating me about the same thing I already knew about. Explore their further work. Oh, their work further. Well, I would do, but they've not added anything new. What can I possibly explore? There's nothing there for me to explore. It's like a blank map. Hunt. That'd be Noel Hunt, right? Well, Ivan Santos. I mean, I'll happily sell him to you because we can't play him. I'm assuming he's talking about Ivan Santos. Can't think of anyone else who would be called Santos that they'd actually want to buy. Where the hell is his name? Oh, there. I mean, I'll happily sell him to them for way less than that price. Except for the Portuguese. I mean, I think it's better than what it used to be, in the sense that, like, I'd much rather it be the Nations League than gopping international friendlies that really no one cares about. At least it's TM competitive football compared to literally nothing. It would always be shit when an international break would literally just be 2 friendlies for absolutely no reason, when everyone could have just been doing something better and more important with their time. I guess it's sort of taking a little... I mean, we still have friendlies, but I think it's the best thing for the scenario, right? Right. They're really tired from international duty. So I'm going to have to next match them anyway. In fact, what I might do, because we're playing Man City next, so we're going to be playing this system in that game anyway, so we might as well get used to it for a game. But now that I've set that up, I'll next match it from there, because then it'll be fresh for that. Right. Nozadze will obviously still be playing instead of Gomez. And it means Gomez will drop out for another centre-back, which is a good opportunity for Gareth Arnold to play a little bit of extra football. Johnny Boy obviously can't play, so Nathan Allen's back, no problem. Kowalski's knackered, so the robot can come in. Diabate's also tired as hell, but we've got options. Like, thankfully, this team is not exactly short of players, particularly midfielders. Maybe I could give Eon a little run out. Oh, Ashran Keaty's kind of tired too. So's Gomez. Fuck it, sharp pick it is. In you come, laddie. Is this the one? Ah, this might be what I was looking at, yeah. This was the one. Concept was approved. Wow, this was ages ago. Transition to a tiered league system. Wasn't it kind of already... Oh, so they're building it into the qualifiers. So 3 leagues of 18 teams. Every single team will be composed of 6 groups of... Hang on. 3 groups of 6 teams. But it's still a giant league, right? So there's a lot of words there. I'm guessing then that they're using it as part of qualifying then? How does that work? Or is it using some kind of weird Swiss system thing, I guess? I can't be asked to read the entire article here, but I should just... Is that roughly along the lines of what they're trying to do? Right, get John out as well. We are missing quite a lot of people here. I say that, we've got players, they're just not actually ready to play. That's fine. Got one more player for the bench. Maybe extra qualifiers. I guess. If they're in a group of 6, I mean, you still have like 10 games there. But then be one group with less... I don't know, actually. I have no idea. FM with John. Thank you very much for the raid. How was stream, my friend? Welcome in, everybody. Let us know how that was. Let me get you a shout out, my friend. Look at me doing mod work. The busy work, as it were. Hope I've spelled this correctly. I think that worked. So what's the women's qualifying looking like then? There's a PowerPoint. Oh, good God. 9 pages of PowerPoints. Let's see. Okay. Oh, here we go. Right, now we're cooking. So that's the Nations League. Wait. So is this pre and post? Or is this what we currently have? Or is this what we're going to have? Or is this both? Because now I feel like I'm actually more confused than I was prior. Jesus Lord. There's a lot of words in there. Typically, I'll form my judgment once I've played through an FM at some point. Oh. For the Facebook group. Oh, that's really cool to see. They did pog, yes. That was Dyron earlier. Left is what we have. Right, okay, cool. Newport County with Dartford FC. Nice! That's awesome. So I take it you're taking Dartford all the way up. I'm guessing if you say you just started it, so I assume this is season 1. Second round of the FA Cup is very impressive, for that kind of level at least. I managed to get to the second qualifying round of the FA Cup in my other save. But in fairness, 9th tier. So I started in the extra preliminary round, that one extra one you got over the top. Save is good actually so far. We are just about to come up to our next Champions League game. This is not that. In fact, you joined at the right time because we've got to now spin a wheel for a goalkeeper. Let's see. Right. A, B, and C, I think D winners immediately qualify. Everyone plays the semi-final and playoff. Right. I'm going to have to look at that way more deeply. That's fine. So, goalkeeper time again. Okay. He can't do worse than last time. I mean, he literally can't because he won't be in the team. Okay. So, it was Orlikovsky last time, so he's the only one that's exempt from it this time. Just give me one of the ones that hasn't. The wheelabout. So basically, we're currently on the hunt for a new goalkeeper, but because I'm sick of trying to sign them properly, we've decided to just sign 10 of them, or 11 of them, and do Glove Island, which is each of them is going to get an opportunity to play matches, and at the end of the season, we'll judge who was actually the best goalkeeper, regardless of what their attributes say, because ultimately, I want to play. It's not going to be 6 again, is it? No. Oh, wait.
So I tell the swamp donkey.
I think that's Chat's choice. I believe that's Chat's choice.
And have a lick me yarbles.
I think green was me. So Chat can't choose Hanson because Hanson is the other one. Hanson is the other choice. That's the one for the yellow one, apparently. So the ones, if you want one that hasn't had a game yet, let's just have a little look. Get my big face. So the ones that haven't played thus far, we've got Coleman has played. Stefanovic is basically these 3 here. Stefanovic, Akbashli, and Pineda are the guys. So I did just explain what the wheel was about. Thank you very much for the follow. I do appreciate it, but I did just explain what the wheel was about. The wheel is what we're using to choose the goalkeeper for that specific thing. Put a vote. We could do a vote, actually. Since there's only 3 of them, it would make sense to do a vote. Let's have a little look. Not prediction. Chat, predict the goalkeeper if you could. Manage poll. Right, I have to make a new one. Oh, my apologies. I'll do it again in a sec. Sorry. I like that the latest poll I did was, do we hit 32 degrees before 1 p.m? Okay. I'll literally just write GK. So we've got... Oh God, who are they? Oh yeah, I forgot we had a command for it. So they are Stefanovic, Akbashli, and Pineda. Right, cool. I might not be able to spell them properly, but that's okay. You know who they are. And Pineda. I believe Pineda is Florida man, if I remember correctly. I'll give you a minute to do it. Sick. Right, there we go. We will see. Build a nation. It depends on what you want to do ultimately, but if you don't want to touch any of the stuff to do with it, then Hungary and Poland are great shouts. Ireland if you want to start a bit lower, but it's more difficult. Austria is probably a really good one if you want to start further up and kind of get an idea of things, because they've got some really good sides that you can work with to begin with. Like, you start off with some great sides in Austria. Just not to upset them, keep them happy. We're not trying to keep them happy. We're trying to choose the best goalkeeper. So their happiness is completely immaterial to me. The stars are also not the issue. The whole point is that we decided that... let me just have a look at the results. We basically decided that the keepers that we were looking at, the good ones, allegedly, played like shit in the match engine. So we decided to just sign a load of guys that we liked for various different reasons. Be it he's tall, he's short, he's mad, he's... fast, he's kind of good in attributes, he's kind of bad in attributes. Put them all together at the same time and then just see who actually does the best ever a full season, basically. It's a battle royale. So it's Akbashi, or Akbashli, whose name is not that, by the way. He is 1. So he will get a chance to play golf for us today. This isn't even a match we're watching, but he is still going to get his chance here. So never know. Maybe this is the moment. Yeah, those are the ones I would say the best to start with, Panthers, unless you want to be changing things yourself. What is his actual name? I've got to give him the confidence here. So this is Ali Urshin Akbashli, who actually, to give him his credit, isn't that bad. Now, he's been around for a while. He wasn't one we signed specifically for this purpose. He was the guy that was already here. He was technically our backup last season as well, in fact. He might be okay. We've got good techers on him as well. So, Ali, in you come, buddy. How do you change things in the editor? You could do pre-game editor changes, yeah. But it depends on what you want to change. It can be quite involved depending on what you want to change, because there's certain leagues that will have really tough rules that you may want to work around, for example. So he's going to get his moment here. Oh, dear. I'm going to put this tactic in for this game solely because we're going to be playing it against Manchester City, and it'll be super easy for me to then change things afterwards. To every game, that's what we're doing. That is literally what we are doing. Sorry, at which point this was unclear. We are changing the goalkeepers frequently to figure out who is the best goalkeeper. That's the point of what we're doing, basically. That's that's the whole point. That's what the wheel is for, basically, to allow us to find that out. Steinbergen is quite tired too, actually. Screw it. Volkanov. Oh, wait, no. There's no space for him, is there? Shit. One sec. Yeah, I think Steinbergen will have to play. I'll rest him for the next game. Well, not rest him for the... You know what I mean? Rest him before the next game. But yeah, that's what the wheel does, basically. We don't do it every game. If they do well, they get to keep their job for an extra game. But every time they do badly, that's when they drop out. I'm really glad I made the clip thing for that now. Otherwise, I will just... Yeah. Right. Okay, this is an result game anyway. But you never know. We're actually missing a place on the bench there too. But oh well, we move. Now, in fairness, if you miss something I said, that it does sort of provide less context and stuff, which is why I'm always happy to explain things. It's just difficult when I've like literally just explained something and someone goes, ask the exact question, but obviously people come into chat at different times, right? Okay, we just lost again. Jesus Christ. Right, so I'm guessing he's not keeping his job for another game there. Yeah, not good there, buddy. You've conceded way more than you should have done, and we've played like ass again and lost back-to-back league games with a relatively strong team too, which is a little bit concerning, because now I think if Dominic win their game, we might be tied on points here. Right, that's frustrating. I mean, we've been in this position before, but hey, we knew these were the rules we accepted. It's going to be tough. The striker who thinks he's a goalkeeper, or rather the other way around, the goalkeeper who thinks he's a striker is still here, but obviously he's not part of Glove Island unless it lands on a very specific thing, because he's not actually a goalkeeper. Technically. Right, so no clean sheet, no man of the match award for sure, right? No, probably their goalkeeper again. It's always their goalkeeper who's man of the match, not ours. Bellingham. We do have Bellingham, yes. 37-year-old Bellingham, admittedly. The goalkeeper's a problem. I very much doubt it. I mean, as far as I know, that isn't even a thing. So probably not, no. Even those lines that you see on the pitch, those don't mean that... That just means that they play well when they're in the team together. It doesn't actually sort of mean anything per se. It just means... It's sort of demonstrating that when you put those players in the team together, they play well. But it's not saying, like, they're developing any specific link per se. I think the overall team cohesion obviously matters, but... Ultimately, a goal is there to save shots. And if they don't, then they don't get the chance to do it. Hex team outside England with all the rules. Which rules are we referring to? Specific? Which rule? Because obviously every league, well, for the most part, every league has some kind of rules. England included, which I would argue has some of the tougher rules to actually have to deal with a lot of the time. What was the league situation now? So they haven't played yet. We could be tied for points. Ugh. Don't like this. And we're playing them next. Amazing. That's definitely not going to be a huge issue. Now, admittedly, we did rotate a little bit more for that game. Rimcom Song is back, baby. There is a chance. That's almost bad in a way, because that means there is a very strong chance that he could end up playing in the Champions League against Manchester City. But these are the rules I set. I'm not going to violate them now, since he's one of 3. Hello, Dan! How are you, man? Thank you very much for the 58 months. You love to see it.
Matty Boo Ye T T T T T T T T S S S S S S S S S S S T T T T T T T S S S S S S S S S S.
Truer words are never spoken. We're no longer top of the league. I forgot about the head-to-head thing on that one. Of course, they beat us earlier this season, didn't they? Outside some players are non-EU. Yeah, the Italy rules can be quite tough as far as game crashing with a new skin. I mean, I'm using the new skin right now, so that's probably... This feels like one of those might be a user error type beats, unfortunately. How did you install the skin? I suppose is the big question here, because that is really important, because I'm currently using the skin as we speak and my game is not crashing. So usually when this is the case, it's usually something in the setup that's gone a bit wrong there. Yeah, a picnic error. I like that. That's good. I was expecting more out of the boy, Dan, I'll be honest with you. What do you make of Fulham becoming Real Madrid B? But yeah, Italy does have some quite strong, tough rules. I once had a loan player that I had from the previous season, but he hadn't finished his loan yet because of the clock ticking over part. He then got registered by the game automatically as my non-EU player for the following season, even though his loan finished 3 days after that window closed. So yeah, that was very annoying. Probably a bug on that one, but frustrating nevertheless. Cut the worst half season? Maybe. If they've all played a couple of games, I would probably be willing to do so, but some of them haven't had a proper chance yet, you know? In the zip in my standalone folder. And you overwrote the files that were in the folder already, right? You didn't just add them to the folder. Because I think that's one of something people have. Some of the players you want to get hold of. I mean, I guess so. I mean, I don't really do rebuild stuff, so I don't really know how that works as far as the function goes. It's just not the sort of saves I do. But I guess, like, I don't know. England has an awful lot of rules regarding to it, right? Because all the work permit stuff. Yeah, I think I would too, honestly. Various cards as well. Huh. I mean, maybe I'll run into a crash that I haven't seen so far, but thus far I've not had any issues with it. Alrighty, so yeah, okay. But then I guess you can fix it yourself then, right? I was simply going through the normal troubleshooting, my friend. Like, usually it is an issue with something that the user has done in the installation steps, otherwise it would have worked, right? So, but yeah, fair enough. Like, then I don't know what to suggest to you. Verifying the game files is probably the next best step, though, I would say. Yeah, if you used another... Oh, yeah, if you've used another skin, then you want to verify the game files, right? Because obviously there'll be leftover files from the other skin that will then conflict with each other. I just assumed that was, like, a given, but... I'm interested in him, Dan. I think some of the players we're looking for as well, and that may or may not sign for us, looks like they will, intrigue me. Particularly with Pitark as well as an option. If you did verify them beforehand, then I don't know what to suggest at that point. Right. Let's see. Yeah, sorry, it's tough to solve issues when you don't know the specifics of everyone's system, but you just work through the general things that most time it generally causes the problem. Because so far, at least, I've not had any issues with skins with 26. Thus far, at least. 8 homegrown in your team. Yeah, I mean, I guess so, but like, ultimately, I think for me, the rules of certain leagues is kind of what makes them fun, right? Because if you're not working with any rules, then where's the... I don't know where the challenge comes from, I suppose. If each league was just like, hey, you can sign whoever you like, then wouldn't you just sign the same players each time? But again, everyone plays the same differently, right? If you're having fun, you're playing the game correctly. That was the guy whose name means something funny, doesn't it? Doesn't his name mean Dick or something, if I remember correctly? But like in German or something. That's a fun name. Favorite league from various nation builds. I think that Hungary was extremely fun, just because the game was like, it just set up really nicely for us in that save for some reason. Yenzi's very old, but maybe I'm like liking Hungary more just because we had a lot of success with the other Hungarian sides in that save, and I like it because of that, not because of the league itself. There were some fun teams in there that did things that were good. I mean, I like Poland as well, just because it's mad as hell, right? It's right, nobody's being rude, nobody's doing anything silly, calm it down. Like, it ain't that deep, friends. We're trying to help someone put a skin in, it's all good. Oh dear. So with a decent budget or anything, oh, fair enough, right? Everyone likes different things. But I suppose if you do that, if that's what you like, then surely you're kind of just limiting yourself to only doing England at that point, if you can't do it in other saves because of the rules of those leagues, right? Surely the additional rules would make it more of a challenge to do the rebuild there, and therefore more satisfying. But again, ultimately, right? Why'd you halve it? I know. Halves are like, I'll show you rudeness. Who have we got? We've got Oh, no other Polish sites today. Just us. Oh. But it really should just be as simple as verify the game files if you use another skin, unzip the zip file, take the 6 files, I think it's 6 files, put them in a standalone folder and overwrite, and that's literally it. It's all I've done every single time, and thus far I've had no issues, but obviously things can change in time. Right. Of course I did next match only, didn't I? So we'll take out Nozadze, put him in there. That might only be the only change. Oh no, not only change. God, I nearly put Gomez as a centre-back. That could have gone badly. We do have Zions at least off the bench if we need him, but Gareth's in. Oh, Volkanov. Christ. Not that he would have been able to play anyway. We need mana. Thank Christ for that. And out you come from the bench. I'll try to register him in January if I can do, but it might be tough because of the squad rules. Right, who's around? Oh, you're nearly back. Incredibly. Naeem is also fit again. Just. Santelli is also fit again. Just. Oh, no, he's not. No, he is. Right, okay. So we'll start Naeem again because he's the best player. Can I put someone else instead of Diabate in the team for once? Oh, no, because Paulo Enrique's not here, is he? So we may not have a choice here. This might be a difficult one just because it is City and we have got a weaker squad than last season. We do need to change Patrick, yeah. That'll be the last thing I do. I want to get the squad set up first and then switch around Patrick in a bit. Oh, move you off the bench. Santelli is technically back, but we're not going to bring on 2 right backs in the same game, are we? In fact, there's actually a third one on the bench as well, who I will replace with you. Even though I spent a shitload of money on Janishits. Maybe I should... Oh, now I can't touch his profile. Of course not. He probably should have more game time, actually, now that I think about it. Right, so the goalkeepers eligible are obviously Okimoto, Kim, and Patrick, who's currently in goal. Right. Okay. So technically, Patrick is basically it's Kim or it's Kim or Daiki basically because God, it would have been a guaranteed Daiki as well if Kim hadn't been fit, but it is going to be one of the two. Since we're not going to spin it for each to find the whole. I'm not going to spin it until it lands on one of their numbers basically. So we'll do there's odds and evens, but then you've also got the 3 extra ones too. That's where it becomes a little bit more difficult because there's obviously 11 numbers. So we'll have it so that if it's odds, it's Okimoto because his number is, well, they're both odd. If it's evens, it's Kim. If it's... Oh yeah, the chat choice one. And it could technically be Hansen as well, actually. Wait a minute. Let me think about... I'm trying to think of the fairest way to do this. So I'll secede my choice as well. So that way it's even. So if it's odds, it's Daiki. If it's evens, or the green one, which is me, then it'll be Kim. Okay. And obviously that way if it's Hansen, then it's Hansen, because he is technically in there. And then obviously if it's Chat, then Chat can choose. That'll keep it fair for him. This should just land on 6 again, won't it? So what do I mean, I guess I should really want odd, just because Daiki is a lot better goalkeeper than Kimmy Boy. But weirder things have happened. Well, in for the Champions League game. You make a very good point there. Regardless, even if we swap it out and it would have been Patrick for this one, you're right, it would have been Patrick. It doesn't matter because it's still Kim. Even if we swap the 2 out, it's still Kim. Good. But yes, you're right. Daiki played the last Champions League game, didn't he? And then Olakovsky played the last league game. But either way, even if we'd swapped the 2 out, it still would have been Kim. Okay. Couldn't he have just stayed injured for like another 2 days? That would have been the dream there, Kimmy boy. He's not even fully fit yet. Attribute-wise, he ain't great, is he? Like, but look at the reflexes. Sometimes all you need in life is a bit of reflexes. That's an awful lot of red on Bro's profile. God, if he hadn't have come in for those couple of games at the start of the season, he never would have made it into the Champions League selection for this. But them's the rules. He has every chance of dropping out in the January window when we do the reassessment, in fairness. So he may not get forever in this team. But, hey. City without keeper feels mad. The thing is, we lost in the Champions League quarterfinals to City last season with a world-class goalkeeper who did fuck all in the game. So this is almost like a direct example of why I want to try this out instead, because that guy did no saves. This guy will probably do no saves either, so I'm suspecting he can't be any worse, is what I mean. I mean, he probably can. Anyway, I'm going to have a quick wee, grab myself a drink, and back for this absolute monstrosity in 1 second, my friends. I shall resume momentarily. Right then. Ooh, 80's not bad, actually, for that one. And Andrew didn't completely dominate y'all for once. It's a nice change. Let me just turn the music down for a second. That was a pretty decent run, actually. 8 might be one of your best ones so far. Technically, it is going to count that for you, in fact. I think I should add it on there at the very end. It will do. But the current leaderboard is still... it's still very an Andrew-dominated one, to be honest. It's not an easy one. That's he's going to take some catching, is all I'm saying. Anyway, back we go. How did you fix it in the end? What was the solution? This is useful stuff because it means that when other people have this same kind of problem, we can then provide that solution to them later. I left something in the fridge. 1 second. And I'm back. Verify the game files. Huh. That's... But, hang on. Surely that would be the same thing as before, though, right? I mean, maybe the verification didn't work properly. I have had that happen to me before where it didn't verify properly, I guess. That is still super strange, though. I guess PCs do be weird like that sometimes, right? What have I got? Let's see... Oh, I probably shouldn't do that. Yeah, fuck it. We'll do watermelon whale. So it turns out the thing that they sent me was a mystery box, which is cool. Okay. As long as you... The main thing is you've got it working, right? That's the most important crux of the matter. Dear. But yeah, apparently it was a mystery box thing that they sent me that has like 40 different random things in it, which is why there was no Cola Koala in there, sadly. Okay. Also, I checked the bloody dashboard thing again, and a lot more of you would use the damn code still. It was a mystery box thing from an old a sponsor that I was working with for the first part of the year, basically. They've been very kind and have sent me a few things since after the partnership, basically. One of which was that rather nice mystery box, which was kind of cool. Okay. Now, actually, I might do VOD comments now, since we've got them right here. Well, they're not right here. They're on my screen. They're about to be. Volleys rise up, obviously. Shout out to the volleys. That smells delicious. Adams was the one with the suggestion, but chat did manage to botch their way back towards it in the end, which was good. And that was what it was. Zofrin Zuccotash. I like the idea of changing his name to Zizi Zuccotash to mix the two things together, because then you've still got the music element, and also Zuccotash is just a great name. Or Zizi Zufaran, or Zofrin in this case, but it sounds like a French dude. And he's not French, but he could be for the right amount of money. Making of behind the scenes, it's just me trying to assemble a wheel. And by me, I mean me watching Pog go, listen, Matt, I'm going to do this. You just stay right there and chill, buddy. Oh, God. And then lastly, we had... this is good information, actually, because I didn't read it properly. Second with MTK in Hungary. And... yeah, so with Hungary, we got them to second, I think. Or... I thought it was a step up every year. But maybe that was only because we did fourth with Norway, third with Ireland, second with Hungary. Maybe we got Malta to second as well? I genuinely don't remember where we got Malta. It was either second or third. But with MTK, the fun problem with MTK was that they did get to number one in the end. Just not with me in charge. In fact, I believe that's why Luba Mihov got the job for the next save, because he was the manager that actually got them all the way to the end, in the end. The real name fix... oh yeah, the problem with verifying game files is it does remove a lot of stuff. There was another issue I had in FM when I tried to do the network game with the guys, was that it... well, hang on, there we go. I had to basically delete and reinstall FM, including all of my preference files for it, in order to get it to work. It would not let me into online mode, basically. It kept telling me I wasn't connected to the internet, which was really fun. So I don't know what happened with that, but it involved me deleting literally everything other than the stuff in the documents file. Okay, Manchester City at home. Rimcum Song is in goal. I just know we're going to get done from a corner or a cross, aren't we? But, hey, that's the bet I've made. Thank God we've won the other ones. An hour before it reached... He's got it invested. He's got it in his brain. Turns out that the pack of players' names I'm using is actually just Andrew's brain in a jar. It's under the desk next to Inferno. Reason I'm aware of. Exclamation mark glove. Will tell you all about why I'm doing the... why I'm doing Glove Island, basically. Let's see. And technically it isn't before every game. It's just recently it kind of has been, because if they do a good job, they actually do get to keep the role for the next game. No one's done a good job lately, though, sadly. Okay, sick and tired of getting bad results. I mean, to be fair, that's actually kind of true. We've been a bit shit. Not in Europe, so Kim's catching strays here for no reason. He's going to be the saviour. I can feel it. Those reflexes are going to come into play. Maybe. Here's hoping. Who have they got on this team then? I'm still expecting to see some random real player in there from years ago. City are 14th, to be fair. They don't have the best start of the season. Oh. That is extremely refreshing, to be fair. Right, I've done VOD comments now. Let's get that done. I can't believe we didn't talk about this. The fact that FIFA have backed off on the whole, we're going to sell a giant stake in the World Cup as well. Like, part of me almost wanted them to hold their ground solely so UEFA would have to come in and be like, oh, we're going to start our own World Cup with blackjack and hookers. And that would have been quite fun to see how it played out. May have a better goalkeeper than Kim. No. It's fine. As long as they don't have a shot, it'll be absolutely grand. It's up to the defenders to stop the keeper having to make saves. And Kim did do a really good job at his first ever appearance for, oh, Jesus. Go on, long range strike. Or not. Now, it would look pretty silly, ultimately, if they do. Go on, here we go. A save has been made. A save has... Not just a save, a good save down to his left. That is a good, low XG chance, but it's a save that's made, and he's done it. Fair enough. But yeah, the problem is they're just replaced with someone worse, or it feels like every FIFA president just gets worse than the last. That is a genuinely good stop. Like, it feels like we've saved those before. Well, I suppose not backed up, but they've caved into it. Like, they'll go, like with many things, just go a different route with it, I'm sure. But part of me would have liked to have seen what UEFA would have done, because they'd already got, I think it was UEFA, CONCACAF, and I believe the Asian Football Federation as well. Yeah, Arnold against his ex-club too. Oh, shit. I mean, we're not offering a lot ourselves going forward, so we can't even be mad at the keeper. Why are they both on top of each other there? Oh, position there was not great on him. Yes, like a rugby line-out. That's a genius idea. Is that allowed? It seems like it shouldn't be allowed. We are not doing very well in terms of actually creating stuff ourselves here. And this is certainly not his fault. Like, he can't make us score goals. He can simply defend. Kind of, maybe. Now, he's a worse team than faced City last year, of course, because we are going to try the youngsters out. And this year, I'm not expecting us to go all the way or anything like that. I just want to see what we can do. Oh, okay, get a bit fancy with it. Why is Steinberg? Oh, of course, yeah, they come forward. Yeah, that's offside. It has to be. He's miles off. If he's not, then brilliant. And it's just another deflected goal from today. Wait. No, it's just given. It's just a goal. I just assumed there was at least going to be a VAR check on it. Does he? Oh, it's because the City player makes a deliberate action. It wasn't a deflection. The City player literally sticks his leg out. Fair enough. That seems a bit harsh, honestly. I hate that offside rule, but sure, we take it when it goes in our favour. I mean, to be fair, I'll accept that one because the City player literally does actually fully stick his leg out, but I always find those ones a bit strange when they say that, like, oh, it's a deliberate. Well, obviously, he's deliberate. He's trying to stop the ball, but he's not passing it, is he? We'll accept it, though, because it's gone in our favour. And Kim has made 2 first-half stops against Manchester City. My guy. Let's go. 3rd last year. Holy shit, that was a hell of a... Was that 3rd in your 1st or 2nd season in the Prem? Hello, Pog. What's up? Having to get a late train from King's Cross. What did I tell you earlier? That there was going to be some kind of train shenanigans today. Like, it is inevitable when you're using that train line, unfortunately. So just keep me posted and I can pick you up wherever you need. If you need me to pick you up somewhere that isn't literally in town, what a pass. Oh my God. Then please do let me know I can do that. Kate Bullen, thank you very much for the 31 months. How are you, my friend? Also, how's it going, Sam? Oh, sorry. I always pause for the sub message, and then when there isn't one, it throws me for a minute there. So firstly, thank you for that. That's very kind. I hope you're well this afternoon. Twitch, let me scroll. I'm in the middle of nearly scoring a goal. We're not going to score, though, because it's going to take us to half-time. Screw it. I'll just go to the other tab. It's much easier to scroll on my actual browser. Bit of a tough time. Oh, man. Running trip to the bakery this morning, that makes most things better in general. I haven't had a proper local from our coffee place in like 6 weeks. It sucks. But to be fair, you wouldn't have missed as much in fantasy in general because I've obviously been off the last 2 Sundays as well. But I'm sorry that you've gone through a bad time. Hopefully, as you say, things are going better this year. Or better now, at least. It's going okay, Sam. Our Korean wonder kid, probably not the best way to describe it, is currently keeping a clean sheet against City. And he has made a save that we saw and one that we didn't see, which is apparently a way better save, apparently. All the direct trains have been cancelled. No problem, Paul. Literally, just figure out where you need to go to, and I can get to pick you up from there, basically. No, yeah, Pog's coming back from her parents today, basically, so she's having to get a lot of trains to get all the way through, and it sounds like it's not the King's Cross line that's messed us up. You think you can get there? If you can, then brilliant. If you can get to somewhere like even, honestly, anywhere that I can come get you, it doesn't really matter. Like, after stream, I'll be able to go wherever you need me to. That's a really strong first half from us, actually. Once we kind of got going, City started really strongly and then kind of just faded. It's because they got thrown off by Kim's sheer presence on the pitch. They're playing some nice triangles, though, in fairness. I'll have a little gander. Just 2 changes. Okay, fair enough. I mean, that's true. The other Krakow team did beat them. So they've shown the blueprint thus far. I'll just go after these guys like I always do. You've already been marked, so I'll do a bit weak footery on you. Just try to get that. Basically, what we could do with it is a second goal before City inevitably do start making some changes and start to throw some bodies forward, pretty much. But at least we're winning already. It is just nice that people are willing to fight back against FIFA, and UEFA are not exactly a great upstanding organisation themselves, I guess, but and ultimately it probably all just does come down to money, but I'm just glad that we're not having that kind of nonsense. For the time being, at least. Nonsense has been not thwarted, but sort of postponed the nonsense. They've got a suspended nonsense. Right. I'm going to have to praise them, because they have done well, even if Al Shankiti has missed that one chance. I don't know if he was onside, in fairness. That long ball over the top where he looked like, get me in there. I wouldn't want it. I've been to the headquarters. I sat on the toilet there, and I don't know, like, I felt like it would corrupt me too much. Weirdly, I believe he's actually the assistant manager at a club in Poland in this save as well. Remind me after the match and we'll have a look, because I know for a fact that he's on the coaching staff of a team in Poland, and I believe most of the sort of well-known players that we haven't seen as managers are assistants. Because, for example, God, who is it? Musa Dembele is the assistant manager at Radomiak currently, and there's a couple more fun ones too. Oh shit, Elmi's in. Right, this is going to be a problem because there's spaces now, although it looks like it's going to have to be a long shot or a cross. Oh, it's going to be a cross, isn't it? Probably does need to be getting down to that one. That's a low one. City find the equaliser through, of course, Chowie. Who else? But realistically, I mean, obviously he's got to be stopping it, but this is more down to us than it is down to him. We've not taken our chances in this game. Naim's very tired. It's coffee time. Man has been very poor today, actually. The backline in general have not done a very good job at all. Considering there's 3 of you. Actually, Montperousse has had a good game. Why am I taking him off? Al Shankiti, on the other hand, has been dreadful, which is a real shame. John for Allen, maybe? Polizia. I could probably do with Polizia coming on for somebody here. The question is who? Is it Nozadze? It's probably Nozadze, isn't it? Or is it in this system? Actually, to be fair, it doesn't matter who he comes in for in this system because they're both not playing as DMs anyway. I'll save the other sub just in case. Yeah, none of these other subs are really going to do much for us. I suppose, actually, no, screw it. We'll sort them both out for Polizia and Cabezas. But I might sort those 2 over because I think he's better on his right foot there. This would be annoying, but ultimately it would be very similar to last season when we had the world-class keeper in fairness. I would have no hope that it would be any different this time around, although I feel like this team is capable of getting that one chance. We've defended pretty well, for the most part. Either way, importantly, it's not happening. This is the point I'm making, and that's fine by me. Reasons... Well, they've really come onto us in the second period. That first... Well, did the players just get complacent or something? I would really hope it if we don't... Just don't go and lose this. But honestly, Mana and Arnold have been bad today. When there's 3 of them, they really shouldn't be playing that poorly. Oh, okay. Right, here we go. Oh, that's a bit of space. Look at the space out on the right. Come on. Win it in the 86th now. Take your man on. Or just go all the way through. Or just go all the way through. No! Fuck. It's those little margins in those kind of moments. Well, makes me think I should have brought Santelli on. Oh, Christ. No. Oh, okay. We're fine. It's... Those moments are what usually separate us in these types of games, and we didn't take our chance. The second he cut inside, I knew that was not likely to be a goal just because it was him that was going to shoot. Kim's not done brilliantly there. He didn't save the one chance. But the goal scorers have got to be goal scoring in there, and they didn't do the job. At least we didn't lose, so it's really no worse than we were off last season. Dearie me. And he made that good save in the first half too, which I'll give him credit for, but he still doesn't get a lot of credit. Doesn't it? It's like he faced loads of chances in this one, to be fair. That is a shame. God's sake. Thank God we got the points on the board already in the other games. Wrong button. Would have been a lot worse if it was a defeat. Versus with Leicester. Won the Carabao Cup. But you won the Carabao Cup as a championship. Oh, fair enough. That must have been a hell of a pathway then. I've never understand how people manage to do these things. Like, I've never once got even close to winning something like that as a side outside of a top league. I just don't know how people manage to do that. I'm happy if I get a tiny bit of cup progression in saves, to be honest. Do we get man of the match? Probably not, right? Oh, it's a oh no, it is. Oh, it's Chowie. Yeah, typical. Bloody bias. Right, give a bit of that. Honestly, Anarith, it was floated. In fact, I believe it was floated by Danny. In fact, the idea of doing one next year, 4 strikers called XG on the beach. Which, if they carry on at the rate they're going, I'm far from opposed to. Because some of this season especially, for as far as our taking of chances, has been pretty woeful at times. 340 hours later, oh, fucking hell. With the same save, or just, that can't be the same save as first season. Unless you're doing like game by game, in which case I respect the commitment to the craft. I don't know about that. Like sometimes it is really obvious. Someone will come and be like, "Oh yeah, no, I won the FA Cup and in League Two." I'm like, "You didn't though, did you?" Like, or they were maybe using like a nap tactic or something. But even then, I think that wouldn't be overpowered enough to cause you to do that, right? Either way, it's annoying to drop points, but it was Manchester City. We've got Brighton next, who are actually arguably better than City as well, which fucking sucks. Low XG. I think XG on the beach just works by itself, honestly. Right, they're all playing on the Wednesday. A little bit of money, I guess. We're still doing fine on money now. It's frustrating. He's not going in for the next game, though. That will be once again back to a battle between the other two. He didn't do enough in that one. In fact, I think he's harmed himself more. We're doing okay, Chris. That was our first drop points in the Champions League so far. But we have lost back-to-back league games, which was a bit weird and a little bit annoying. So we're hoping to not continue doing that, because now the league, we're actually no longer top of the league as a result of that. We've had back-to-back games in the league, but we've lost 3-2 where we were the better side. I feel like when we do lose in the league, it always is by like 3 goals to 2. Yeah, it's been a bit weird. Good teams, and admittedly, we're actually playing against Radomiak next as well, who very much are the team that are now above us in the league. But if we could put a big win on them, lol, then at least our our head-to-head would go in our favour, maybe. Oh, and Wusu. I think Nwusu is likely either not in the save or... Oh, no, he wasn't he? What if he was? He's no longer. I might just do full name, actually, because there's so many of them. Nathaniel, not Nwusu. No, unfortunately not. Maybe it wasn't this save that he was in. Because there was another save where we brought him in briefly and then sold him to Turkey or something for the memes. And then he ended up at like Benfica, I think. So Van Dijk, actually I'll tell you what I'll do. I will show Van Dijk, but I'll show it as part of that other list we've got that shows all sorts of things that are kind of fun. Except I don't have it filtered. I don't have it saved, do I? Fuck. I can't remember how Hadrian set it up. Never mind, I'll just show him naturally. It was something like staff members that are employed in Poland. There you go. Yeah, he's the assistant at Arca in this save. Oh. Mid-season slump. Maybe. I mean, the chances are still being created. It's just a bit of a weird one. 7 free kicks. Has just scored his 3rd free kick this season. Does anyone remember there was a glitch? I say a glitch. An obvious bug in FM at one point on one of the previous ones. I think it might have been 23 or 22, when basically direct free kicks were just extinct in the league you were playing in. So they just didn't happen if you were playing in a league. And then you'd look at other leagues that you had switched on in order to see the stats. And it would tell you just relatively normal numbers of direct free kicks being scored. But your league would have like maybe 2 at the absolute most at the end of the season. And it was a proper big issue. Mbepep or Mbepop. Mbepep? 92. Thank you very much for the follow, friend. Hope you're well. Welcome in. Who do you support? Alex Spirikov. So it was real life. I have no idea. I mean, he can't be that old still, right? So he's probably still a very highly rated young goalkeeper. Maybe had his stuff adjusted a little bit. Right, well, staff role is... No, it wasn't staff role at all, was it? It was is employed or something. Is employed by club and then club based. No, no. Oh, how did I do this? Employment? No. Based in, there we go. Based in Poland. Get rid of that. And then we sorted it by age, and then you can see some. Yeah, so there's 700 of them, admittedly. But if you sort by like, where's it gone? I think it's just a default one I used to use for this. This might be the one. Nope, that's not the right one either. It's not got world rep on it. That one? Nope. It'll be in there somewhere. I'll just add it myself. That's just easier in it. Let's do a world rep one. General. Nope. Is it not under general? Or is it already on the screen? Oh, it's there. Sorry, I forgot that it was listed like that instead. I'm looking for stars normally. Wait, what? They all obscure?
Very depressing.
Doesn't make any sense. Rossibo, thank you very much for the follow. And Lil Pappy, thank you very much for the prime. I really do appreciate it. That's super, super kind of you, friend. You really didn't have to do that. Assistant manager before. Well, they tend to start that way, which is weird. A lot of them are like Musa Dembele is also an assistant manager in Poland as well. But now I can't remember the exact view that the exact way that Hadrian built it to. Is that the one maybe? I don't know. God's sake, I can't remember. Stefan Honcho's there, for example, at Vijev Łódź. And then you got yeah, I don't know. I can't remember the exact settings he used. There was another one that was in there that would allow us to filter it a bit more deeply than this, but I can't for the life of me remember what it was. I think it was age, probably. Would make sense, because you obviously don't want the super old people. We'll set it like, cut for like 45. That should narrow it down a little bit, but not actually that much as it goes. They may not have the reputation, but for example, Musa Dembele is definitely, was that Henrik Mkhitaryan? Oh no, different Mkhitaryan. Who's the best ones? Nah, that's not useful either actually, is it? That is annoying. But yeah, there's a few others in there too. I'll have to get the actual filter off of Hadrian and then save it properly. But the two I know of specifically were Van Dijk and there's definitely Dembele as well. Oh, was it minimum? Ah, shit, I did it wrong. I don't even think even if I switch it, it will make any difference because there was something else he did that was the one that we were actually looking for. Yeah, I can't remember for the life of me what it was. Because these are not the ones that we were seeing before. There was still a good chunk of them, but there was some way he was able to filter it that showed the really funny name. Dario Vandenbos? That's kind of cool, actually. The fact that Dario Vandenbos is the assistant manager at Podbeskidzia Bielsko-Biala. Well, he's been there for ages. He's been there for like 9 years, pretty much like from a couple of years after he left us. I kind of rate that for him. Okay, sick. So what we've got, Wisła Kraków are away at Karabakh. That is a must-win game. Brook better away at Real Betis. Realistically, they are probably not going to get any points there, but we take it. Doesn't edits made 6 clubs in Cabo Verde and leagues professional, gave them all 8 million each. Moved players around since 724 on the academic could have been. No team is true dominant Cabo Verde. I suppose. I mean, ultimately, like I always say, like make it whatever changes you need to, because if you're going to enjoy the save and that's going to help you do so, then brilliant, right? It's a single-player game. I think people spend too much time policing the way that other people play a single-player game, right? Like, if you're having a nice time with it, that's what matters. Well, we know that Larache scored a goal. The question of whether it was actually useful or not. 4-0 win. Oh, you... Wisła Kraków have actually got 7 points on the board. This is mad. I mean, a good result for them, but that there concerns me a little bit. I mean, I expected them to lose, but I was hoping they wouldn't. Did they deserve to, at least? Oh, yeah. I hope they're doing Glove Island at Real Betis as well, because he has let them down. That's shocking behaviour. As for Wisła Kraków, I mean, they won 4-0, so, like, realistically, how bad could they have possibly been? Extremely good, in fact. Particularly they're missing pretty much all their good players these days, because they sold a lot of them. They've got a couple of loanies, like Johnny 10, but that's a great result. More points for Poland. Excellent news. It's the Europa League what I'm more concerned about, to be honest. That's where the real fun is. Jesus Christ. Bellingham developing concerns. Yeah, I guess that would make sense. I mean, I'm happy to sell him, but I don't think anyone's going to want to buy him at this stage, given he's 37 and now has another contract extension on him as well. Shortlisted card. That's me. Wait, how could I possibly be up of... Oh, because it's a month earlier in Scotland. I always forget that Scotland's contracts go to the end of May. Why is that? I feel like that's the only contract country that does that. It probably isn't, but it catches me out every single time. Have I even played for Celtic? Jesus, I actually have. I thought the career was over once I came here, honestly, but no. I formed a new career at Celtic. Would have been cool if I'd gone to Hibs. But to go out on loan. Hang on. Sorry, Jude, you're 37, you want to go out on loan. I'd love to send Jude Bellingham out on loan. How do we make this happen? Loan for Jude. If any Polish side wants Jude Bellingham on loan, please inquire at the PO box below. That's fantastic. Just thought I'd have a look in here in case there is anyone. They're after my robot all the time. Why wouldn't they want Jude? I'm just a professional team equal. Okay, Bhutan. Yeah, I mean, I guess you got to try and balance realism. It depends on how much really you care about the realism side of things, right? Ultimately, if your goal is so lofty and stuff that it's sort of, by definition, the goal is unrealistic, then it doesn't really matter how unrealistic the stuff underneath is, right? Unspectacular start for... Yeah, aren't they doing okay, though? They're 4th in the league. Is that unspectacular? They're literally 1 point off the top, and sure, why not? Big donation... That is Euros. I know with Ukraine. Local goal of winning 2050 World Cup. Wow, it's only 12 years. Offer the job. That's a cool idea. I like those... I just like those save starts where people will sim ahead a couple of years and then take over once the world has kind of lived in a little bit. It's what I always used to do with, not Building a Nation save, but with Outcast to Icons, is I would usually go either 6 months to a year ahead, because otherwise you'd get the same jobs available every single save start, because there's always those exact same ones without managers. But when you go like a year ahead, you get a different kind of flavour. Maybe next time I do an OTI save, I might do like 5 years into the future or something to start as a starting point. That way the world is sort of... You're jumping into a lived-in world where there's cool stuff has already begun to happen. I mean, admittedly, in this world, it looked pretty much the same exactly from... like, only really now have we started seeing fun stuff actually happening in the Premier League, for example. For the longest time, it was very homogenous, and it was the exact same teams. Now, Brighton won the league last year, and they're in the battle, I guess so. Again, is it still separated in a bit of... Okay, so it's not quite haves and have-nots this year. Well, it still kind of is, actually. Top 10 and bottom 10. Bad look for Coventry City this year, unfortunately. That is not looking great there for them. 21... it's only 2 goals a game, I guess. It's not too bad. Reading of... Wow, they've really shit the bed. They were top of the league the last time I looked. Stockport as well. At least tell me that Dagenham and Rebridge and Aldershot are still doing well in the third tier. Nice to see. Moves actually first game. I mean, hey, 3-0. You can't ask for better than... I suppose you could. 4. But, like, it's a good start, right? Send youth players to loan for other teams to come provide. The one problem you might have is that you'll find that if you're a professional side, it's really difficult to loan players to non-professional teams. And I assume you made enough of them professional that that's okay. But, Vince Pottscoff's had their manager as well. One issue I noticed in one of the Building a Nation save files that I was sent for that video was that, I think it was someone's Irish save, pretty much every single team that they had loan players to were professional sides. You really find it difficult to send players on loan to non-professional teams. It's about an hour, 5 years would kill me. Oh, Jesus Christ, yeah, that would take quite a while. At least in 26, things are a little bit faster, obviously depending on your PC setup and whatnot, but the processing definitely does seem slightly better in 26 than it was before, which means I think that a OTI would certainly be more fun there. So they've sacked Dubashin, and who are they after? I mean, it's not going to be anyone crazy fun, is it? Marek Mazurek, I feel like this guy's managed everyone in Poland. Okay, 2 teams. And, wow, it's Kacper Wolny and this guy again as well, who's always involved in these. It would already be his 5th team. They're not going to take on the fun because obviously they're a second tier side, but you've always got to look. Zinsberger salutes Vida. No, don't salute me. We will not have that. She's taking the piss. I do wonder if we would get sacked if we didn't win the league. I still think it's unlikely, but Radomiak have got Europe to focus on themselves. Speaking of, actually, we should check in on that. Bring back screen flows. Just deal with that first. That's an unfortunate injury because it's moderate. Coffey's withdrawn his transfer request. That's absolutely fine. Oh, 24. To be fair, I think the same problem likely persists in 24, but maybe not. I think it does. I think it's just difficult to loan pro players to semi-pro teams in general. The Man City game was 1-1 in the end. Second half, they got ahead of Golf and Chowie. It's an unfortunate one, but it is what it is. We didn't lose, so we'll take it. Okay, let's see. Europa League. That still looks good, but I think that means that Jagiellonia have dropped some points in there as well. Hopefully it was like valid points dropped and not frustrating one. Rangers have been okay. No, they haven't. That was only their 2nd win. Okay, Jag, you've got to do better than that. I'm starting to wonder why Bunny... Yeah, Bunny Shaw, actually, she's been average. Lechia put 3 past Maccabi Tel Aviv. And who was the other game? It was Piaskowitz. Oh my God, what a win! Fair bloody play. Southampton 0, Piaskowitz 1. Konrad Limer's Piaskowitz just beat Southampton at St Mary's with an own goal as well. Because they're very not Spanish in their team. They've even got Stoyer still in that squad. That's a huge result. Big for points as well. Love that. Fair play. Now, all we need to see when I go down here is to see Radomiak still on 12 points. Yes! And the head-to-head, or rather the goal difference advantage to Juve has now grown. Okay. it's battle between them and Juve, and I think that was their tougher of the 3 remaining games. They've still got Lincoln Red Imps to play, I believe. Unless they would just played them, maybe. Might have to check in Juve's final games as well. So that's 2-1 against... Oh, that was a tough one. Oh, no, it was Lincoln Red Imps losing there. 5-1 against Lokomotiva. Yes, please. So that means they do still have Lincoln Red Imps to play as well. Who have Juve got left? Waterford away, Sturm Graz at home. They're probably going to win all of those, I think. But I think Radomiak, if they're just sensible, will get the full wazoo here. This is great. 2 days. I guess that is quite a long way. It's like 25 odd years nearly. So with the long-term sins I did, like that simulation I did for, I forget who it was, I think it was HP, where I turned on all the massive details and stuff, that did take a while, because if you turn on the high detail settings for a lot of leagues, then it can get a bit crazy. That's reputation differences. Possibly. But I think the difference is usually contractual. It was such a obvious divide between semi-pro and pro, whereas a second the team went to the top flight, they would turn pro and they would instantly be able to get loan players. And when they were relegated again, obviously they would stay pro for a while, and then the second they lost, they no more loan players, basically. It's, yeah. High detail. So basically, depending on how you're running it, you can, let's just see what we're looking at. Oh, detail level here. Even if you're like set to default like where we are, you'll notice that a lot of things aren't actually set to high detail at all. So for example, World Cup qualifiers, CAF World Cup qualifiers, all of this stuff is still set to none. But if you put high detail stuff on, it adds all of this in, which means loads more processing. Same with the women's game. In addition, say you've got a save where you're in the Premier League or whatever, but you've got seven other countries on as well set to playable too. When you're in the Premier League, you'll have default settings for the Premier League, which is high detail, but the other ones will still be set to like a lower level of detail, even though they're set to playable. If you turn those on as well, which is obviously what I did for this, because to keep the parity, it will grind it down quite a hell of a lot. The game kind of does some auto-optimization settings in there, I guess. A clash in IRL. Ferencváros playing. Yes, I saw that as well. Because there is a genuine opportunity that Górnik Zabrze, sorry, not Górnik Zabrze specifically, that Poland could have 5 teams in the Conference League this season in the group stage, which would be bloody awesome, although it would be bad in a way for Polish football because they'd all be dropping down. But the coefficient year, think of the coefficients. All Polish final? Now, where are we at? Because that seems like another good points haul for the season, for the day. 7 point. We've got to be top, right? We're top on the points for the entire year now. I don't see France. Where are you? In fact, I don't even see Germany are right down there. This is very good news. We're actually kind of cooking this year. The gap to France has grown even further, I believe. Nearly up to 3 full points now. The Germany gap is still pretty large. It would require a monstrous year. But you never know. Germany are missing a team from the Conference League. And for Dominic do well there. What's really going to be the telling thing is how many bonus points we get after the group stages. If they carry on at this rate, there's a really good chance, especially for the Europa and for the Conference League, of enormous amounts of bonus points, which would be so cool. But optional future fees. I don't think that would have anything to do with it. But in fact, I often find... Actually, that's an interesting point. I've never even thought about trying optional... I mean, not for domestic loans. But I guess if you have you set them really low potentially? Because I know you said none of them have been triggered, which is totally fair. That's usually what happens is they don't actually trigger the fees. I'm trying to think the last time I saw a team actually trigger an optional fee, even if it was crazy low on one of these loan deals, no matter how well the player actually plays. I guess it's because they can't afford the contract, maybe. 1 year in coefficients before. Yes, we have. Not in this save, I don't think, but back in the day, I think we did it in Hungary. We had a year where we won the coefficient on a year because we got like a 28-point season one season in Hungary or in Malta. I forget which one. There was a year basically where we had 3 teams in the finals. So we had a team in every single final. And I believe we had 2 of the 3 wins as well. So that got us a lot of points. Right. Those guys are in as well. Centre backs are meant to be striker. Oh, you got one. Oh my God, yeah. No, he is a centre back, isn't he? He's tall. He can actually tackle, crucially. He can head a ball. Low on aggression, but oh well. Off the ball is bad, which indicates that he should be a defensive player anyway. Yeah, you're right. That's just a centre-back, isn't it? I'd be 100%, like... I hope you'll go... How much... I'd be 100% signing him, for sure. Like... Look forward to signing someone for... I, basically, for the most part, I'm almost never signing players solely for the loan farm. I'm always trying to sign... But I mean, unless it's meme signings or just... if you just look at a player and think that he doesn't have a lot of PA, but his attributes are kind of okay, then I guess that kind of counts as a signing for the loan farm. But try to always feel like a lot of the players you're signing are players that could be good for you one day, but it doesn't matter if they're not, because then they'll fall into the loan farm anyway. The only time I'd ever really go out and specifically sign players for the loan farm is when I'm using the amateur method. So, which I haven't done in a couple of years, because we've been picking up enough players. And at this stage in the save, the Polish sides won't really benefit from this anymore because there's not enough quality in these players anymore. But towards the start of a save, like between seasons 3 and 6, this is absolutely goated. I'll use I'll use the... I made a different one, didn't I? I forgot where it's gone. Amateur players bulk. That's the one. Basically, these guys. These are the kind of guys that you can get a lot of success with. This is amateur... I believe it's amateur and... Oh, this is just amateur, in fact. But you can switch it to non-contract easily enough. And it will... basically just go and scout a lot of these players between seasons 3 and 6, and anyone who keeps like 4-star PA out of that, sign them because they're free. They'll be on low wages. You can get really long contracts. It'll allow you to build up the base of the loan farm for a good 5 years at the start, and these guys will make an impact for the other Polish sides or other sides in your league. But now, for obviously, because the quality levels are so high in Poland, these guys are kind of unuseful now, which is why our loan farm has shrunk down to 250, which is still a large amount, I grant you, but it will continue to get smaller and smaller now. Radomiak are very good. And they've been good for the last 2 years. They just didn't actually play like it, I guess. Missing Europe has probably helped them with... I say help them. Getting a good manager in, her actually being really good, has helped them a lot. They're developing really nicely. They've got some great players and some good loanees too. Their entire backline, I think, is on loan from us. And they're good centre-backs too. They've got Akbash, they've got Hernandowski, they've got Kwasiolpud, and a guy on the left who I don't think is on loan from us, actually. I don't think we'd get sacked if we don't win the league, but I can't be sure on it. The last time it actually happened in one of these saves was back in the Tromsø days, when we lost the league to Rosenborg that time. That's the only time it's ever happened, like late stage in the save anyway. Right, when is the next game? Is it next week? No, we've got a little bit of a gap here, so we can actually be a bit more fruity with this lineup. Obviously go back to the other tactic. Wouldn't want to be too defensive here. Manor and Steinbergen, Nozadze comes in for Arnold, which means that Gomez Igoi comes back in. That's a very strong looking team. Obviously, Kim will rotate out in a moment. I'm sure there's some players missing from the bet. There we go. There's the usuals. Out you come. Might try and find a way to register Santelli in January as well, because I think he's probably more useful than Coffee at this point. As good as he is as a backup. Janishitz, at least he's registered, I suppose. And then that's probably... Oh no, Volkanov too, actually. Get you in there too. Henrique's nearly back as well. Okay. Oh dear. Being expanded. An additional 50 seats. Wait, 90 grand for 50 seats. I'm trying to work out how much that's costing per seat. A lot. So it was £9,000. What's that, like 4.5 grand a seat? What are they made of? I think it's 4.5 grand a seat. It's a lot of money for seats. Ah, dear. Help with the finances to get the ready back. Yeah, exactly. I think the amateur stuff that you do at the start of the save, where you build up that real base of the loan farm, is probably one of the most important parts, because it kind of just... It sets that bed up, and it kind of goes to 1,800 per seat. That's still a hell of a lot. For that point, I'm hoping they're recliners, at least. Not alone. You're never alone as a Fulham fan here. I'm a Fulham fan. But I suppose I'm not second yellow card FFC, so in fairness, it's an easy mistake to make. It's time for a wheel spin. And now then, let me think about this. The goalkeeper that played for us last in the league was our Turkish friend. So he's out for this one, potentially. Yeah, so that's no number 3 this time. Okay. We actually apparently have Mr. Enforcer. It's just not been confirmed yet. We're apparently getting Garcia and Palacios from Real Madrid. And that seems to have been pretty much all but confirmed now, which is cool. For, I think, 40 million euros rising to 53 million euros or something. It's not a bad deal, actually. Second most... do you know what, Dan? I might not even be number 2. Dazza, the other Dazza, with the DER, probably is more important too. We actually have more Fulham fans in the stream recently. It's like I'm beckoning them in, you know? Like a Pied Piper of Fulham fans specifically. Right, wheel time. Any number except for number 3. Watch it land on Kim. Because technically Kim could actually play this game. Because it's not Europe. That's a chat choice. Is that the second time in a row it's been chat choice? Right then. For this one, I will let you, because there's so many options, I'll just let you spam them in chat and I'll I'll get a pretty good idea of who you want it to be based on that, because obviously you can have Kim or you can have any of these guys except for Mr. Turkey. But no keeper. In some ways, it's like playing with no keeper. It can't be Manuel Hansen because he's not part of it and he has his own part of the wheel. So I'll let you choose, chat. It can be any of these guys except for basically anyone with a number attached to them, pretty much. When you like the least. So who was Gojko? Oh, Gojko's the Serbian fella, isn't it? Yeah, they're... Oh, hang on, I realised that... Sorry, I realised I wasn't actually showing them on the screen at the moment. Duh. Forgive me, chat. There you go. Have another go at it now that you can actually see them. I don't think there's any further down. No, there isn't. Oh, there's Daiki, yeah. Basically, anyone that's on the screen there that's got the little number next to them. And technically Kim as well. Busquets, he's actually in it. I forgot about Alexis. I'm trying to think who hasn't played yet. So the ones that... Cole Pineda hasn't played yet. That's Florida Man. And obviously Gojko. I think he's the only other one that hasn't yet had a chance to play. And obviously the guy that's technically not in it. I mean, the Gojko seems to be the one that's getting the most love there. So we'll get Gojko in for a little bit. Have him a little run out as well. Be good to give him a chance, I suppose. What's his actual attributes looking like these days? He's got... Oh, I remember this guy. We signed him because he was really tall, didn't we? Because he's got great aerial reach. Rushes out like crazy. Basically, if it's in the air, Gojko's got it. Hopefully they'll be facing a lot of crosses today, I guess. Okay. This is kind of an important one too. If we lose to Radomiak here, this could actually start to get a little bit tetchy. But this is a good lineup as well, so it should be okay. Fingers crossed. In before 3-2 defeat. A goal, for God's sake. Not this crap again. Who do I get rid of? There you go. Just not another 3-2 defeat, I beg of you. Like, they are the best team in the league other than us by a decent margin, but plus if we were to lose this, we'd go 3 points behind and they'd have the better head-to-head. Oh, that's more like it! Take that one! Just a 5-0 against the team that were ahead of us. Al Shankiti's finally woken up. All the boys have finally woken up. And a clean sheet for Gojko. Did he face any... I mean, it doesn't matter if he did or not. He's staying in. But the question is, how good of a performance actually was it from Gojko? We've won the head-to-head on them too, which is great. Right, how well did he need to do? He only had to make one save, but he did it. You can't ask for more than that. Double from Al Shankiti. Gomez gets... And he got an assist in this game as well, which means he gets the Man of the Match award too. Brilliant. I must say, I find that whenever we play Radomiak like this actually does seem to happen quite frequently. They play really well, except when they have to play against us, which, if I can have it anyway, I wouldn't mind it being like that, to be fair. Lovely. Which means Gojko's in for the next game. He's going to get a second chance. And, albeit, yes, he didn't have to do a lot in that game, but the one thing he did have to do, he did. That's all I'm looking for out of a goalkeeper. Like, he's not going to have rocketed to the top of the expected goals prevented chart, let's put it that way, but actually he might have done. Just because the others all got theirs absolutely tanked because of the other games. Let me check this, actually. I do wonder if he's top of the charts now. Just temporarily, at least, until he plays some more games. Expected goals prevented per 90 minutes is Gojko Stevanovic, currently. Obviously, the overall expected goals prevented is currently being won by Daiki Okimoto, but he has played more matches, so he's had a chance to do that. Wow, actually, no one else... It's not looking good for Rim, is it? Minus 1.6 is not amazing. It's nowhere near as bad as Ali, but it could be better. Clean sheets-wise, also he's got one of those too. Best average rating so far as well. Like, can't argue with that. What about his expected save percentage? I mean, it's 100, isn't it? Because he's literally not let one in yet. They've done their job exactly. That's all I want from them. It's crazy how low the bar has been set now that I'm just like, hey, can I have a goalkeeper that just saves the one shot that they have to face in a game? Game plan option. I messed around with game plans in previous FMs and it didn't used to work very well. But now part of me wonders if it is something we could dick about with in 26. In fact, even in 26, where do you even make game plans? Or is that not even a thing in 26? Because I did see a thing on the drop down for an instant result, but I don't know exactly what they're like in 26. Have you used them? Because they take a while to set. They used to take a while to set up. I don't know what they're like now. He's a tall man. Maybe we just need to focus on, instead of... Is it match plans or game? Oh, it could be. Match rules. Hang on. I'll have a look when we get to the next match. I need to rotate, squat the team anyway. Is it not a thing anymore? Ah, man. I could have sworn I saw something on the drop down when I went to hit instant result, but it might have just been like a holdover from the previous times I've used instant result. and just assume, as in on previous saves, on other games, that is. Bunch of is it presets now? Oh, that sucks, because you used to be able to actually have proper detailed ones you could do. I don't actually look. I might have a little look into that just to see what it actually says. Because you used to be able to do all sorts of cool shit where, you know, if this is the scoreline or you're ahead by 1 or 2 goals at this part of the game, do X, Y, and Z, which is kind of sick, honestly. My opponent scored their only shot on target. No, that's exactly happening to me as well, Lord Justin. It's part of the reason why we decided to do this, was to try to figure out if there's anything we could do to stop it, and if there's any kind of attribute on a goalkeeper that maybe we are undervaluing that is causing it. I wonder if it's just pure height. Maybe we just need the tallest boy possible who's sort of semi-good. Oh, looks like it's not going to be my Togolese Ivorian fella, unfortunately. Maybe he'll get good one day. Probably not, though. Like, I can dream. Play for win. But does anyone know what they actually do? Like, Pappy, have you... Because if the game's not explaining what that actually means, does it change your tactics? Like, does it change instructions? I feel like I'd be reticent to use something like that without knowing exactly what it does. Oh, his name was... I thought it said Snotblock. It's Snoblock. Probably pronounced differently in German, but I'm just thinking of the former Edmonton Oilers coach. It was quite hard done by with that, I would say. Those are all older players. Although they may be out of contract soon. Probably not, though, because we just sold half of these dudes. Right. Anyone here? Portuguese guy at Rio Ave. Sorry, Rio Ave. That's the guy that we lost out on last season. This is nothing new for us. Oh, hang on. That's the guy from Jagiellonia, who's 18 years old. Did they sign him from... Oh, they did. Oh, wow. Niels Erik Christian. No, who was I thinking of? Either way, fair play. That's some great piece of business, actually. Doesn't tell you. That's really dumb, then. I hate when games... When things like FM do that. There you go. Maybe this is the guy. Aerial reach. And to be fair, he's good at everything else as well. But he's also very good at being the tall one. And I feel like some of our... Let me just check Agipong for a second. Did Agipong... Was he good in the air? Or was that the one part of his game that I went, you know, it doesn't matter too much? No, he kind of was. 17 aerial reach is reasonable. Good jumping reach as well. Good agility. Like, there was really no reason why he shouldn't have been good. Is my point. But yet he wasn't. I mean, obviously for Manchester United, naturally he's probably quite good now. But nothing suggested that he shouldn't have been good, I guess. But yeah, he wasn't. He was absolute ass. I think still he was probably the best one we've had since the days of Ibrahima Sane as well. Oh god, this guy again. He barely plays any matches, and yet all he does is annoy me. At least we're playing a game in the cup against the lower league side. We've already knocked out a top flight side, if I recall correctly, as well. Or that might be who we'd face in the next round if we got through. I forget which one it is. He wants to come back. Nope. You probably want to come back as well. Hartberg. They're the ones with all the sponsors, like everywhere, all over their kit. Hansen's now a Polish citizen. I like the idea of Manuel Hansen playing for Poland because they would be forced to play him as a goalkeeper. And I'm not sure how well that would work out for them, to be honest. Apply to all. That is a lot of jobs. I would say your best bet is probably not to apply to all. Sorry, not apply all. Always do apply all. I like doing that as well. But then just discard a lot of the ones you're not interested in. You can usually tell pretty quickly whether it's going to be something you'd actually want. Can help prevent shots being targeted. Well, that's the thing, Logistic. We play very heavy possession tactics, and that was obviously the problem. Was we didn't give up the ball. So whenever we did finally give up the ball, it usually tended to lead to a better chance because you'd have to get a better chance in order to even break through us. And I suppose there's that element of things, but it was just so damn frustrating, man. Yeah, and we do tend to invite crosses. I think what we need then is a goalkeeper who's got good reflexes and like good temp poles for the things I normally like. So reflexes and one-on-ones. And decent agility, but really prioritize big man with great aerial presence, perhaps, and use that as like the big priority, and then the other stuff he needs to have as like a secondary thing, maybe, because before it was like a bit of both for me. What does Daiki have for those, out of interest? Where does he sort of stack up on that side of things? Now I've lost him. There he is. See, with Daiki, his aerial reach is a bit average. He's good at a lot of things, but his aerial reach and this sort of stuff, he's only 21, admittedly, are kind of fine, but nothing exceptional, you know? Oh. Full of a single nationality. What setting? Oh, hello. Why has that been flagged by the... Forgive me, Barry, I have no idea why the Twitch chat just flagged that. I thought, why on earth did it flag that? There wasn't even any swearing in it. Okay, strange. Settings wanted to change the pregame editor. I don't think you need to change any settings really to do that, right? Surely you could just sign the players that you that fit that nationality, and you could just bring that on yourself. What specifically are you looking for, Daniel? We don't have a command for coefficient because I'm not sure what that command would really show. But as for, can I use a skin of Epic Games and how do I activate it already if I have it installed? So, when you say a skin off Epic Games, is there like a workshop on Epic Games that has skins on it? I don't have an Epic, well, I do technically, but not through FM. So how does that work? Because honestly, I don't know if they have their own like workshop type thing. But if so, it should work absolutely fine. But I'm honestly not sure. You'll have a different installation folder though, in fairness. So that might be, maybe that's what we're asking. Epic Games, I don't know how to activate it. Oh! Surely it's just a case of installing it, right? Again, I don't use my Epic account for anything other than like PS4 stuff, so I don't actually know. I assume it's just a case of going into your Epic thingy and just installing, but it could have been, it's been a while. I'm sure someone else in chat has FM installed through Epic, right? Backup God will spot to the save. Possibly, honestly. I think they would deserve it. Don't know where to put it in. Where to put it though? Surely you don't have to put it anywhere because it's already been installed. There might be a language barrier here thing, so forgive me if I'm just being, I'm not trying to be deliberately obtuse here, I'm genuinely trying to understand. If it's installed, you don't need to put it anywhere because it is already installed, so there's nothing that needs to be put anywhere. It has been put where it is. But installation stuff for Epic Games files will have a different like URI thingy, but I can't remember what that source is. Because again, I don't have it installed through Epic. Oh, the ranking of the Polish League. We are currently 5th, but temporarily at least we are 4th, in the sense that if it ended right now, we would be 4th. I said ended in terms of this season. We would move up. And we're actually closing in on Germany for 3rd place too this year because we're having an absolutely goated season. So Stefanovic gets to keep his spot in the team for this cup game. And I said there's a very strong chance that he's probably going to be keeping it after this too because they're a lower league side and fucking hell. It's fine. It's Sharpek. Or is it actually? Is this going to work? Oh, so this is the match plan thing you're on about. Oh, I see. Yeah. Yeah, those would be great and all, but if they told you what they actually did, I guess. Have the skin file installed. Oh, wait. Hang on, sorry. I thought you were talking about... Wait, what? Have a skin file installed. Where do I put the file? How can it be installed then? Hang on, sorry. Forgive me. If it's installed, you have to have installed it somewhere, right? But basically, I don't know exactly where that sort of stuff goes in Epic. It's probably got a very similar structure to how it works on PC, but I don't know exactly where that would be, as I don't have an Epic Games thing for FM installed. He did concede a goal here, so this could be a potential ender for him, although Sharpek just got a hat-trick as well. Youth Academy save, but I feel like... I'll tell you what, Fab, actually, there's a save file that I've got potentially coming towards me, which is a database setup that someone's built, which I'm looking forward to seeing, which basically turns the entirety of the English leagues into a giant academy challenge where every team is forced to do that. So that might be something that potentially could be up your alley as well if you're interested in it. I haven't received it yet, but I'm very curious about the save file myself. So save completed. Yeah, so if the league was ever to get to number 1 ranked, then that would be the sort of completionist goal, as it were. Unfortunately, I've never actually managed to achieve that, though. Goiko has... Oh, he's probably not done enough there to keep himself in the team. Because he did let in a goal off of 2 shots on target against. But at least he'll have still got some okay average rating in there and maybe a bit of stats, but he probably will sit out the next one in that as well. I'm going to have to award manual points to my robot here, which is a little bit frustrating. God, Sharpek absolutely chefed in that one, though. Christ. Quite glad I had to start him in the end, actually. He's done a great job. Yeah, no, I think that's what we've managed to ascertain in the end, was that it is a skin file that's been downloaded. But the problem is I don't know exactly where skins go on the Epic one. There's a folder called like standalone or something, but I can't remember or even know where those things go on the Epic side of things, sadly. It's called skins and chuck it in there. That is very much definitely not the case. That much I can tell you is that is not the case. There isn't a skin folder for skins in, unless it's for FM24. If it's for FM24, then that's how it goes. But I thought we were talking about FM26. But there isn't a skin folder for things in FM26 because there isn't actually native skins to the game. They're just edited. Man of the match, obviously, for Sharpek. Love to see it. But maybe I misread that and you're actually playing FM24. In that case, it is just, yeah, as simple as that, in theory, at least. He did all that off of 0.74 XG. He could be up there as far as top scorers now, actually, with that. But yeah, I think Goiko, despite the somewhat okay average rating, is probably still going to sit the next one out, based on that at least, which is in a few days' time. So we'll give you a chance there. Still reads it. in 26, that can't be. I mean, maybe it is the case and I'm wrong, but I'm pretty certain that simply isn't how it works. Because with installing a skin in FM26, you have to manually replace game files in the standalone folder, and putting it in a folder called skins will not allow it to do any of those things because it doesn't have native skins built into it. So as far as I'm aware, that is not the case. They've changed things for 26, and you do have to do a bit more sort of legwork. I'd like to think that for 27 we do get that ability back though, because it would just make it a lot easier overall. But to be fair, if this person is using FM24, then that would work absolutely fine. But I'm guessing they're not, just because of it presumably wouldn't have had so much of a struggle. Maybe they do. It's find a random Epic Games file that includes all of the graphic files and replace them. To be fair, that's what you have to do on Steam as well, but I know where that folder is, but I don't know where that folder is listed in Epic. It's in something like, hang on, let me tell you what the folder structure is for me. So for me, it's Steam, Steam Apps Common, Football Manager 26, FM Data, Streaming Assets, AA, Standalone Windows 64. So there's probably a version of that for Epic, but I don't know exactly where. But if Sort Out as I actually show the pathway, then that should be good. To paste the fixed files every time, scouting views on... I don't know. What, in 26? I mean, I haven't had that issue myself. But maybe. Hang on, Chelsea at bottom of the league phase, did you say? Oh, not quite. I mean, they are technically as far as the qualifiers go. Shout out to Monaco. I know that Radets Kralova are actually above a lot of teams that you'd expect them to be doing a lot better than. Unfortunately, Brookbet... oh, wait. Have we just had a set of games? Or have they already played their game? There hasn't been a set of fixtures, has there? No, we did check in all of these, I think. But yeah, they did just pick it up again. They won their first 2 games and have now lost their next 3, sadly. Which is fine. I mean, they have some very tough matches. I'm surprised they got the wins that they did. I think we're relying more on Vichester now. But it does seem like it's got harder on the Champions League side of things, unfortunately. That's where the real struggles have been. I think until we get back to having 3 teams in there with us, it's going to be more of a difficult one. Because the average points they generate are just not as good. Usually the websites tend to have installation guides for both Steam and Epic, considering how common it is. I don't know what the market share is like as far as Steam versus Epic. It probably isn't actually that high, but enough people use it through Epic that it's definitely important to have. But unfortunately, I've never installed FM through it before. But I imagine there's probably a lot of guides for it, specifically because they do like the free weekends and things. Have they done one of those for 26? Yeah, at least we're doing well in the Champions League. But we tend to most seasons, at least in the group stages. But a lot of those extra cheaty points you get that you need for the coefficients come from them doing really, really well with you. And we haven't had any of them really do anything in the Champions League for a while. I think this season I'm pinning all my hopes on them all kind of chefing in the Conference League and Europa. Especially the 3 teams in the Europa. They look actually kind of good this year. It'd be nice if they could get like, 1, 2, 3 would be fabulous. But I don't see that likely to be happening anytime soon. You're at the station. You'd love to see it, Pog. So, Pog, actually, what is the situation? Is it basically that you're still going to be just going to be later because you've had to take a second change at some point? I'm guessing. Just so I understand exactly what's going on with it. Let's see. Did already that? Just checking my notes here. Oh, actually, that reminds me. Did you guys see the SPL thing with was it Aberdeen Hearts, where Hearts were winning and then Aberdeen got a goal in like the 90th minute. Then there was like a red card penalty and they managed to turn it around in stoppage time. That's a hell of an opening day for a start. Job is safe for the time being, Mr. Enforcer. Give it a chance. We'll lose to PS Gliwice now. Right. We are going to swap the goalkeeper, but I think everyone else is fine for this game, just to make sure that we've got a decent lineup out there. Was all within a minute? Really? Jesus Christ. See if we can find any wrestling regions out now. Well, we have database lookups for names and stuff, but I'm not going to just look through the entire database for it, because we did that once before, and did find... I don't think we found any, actually. Not even a Mark Henry. This formation is the future. Is what it is when it works. I have to change to Finsbury Park and Cambridge. Okay, fair enough. Control the whole game. Well, they should have controlled the whole game and then stoppage time, I guess. That is... Did I see that Kevin Nisbet also scored for Aberdeen in that game? Because I have a special hatred for Kevin Nisbet just because of what he was like earlier in this save. 33 seconds. That's the idea, was basically we score more than you. But what it's actually turned out to be is a case of we will win the ball back as soon as we lose it because all of our players are already up the end of the pitch. When it goes badly, it goes very badly, but most of the time it doesn't. Right. Has everyone had a chance yet? If he's the last guy, hang on, let me just check. If he's the last one that hasn't had an opportunity yet, then I will just offer it to him for this game. Pineda, 0. Yeah, he is actually the only goalkeeper that hasn't had a chance yet. So I'll probably, for the completionist of that at least, for the time being, give him an opportunity to play for this one. Keep him sane. Get Florida Man a little goes. What does Florida Man's attributes look like? He's fine. There's nothing spectacular. Just make sure he is Florida Man, right? Miami Gardens. Couldn't be more Florida Man if he tried. Oh. Giant goal. Well, I mean, that's the thing. You could, because teams could play the shots low as well. Get punted in one league. Yes, that was always the goal of the save. The winning the Champions League was just sort of it's a stop in the journey along the way to trying to achieve that goal. Getting a Poland number 1 is the ultimate goal, and hoping that other Polish sides actually win some European trophies for once. It's weird that we're this far in and no one's happened to do that yet. Tom, thank you for the 27.
To the start of the stream.
Then, I was going to say, look out for... I'm not entirely sure, actually. It's been weirdly subdued in terms of the things that have actually happened in matches, other than our weird league form as well. A short centre, but what you pretend that he's not a goalie, but he's secretly a keeper, he's just not wearing gloves. Yes. Okay, that keeps it fair. Let's get these guys going. We'll obviously rotate. Oh, hang on, wait. Sharpet doesn't need to start this game, although he probably... Do you know what? He played so well in that cup game, I am going to give him a chance against Piaskowicz in the league, because he deserves it. Even though he is playing on his... Technically his correct foot, but in a position he's not as comfortable in. That's fine for this one game. Right, let's go. Can Pineda pull off something magical? I think the longest run of games in the team that any keeper has had in this season so far is quite literally 3. They just can't seem to keep it together for long enough, and I don't think he's going to be staying in goal again either, because we've managed to win 3-2 this time, but it took 2 late goals. Now, he could maybe have had a really good game. There's an own goal in there. Probably not then, but we did win, which is very important, because it looks like Radomiak have actually had a couple of shitters there. Christ, that was way tighter than it needed to be, but did he do okay? He didn't do appallingly, but he also didn't do particularly well at the same time either. Gomez actually came off the bench in this one, so oh my god. That's going to be a pain in the arse to allocate points for, isn't it? Because I'm going to have to allocate them manually to Gomez. Dear me. Let me just check. I'll have to remember that at the very end. Make sure I add him some manual points for that, because he's earned it. Maybe I should have started him. Already know who's winning the league. Didn't Rangers also drop points against... Christ, who was it? Was it Dundee? I believe. Look at me knowing these things, by the way. I demand respect. Nope, I have to earn it, and I'll never manage to do that. Right, yeah, I'll add some points for Gomez, because John was man of the match award. No clean sheet, obviously. But Johnny did get that as well, and I'll add some points for Gomez. Oh, Dundee United, apologies. I knew it was one of the two. I figured if I started saying it, you'd finish it for me. And you did. It's impossible to be wrong. Yeah, so Gomez got a goal and an assist. No, just an assist, actually. He just played really well, apparently. So, Gomez-y boy, where he gets an assist. Give him the extra points for that. And he also gets the extra points from the average rating as well. Which takes him to 19, in fact. Nice. A few manual points for Mr. Gomez. Okay. We take that. Pretty athletic doing drop kicks. We were actually talking about this on... I think it was on the podcast the other day. We were talking about wrestlers as footballers, and I can't remember why. Or was that on stream? Maybe that was on stream. We were doing like a Wrestler 11. Oh no, it definitely was on stream, wasn't it? We were talking about who we'd actually put in a Wrestler 11. Because I think we had the Hardy Boys out wide, if I remember. Right. Let's do rest players again. Oh, it worked. Nice. That's awesome. Was it just a question of finding the right pathway? Because if so, that's cool. Do you happen to know what the pathway was in the end? Just so that I know for future reference when someone next has that problem. Because that's the one thing I haven't managed to ingrain in my brain yet. Who's the top assister? Naeem, of course. Gomez has been very unselfish this season. Right, pathway sick. Do you remember what it was? I suppose. Okay. A bit of that. Mana's got another one of those. Brilliant. Cheers, buddy. Brighton away. I did rest them, didn't I? This. Is that a pathway? That looks like a URL to a website. Oh, Christ. Epic installation. Oh, that's very similar. Oh, that's super similar. Okay, that's much more similar than I thought it was going to be. Once you get... Oh, yeah, that's actually... arguably, that's easier than the Steam one. Steam has got a couple of extra folders to go through. That's cool, though. I'm glad I know... I'll be able to... Well, I probably won't remember, but at the very least, I'll remember that it's easier than it is on Steam. Just finding that Steam folder is annoying because you've got to go down like 3 different steps to get to it. Dombrovski's injured. Right, okay. Oh, that's leaked. Shout out to Gordo for the tech support. You'll have to see it. Now he's keen to discuss personal matters. Stop discussing personal matters and go away. Right, I will decline. There's a chance that he may end up getting cut in January and we narrow it down a little bit more, but maybe the wheel will land on him again. Who knows? Not in the next game, it won't. And for the next game in the Champions League, it's either going to be Daiki or Patrick again. We'll have our job. And to be fair, you have been very, very helpful to me in the past with like really high-level tech stuff, in fairness. So I mean, like I said before, I wouldn't have this computer built the way I do if it wasn't for your build stuff, basically. And buying it when I did, Christ on a bike, that saved me probably like £1,000, to be honest, given the RAM stuff. He's happy to stay again. Wait, what? Hang on. Just to clarify, Sunday the 9th of December at 3 p.m, he's angry about it. And then Monday at 10 p.m, less than 24 hours later, he no longer wants to leave the club. Is that a change of heart? This guy is the most all over the shop personality I've had in ages. I guess we kind of knew that going in. Playing Madrid's youth teams. Really? That's kind of sick. Janisic probably should be starting more games, shouldn't he? Important player's a bit much on him, but it's weird that it's taken him this long to complain, actually. Can I do the thing where I say squad player? That's unfortunate. He was going to be pissed at me either way, but I thought I could maybe get away with that. He doesn't like me enough for that one, sadly, yet. Drinking all the coffee. Everyone needs their role. I had a cup of tea yesterday because I wasn't on my pills, so I could have caffeine. It was very pleasant. Went over to see my parents yesterday afternoon. I hadn't seen them for like a month, so it was quite nice. It was just a beautiful day yesterday in general. Wow, we are. I think something for next stream is probably to build up some more scouting targets, because I think we've actually exhausted them a little bit now. And a lot of the guys we found, we do want to go after. Oh, hello, who's this? Igor Petkovic. Oh, I was hoping he had some tackling ability. At that age profile, though, a little bit on the pricey side, but at that, he's we've got a hell of a lot of targets that we can go after once they're of a certain age point, because our Santa Baby shortlist now, look at the top of this. Let me just get the right actual view on. Is it that one? Look at the state of the top of this shortlist and the age profile on all of these guys, all between sort of 15 and 17. I think we've already agreed to sign that guy, haven't we? Yeah. But the rest of these guys, there is some real future potential in these dudes. And the fact that they're staying, this is set to keep up to date as well. That's exciting. View and filters. I do, yeah. Exclamation mark views will get you all the views I use across different like screens. And then exclamation mark filters is a pack that contains all of the different filters that I use for. Well, I only have them for this screen, of course, but it will have all of oh, no, that one. Yeah. It'll have all of these in it, except for I think the one I'm actually showing on screen right now, ironically, because that's more of a generalized one that you probably wouldn't find that useful, because it's just got all the information on it at the same time. But yeah, they can all be downloaded. Haven't updated them for a while just because there hasn't been anything new to add to it, I guess, yet. Welcome is ridiculous. Brunei. I mean, I guess it's the one you're managing, but even Guatemala versus Bosnia. How did that happen? I mean, if they would, I mean, one of them's going to the semi-finals. We had a screenshot earlier from someone who had Trinidad and Tobago versus Ecuador was the third place playoff game, because Trinidad knocked out Argentina, which is just mental. Right, so this is the last game before Christmas now, actually. It's Brighton. As if I've actually made good progress on a stream for once. This is usually the one that I always go, I've got loads of time. I can yap to my heart's content. And then it comes to it and I'm spamming the spacebar frantically trying to get us up to the Youth Intake preview date. And yet here I am. We have arrived. Well, we haven't, because it's not for another probably week. But that's okay. We might actually see things on stream for once. So Brighton away. As usual, we're not playing on the same day as them. A Poland-Ukraine final. That's fun. Poland did do quite well in the most recent Euros. So they seem to be progressing a bit more now. They'll still never get over the 0-0 draw against the Philippines at the World Cup, though. That will haunt them forever. Right. So let me clear the unavailables. That's not the right button, Matt. I wish some of these things, like, there's all this space across the top, and I do wish that some of these things would just move down to here. Like, too many menus. As with a lot of things in 26, it's just extra clicks that are unnecessary. Right. Show that just in case there's a few players that are missing. No, that's everybody. Cool. It's Brighton away. Do we go full balls to the wall? I might start with this one. away at Brighton. What did we do? Oh, no, I won't tell you what we did last season. We can figure it out, though, actually. Just from the players that were on the pitch. What was it that allowed us to beat Brighton last year? Where was it? There. 2-1. We played Steinberg and von Kemsika. No, I think we actually did start with the more aggro tactic, I think. Yeah. No, okay, fair enough. In that case, we lick the stamp and send it. I figured it would be the less aggressive one, but apparently not. We won the game. I trust them, just about. And it means that Gomez will come back in for Al-Shankiti. Not Al-Shankiti, sorry. You know who. No, sadly, for a player that's playing as well as he is this season, isn't actually showing a lot of, like, CA development, which is really strange to me. Maybe he just doesn't have it, but he must do, surely. Okay. Yeah, the youth won't arrive today, but they will be back. Why is Montpellier still tired? That'll be next stream. Right. Just make sure the bench has got the right number of players on it. So, Paolo Enrique technically isn't even fit for this, is he? But Santelli can come in. As can Zions. Oh, there's another spot. In that case, I guess Janic... Well, all the right backs are on the bench. Maybe there's a few too many of them. So, for goalie... Whoa. Santelli's just in the team. That's what happened last time, wasn't it? He will be a placeholder for the time being. Wait, no, do I even want that? That's fine. We'll change it in a minute. So, we'll do what we did before, where basically, if it's... odds for Daiki, evens for, I guess, Patrick in this case, who's the only other goalkeeper available for this one, because Kim played the last one and didn't do the best job, unfortunately. Dealing with unhappy players. I don't really have a tactic for dealing with unhappy players. It's that if they're unhappy, there's probably a reason why they're unhappy, and eventually they'll be happy again, and if they're not, then that's sort of on them. I don't really feel like it matters all that much. I haven't noticed players becoming particularly that much worse when they're unhappy, so if they're going to be a bit of a whopper about it, then that's really on them, I guess. Okay, let me check. I think people are too afraid to upset their players because you get a lot better out of it if you just kind of let them be upset with themselves for a little while. Okay, so. Odd number. That'll be Daiki. Even numbers is going to be back in for Patrick. And then my one obviously will be evens as well because of the extra one. Let's go. So. What the hell? Okay, so the wheel is sort of vibrating itself off of its chart here. It's going to be a 7, which is an odd number for Daiki. But what's happened here is the wheel come loose. Oh, it has. The wheel is loose. I hope I'm turning this the right direction. That's very loose. The last thing you want in live chat is a loose wheel, right? That comes off on the highway. That's danger. Jesus, that was super loose. I guess the problem when you're spinning a wheel is that it's going to be slightly undoing itself sometimes. There we go, that's a bit better. Either way, in comes Daiki. And to be honest, for a game like this, it's probably for the best if Daiki Okamoto does start, but you never know. Oh. That could have gone a lot worse if it had just fallen off entirely. Okay, is that the tactic I want to go for? Well, not tactics, fine, but the players on the team. Polizia has actually scored a good amount of goals. Compared to Diabate. I do wonder if actually maybe Polizia for this one instead of Diabate, just to give us a tiny bit of extra quality, although he's not the best at the defensive side of the game. Actually, what is his tackling ability? 9. He's not great for the role. City game, we drew 1-1 in the end, with a better side, but we let in a bit of a soft header in the second half, unfortunately, because we did have Kumrim Song in goal, sadly. He did make a couple of good saves, though, so not enough to keep him in the team, but didn't completely embarrass himself. Didn't do himself a huge number of favours either, though. City Builder games. Yeah, I mean, they might develop... When a player is, like, unhappy, they definitely do train worse than they were before. So I suppose you do get a slight knock to their development, but it's like... To make them happy, I then have to give them a new contract when they've just signed a new contract, and then it costs me twice the amount of money. So I feel like me paying them an extra 50 grand a week for the next 5 years, or them having a slight hit to their training potential, I don't know. Because also when you do that, you just end up in a giant situation when everyone suddenly wants a new contract, and so you end up paying way more than you should be. And I feel like the way our players develop is seemingly very good anyway, so it's obviously not harming them too badly. English players are homegrown for the league, but not in Europe. Oh, really? I guess, yeah, because the league will have its own set of rules, and European rules are very, very strict because it has to be homegrown, trained in nation, doesn't it? How much has that messed up your day? in the sense that, like, how many of your players are now ineligible for that game because of that reason? I'm kind of curious now. Okay, Brighton away. This is a damn good Brighton side that appears to just be solely Spanish men, which would explain why they've done so well recently. I'm a bit worried about playing this system here, but I don't know. We managed to win here last year, albeit with... sorry, are we just going to let him run the entire way through our team off the opening kickoff? 17 players. Oh, what, because you've got to leave 8 slots? That's... Wow, that's not even going to be... Oh, they've got an injury. Your bench is going to be doing a hell of a lot of... So 6 players on the bench. And how many of those 6 players that you can register are actually like players you'd want to put in the team or are just there for numbers, I guess? Brighton have been really good in this save, Harry. They won the Premier League last season. That's how the good levels they've got to. And they're second in the league again this year. They don't think they've won anything on the European level yet because they always end up playing in the Champions League and they're not quite good enough to win that. Oh, go on, Kowalski. Oh, beautiful. Jerzy Kowalski. That is a very rare moment where Kowalski's making runs beyond the defenders, but we take that. We lead at the Amex. Things you love to see. Oh, to be fair, I'm surprised this happened as well, Harry, because most of the time in like view-only type saves, great run from Kowalski, you don't see a lot of huge changes, but I guess we've got far enough in now that enough things have changed that's allowed it. Because, for example, Southampton and Watford are regular European contenders in Europe in the Premier League too. There's like 10 good teams in the Premier League and then 10 terrible teams. Last year, the gap between 10th and 11th was 14 points, which was nearly the same gap from 11th to the bottom. Okay, we lead. Okimoto's had nothing to do yet, which is perfect. You can't do anything wrong if no one's shooting at him yet. I do wonder if this is the type of game where we might actually just come here and do well for once. Low variety, yeah, because it's going to be driven... There's less transfers for view only. There's just a lot less of everything, basically. View only really sort of doesn't change a lot from when it's turned off, except that you can see stats for the league and the league tables and stuff, really. I find that we still don't get a lot of... Oh, what a block! We don't get, for example, a huge amount of transfer offers at all, in fact, I think, from other... from those teams that are in the view-only leagues but aren't in Europe. It still seems to just be the teams that are in Europe, which means I think probably for 28, not 28, for F27, I'll probably go back to what we were doing in previous years where we simply don't have any view-only leagues because all it's done in this save is obviously lead to us having the Spanish Scourge problem. The one benefit to it is it does at least give us fun context for like what's going on in England sometimes, I guess. And we're actually playing very well here. And this highlight's extremely long too, which makes me wonder if we're going to get a second goal off of this play, considering... it's just one of those damn free kick ones. Squad is to be confirmed 2 days before the end of the January transfer window. That's a bit like us, because our transfer window goes on too long in Poland until like early September. The actual deadline day for us to get players in for Europe obviously is earlier than that, because you have to register your Champions League squad right at the end of the European window. So any players we sign after that are just kind of trapped until the winter. Had to kick someone out of your seat? Did you hit them with your customer service voice? Did you go full enforcement on them? Did you write them an A16? I think it's an A16. First he's a ticket holder. That's awesome, man. Job of Christmas in... good save. Has 11 attributes at 1 or... and low self-belief. So not only is he bad, but he knows he's bad. That's the worst possible thing. I'd much rather have terrible players that are delusional, you know? I want them to at least think they're good. That's a terrible effort on goal. Bjorkination, good name. Thank you for the follow, friend. Welcome aboard. Hope you're well today. Who do you support? Oh, yeah, I've just realised Sané's in goal for them. For those wondering, Ibrahima Sané, the current Brighton goalkeeper, is probably the only keeper we've had in this entire save who I think has genuinely looked good. And you might think, well, why isn't he still playing for you? Because he had a release clause and Bayern triggered it. And we couldn't get that. And he barely ever played a game for Brighton. Sorry, for Bayern. In fact, I don't think he played any games for them. So bad times. One day I'd like to bring him back, but unfortunately that ship has very firmly sailed. What is he doing there? If this does end up in a goal, this is 100% Christian Gomez's fault. Goodness me. What is this highlight? It's just 2 teams that can't control a football. Someone is going to definitely suffer from this, and I'm really hoping that we do get the second goal off this play. Go on, Anwar. Oh, here we go. Slide him in. No. Okay, we're just going to continue. World's longest highlight goes into its 4th day. That is a great pick out. Oh, Montperouse, surely. Yes! That is beautiful. After 84 years, Montperouse finally gets his moment to score. It's a lovely assist as well. Champions League beat Real Madrid in the quarterfinals. Yeah, I think the only really crazy thing we've had happen on the European stage in this save, in fact, there's nothing that even comes close to Dinamo Zagreb making the Champions League final that year. That was wild. Look at the space Brighton gave him here, but I guess it's because we've got two strikers and they're both being occupied. Love that. What Champions League ticket for Lyon on Tuesday? It's about £35. I guess ultimately it's like, if that's money that you can afford to spend on something like that, right? I mean, fun is important too. That's how I sort of weigh things up in my head when it comes to purchases. It's like, do I really need this? Do I want this, obviously, in a way that is going to be like genuinely enrich me? And can I afford to do it in the sense that I won't then be like, oh Christ, how am I going to buy X, Y, or Z or pay this bill and such, right? That's the kind of head algorithm I run it through. Make the wrong decision for me. Oh, okay, in that case, buy the ticket. Do it. I'll be the devil on both shoulders. I'm laying across like a fireman's lift. And then I'll spin around and do it on the other side. I'm basically just doing capoeira on your head at this point. That's good from us. Really good. Brighton are just not really using this left side, are they? This is actually a way better performance than we put in against them last year. That required a late winner. Literally late as possible. It was actually Maroba, I think. And they've made a change because of the injury, I suppose. There he is. Oh, it's Mikhail Brush. I see who you mean there. They've got a player called Kane McQueen. And Craig Bacon. They have a very fun team. The fact that the bench had Mikhail Brush, Kane McQueen, Carrie Lewis, and Craig Bacon. Who's Welsh? What about Kane McQueen? He can't not be... Oh, he's English. He's their daredevil. I bet he's got high bravery. Kane? 14. Seems like a lie. A fox in the box. Well, we're going to find out about that for sure. Semi-finals and finals. Typical teams in France. Yeah. I think that tends to happen, though, because obviously, realistically, it's so rare that a team outside of those leagues does make the final in real life, right? So I guess the game is doing its okay job there. I wonder if you did a save where you had loads of leagues switched on to playable. Then again, it might just, like, entrench the homogeny even more, potentially. Okay. Brand new sentence. I like the occasional brand new sentence. It's important to invent new types of language. This will actually put us emphatically here at the top, too, which is dope. Yeah, hopefully he doesn't score any boom booms against us in the second half. They've had one shot in the entire game. Who do they think they are? Argentina. Which does mean they'll probably score their first chance. So at least we have a 2-goal advantage for when they inevitably do wake up in this game. But this is surprisingly good from us, to be fair. Like, if we would have 16 points from our first 6 Champions League games, with a draw at Manchester City in there too, a win away at Atletico, in theory, touch wood, currently a win away at Brighton as well on top of that, can't really ask for more than that, especially if we were to grab a third goal here, which might make me run some substitutes if we were to do so. Go on, smash it. Go on, Anwar. Or somebody. Oh, that's lovely. Go on, Mompa. Back inside. Oh, it's off the bar. What, head up. That might be offside. I don't even care, but we're looking really good here. This is more like it. What do we do differently? I guess I put a little bit of experience in there alongside him, but that looks like it is going to be given. Yeah, it is. 3-0. Gomez does a thing. This actually feels like the perfect moment now to get Sharpek on alongside Gomez for a little while. Get Johnny Boy off for Nathan Allen. Freshen up the players that need their runs. Maybe Joao Carlos for Montparnasse. The robot on for Kowalski because he needs some game time. Who else is tired? Mana's quite tired. He's on a booking, but Naeem's really tired. I don't have Santelli, do I? But I do have Janishits. Fuck it, why not? He's aggressive. Good. Red card incoming. We're 3-0 up. What could possibly go wrong from here? Plus, I'll give Daiki Okamoto something to do, perhaps. For once, though, it does seem like the defenders have actually done the defending part well. But it seems to Saudi Arabia. Really? Do they have the issue where all the money gets taken away? Because what I've noticed is that a lot of the tycoon teams at the start of saves, their sort of money gets pulled out quite quickly. So, for example, Wrexham in this save did well to get to a certain point. Oh, good. Literally the first shot that Brighton have had that we've even seen. Is that going to get disallowed, maybe? It is disallowed. Look at comments. Yes, please do actually, Leafy. If you've got... what's the database setup you're running? Like, how many leagues have you got switched on to playable? I'm kind of curious now. Oh, he's miles offside. It's fine. Daiki knew that. He's like, I'm not diving for this. I'm not going to lower myself to dive for this when he's clearly offside. We've got a linesman in our midst. What kind of sucks, though, for Daiki is that if you... Oh, here we go. Some saves are happening. I was going to say that if he does keep a clean sheet in here off of one shot, then he's barely going to get any kind of bonus to his actual goalkeeping stats because he wouldn't have had to do any. But he's now made a couple of little saves here, if nothing else. And it really is a case of if nothing else. Okay, Brighton are starting off... No, they're not. Never mind. Porto are beating Barca, which is not the first time Barca have lost points currently. It's a save! We'll take it. I think at this point, bro is kind of stat padding, but he's certainly not likely to lose his slot in the team. Actually, that said, if Brighton were to get a goal hit, wow, look at the space. Brighton, I think, have just got every single player out of the pitch here. It's Sharpick into the box, pulls it across, and it's a good finish from Gomez, but I think he may have strayed offside there. He looked like he'd just gone slightly ahead of the curve. If we do get a goal here, and it's 4-0... No, it's given. Gomez grabs another one. But that's what I'm on about when I talk about Sharpek's link-up play. There's something about the way that he links play up. Look at that for a lovely... Oh, that is tight. Sure, why not? We'll take that. But he does just provide so many nice little assists exactly like that. The two of them do seem to have like a kind of almost telepathic relationship sometimes. We're 4-0 up away at Brighton. This is actually a very strong performance from us. Brush has been terrible. Their entire front line has been absolutely gopping, in fairness. Go on, give us another one. We need the goal difference. And we kind of don't because we're actually outright winners right now. 82 countries. Jesus Christ, Levy, that is awesome. In that case, what's the strangest sort of European success you've seen? Like a winner of a tournament or something like that? Yeah, I was going to say, if you did have 82 countries turned on Europe, that would be extremely impressive. Christ, that's our entire bench, basically, that did well. Yeah. Luckily, because we're in the match, I can actually still see it. I just realised that. Gomez gets man of the match for that too. Greece 2004. That probably wasn't in an FM save, though. I mean, it's still pretty impressive, but that wasn't quite the heart of the question, though. I was more talking about specifically that FM save. Unless you had a retro save where it happened again, in which case, fair play. That's fucking crazy. In fairness, Greece actually won the World Cup in this save. So... And then also reached the European final. I think. Was that this save or was that my other save? Either way, Greece have kind of chefed. Austria in 2032 is pretty impressive. Right, clean sheet, man of the match for everyone there. Gomez gets it because you just got it laid on a plate for him, but you can't really argue with that. Loads of points for that one. Who's actually going to... Oh, that means PJ's won that. So, what that also means, though, is Daiki didn't have a lot to do, but he did what was required of him. Gets a good rating, which means he will stay in for the first game in the Champions League after Christmas as well. I think he is starting to just... Not gap the others, because he's still going to have a lot of work to do, but he's looking like he might be the guy. But hey, there's still plenty of games to go. We're not even halfway through the overall season in terms of matches, I don't think. In the league, we just about are, I think. But either way, that's impressive. At least 30 leagues earlier. I mean, I think were it not in the interest of time, I probably would, because I do find it interesting when more strange things can happen. Oh, PSG got pegged back. With 2 late goals from Leipzig. Love to see it. And obviously there's still some other games to play, but most of the teams that could actually challenge us there are actually already having played. Hello, Stoily. How are you, my friend? Hope you're having a lovely Sunday. Right, Wednesday's games, the big ones. What was his injury? Moderate hamstring strain. He'll be out for months. They always are. It's going good, Blues. It's going, well, actually going very well. Champions League-wise, Polish coefficient-wise, which is about to potentially get even better as well. Thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate that, my friend. Who do you support? Is it a team that plays in blue by any chance? Speaking of, did you guys see that Birmingham took a draw against Barcelona in a pre-season friendly? I know it's only a friendly, but still. Everton, of course. Speaking of Everton, we were talking about them earlier. I really like Everton's transfer business this summer. They seem to have... They've done a lot of things I wish Fulham did. Squad are unhappy about that. They can piss off again. Gareth Arnold may very well end up playing after Christmas in that. Got to watch out for it. It took a little while for them to start being crazy. Oh, there's an Owusu. And his name's Nee. Is he one of the knights that I've heard so much about? At 18, those are insane attributes. I really hope you've signed this guy. I mean, he's expensive, but he might actually be one of those guys. What team do I support? I'm a Fulham fan. Shea Lacey. I recognise that name. Was he the guy at City, or am I thinking of someone else? Fulham are also being linked with another Shea as well. Fulham did. Yeah, pretty much. I just want us to finally announce the Real Madrid lies. Oh, United, of course, yeah. Speaking of Shays, we are being linked with Shea Charles. Piss me off. I realised that, given that it was coming from you, it probably should have been United, but my brain didn't put all of those different facets together and decided to respond nice and fast instead. You got the expedited version. You've got Matt on fast mode. I mean, everyone gets Matt on fast mode, to be honest. King and Guy from Liverpool. I believe he is, yeah. I mean, they inquired of what I've heard. Remember Breck Shea. What about Shea? What about John O'Shea? See you later, Lord Justinian. Yeah, Shechar. So this is 2040. So we are middle of season 16, basically. Let's just see what the Wednesday games bring. Because I think if they were to screw this up, it might be curtains for Brookbet. I had such high hopes after they won both the first two, but their fixtures after there, they're going to need like a Vichester beating City type result. But you may have started your save more recently than I did. I started this save back in November, so it's been a while. I think most people that would have started saves back then probably would have made more progress than I have. Drama with the Australia the other day. Was that Australian teams? Because I saw that I think Spurs and someone played in a friendly, and I think Danso got sent off in it. Leicester reached the Champions League semi-final. That's impressive. I guess it would have been a slightly better Leicester side, but even so. Oh wait, Vichester are playing Malmö. If Wisła Kraków beat Malmö here, they're almost certainly qualify for the next round with 10 points. Come on. I don't know why I'm saying come on, they haven't done it yet. Brookbet have to beat Benfica, which I don't think they will. But if they do, then it's really starting to cook for Poland this year. Watch them both lose now. They just beat Benfica 3-0. This actually might... They got a draw. Brookbet have got 9 points and a good goal difference. I think that might be enough for them to sneak through with 9, although it's pretty touch and go. The problem, though... Actually, the problem is there's a lot of teams already on 8 and 7 points with still 2 matches to go. This might be one of those years where somebody gets through with, like... Somebody gets knocked out with, like, 10 points. That's such a... Vichester needed to win that. Yeah, Keenan Bulbasaur with the dub. Doesn't sound like they played that well, though, if they have to rely on a... what a dreadful game. Their goalkeeper's called Badia. That's probably not a good omen there, honestly. Who's the other team we've got in here? Brookbet. Where are you? There you are. It's probably quicker ways to get to them. I should imagine in 27 you could actually bookmark teams as well, like we used to be able to. That's a deserved win. Maybe not by as much as 3-0, but they've absolutely chefed them there. Jose David is cooked. Who is this Jose David fella? 30-year-old Spaniard, I should have guessed. Oh, he's a new signing on a free transfer. Hell yeah, lads. Well done. It's good progress. It's more points for Poland, right? If the Europa League does the same kind of job too, we could be in for a second. Whoa, we're just letting 8 goals to Club Brugge's beat. Let's pretend we didn't see that. So was Spurs and Chelsea playing a friendly? Spurs 1-2-1. Yeah, so when Danso got sent off, was it for like Dogso or something? Or was it for like a foul? Because I didn't see much about it beyond that it happened. And I thought, wow, red card in a friendly, that's unusual. It was Dogso. Okay, yeah, you can't really argue with that, I guess. But 3 minutes after coming on it's not ideal, is it? But I guess if you're going to do it in pre-season. Oh dear. What the hell happened here? Lutumba Munga's got the flu. He's got a cold. Okay, well, you can go home. Jude Bellingham is out with a tight hamstring. And what were you two up to? Jesus. Very gently pulled down. But at least he did it gently, right? That's an orange card. I guess they're not friendlies, but they're friendlies in name, I guess. Right, Thursday. I want 3 more wins. Wait, Venetti? I didn't realise that Beat Venetti was playing for Betis these days. I'd actually forgotten all about him. Right, that was Thursday done. Let me check. I want to see Polish sides towards the top of this still. Oh, they definitely did not do well there, did they? I think this might have been the week that Lechia may not have had a game, in fairness, but now they're really... Oh, this was a really bad match day for Polish teams, wasn't it? Piast lose to Alaves. That's tough. Did they win any of them? Jagiellon lost to Inter. Again, tough, but we've seen teams beat them before. And did they all lose? Oh, yeah, of course, Lechia wasn't playing, were they? So, yeah, not a great day. They didn't gain any points in it. But they are still all relatively in contention. Jagiellon are still kind of down here, but I think there's still a chance they can get top 8, especially Lechia. They look really good. They just had that extra game there. What about the Conference League? 15 points? Let's go. They presumably was Lincoln Red. No, they've still got Lincoln Red Imps to play. They're surely going to win it then. Because who do they play this time? 1-0 away at Brundip. That's brilliant results. Now, Juve look like they've just clubbed someone too, though. Who were Juve playing? Was it Lincoln Red Imps by any chance? Where are Juventus? I assume they're in there somewhere. I probably just missed them. Juve? Did they play on the other day? Oh, they played Waterford and only won 3-1. So it's... Obviously, we've got to go another week because we can see their results here. But basically, they lead Juventus by 1 point of goal difference. Both have won every single game. Radomiak's last game is against Lincoln Red Imps at home. Extra points. Yes, I believe you do get extra points for winning these. It's not a lot, but it's points, right? Waffler getting back. That's good in a way, but no, I'm not really Redditor, honestly. I used to be, but mostly nowadays it's just if I need tech support. That's, generally speaking, if you Google something really specific tech-wise, the answer is almost certainly from a Reddit thread from 5 years ago. Europa League finals. Oh, let's go. You're right, that is, I mean, Bournemouth, I guess, but that is quite, still fairly straightforward, I guess. There's not, like, ridiculous teams in there, I guess. Yeah, I find I don't even need to add Reddit. It just comes up first anyway with a lot of those things. So, it's basically, can they beat Lincoln Red Imps by more goals than Juve can beat Sturm Graz from? Probably. But we're going to find out because we're going to go all the way to Thursday next week anyway, because we've got Youth Intake Preview in a minute, which should be coming through within the next couple of days. I think you could basically recreate Romano with a bot these days anyway. You just get a bot that predicts everything and then just deletes it when it's wrong, right? Oh, goodness me. El Shankiti's injured. This had better not be another serious injury. Kowalski no longer wants a new deal. Wait, why? What, because of shown it from elsewhere? Well, good luck waiting for 4 years. Bruce thigh and... Are you joking? Mohamed Al Shankiti appears to have suffered a dislocated shoulder in training. This... Go home! Mohamed, please! How are you this injury prone for a man who isn't injury prone? Well, that's another two. I mean, thank God he's done it now, because at least he was going to be able to... I mean, he's going to be out until... Oh, fucking hell. His injury record is actually catastrophic. Well, I guess XG on the beach. I mean, it's Sharpek's moment, I guess, and obviously Manuel Hansen will get a bit more game time. It's impressive. He had 2 straight seasons of no injuries, basically. And in the last 2 years, it's just been so, like, staccato of just constant injuries. He's only got 5 goals this year because he could never stay fit. Where's the injuries on that one? His injury history is... injury history. So, this is just from the start of last season. So, he got Achilles tendonitis there, but then it was the neck strain. But it was mostly here. Once he got that sprained ankle ligaments, in July of last year... No, it wasn't. It was the... Where was it? I'm trying to think, because it was 2038 to... I wish they would tell you how long... Oh, it does tell you how long they're out for, actually. When was the injury? Pretty much started about there, didn't it, actually? Summer last year. With the 5 weeks, 11 days, 4 weeks, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 3 months, 6 weeks. Now another 3 months as well. Like, he's had a fractured ankle, calf strains, fractured ribs. He just seems to be an absolute magnet to these things. For a man with such good balance, he sure does fall over a lot. Yeah, but get the man a helmet at the very least. The only thing he's missing is a head injury, to be honest. He's made of biscuits. It feels like it. He's just not able to have any consistency since these, like, 2 absolutely world-class seasons for us. Not that these were bad, but the sheer number of games he missed. So 44 matches played that season in all competitions. 44 matches played in that season in all competitions. Last year, 19 from the start and 5 substitute appearances. This year he started 12 games and 2 off the bench as well because of injuries. He might get more game time this year. Who knows? But he's basically losing half a season to injury now. And it's great for Sharpek. Yeah, he must have, like, dislocated it completely out of his socket. I guess with footballers it's slightly different. Wants to be recalled from his loan spell. How is this guy not playing for Stal Mielec? They switched their system. Conference League. Hopefully Conference League's got something more fun in there. West Brom. Okay, that's kind of cool. PAOK get into a final. Sampdoria send it. Okay, so that's a little bit better. It's still weirdly kind of homogenous. Cash on him. Oh, no, I'm not going to do that. There's no fun in that because he is still probably the best striker in the world at this point. And I'm not being funny. We just got the intake preview, but Sharpek is now injured as well. Okay, it's fine. It's only 6 days. If it had thrown up a Sharpek injury too, that would have been catastrophic. He gets like a... What's the worst word I'm looking for this? Actually, I'm going to have a quick wee before we look at the youth intake preview. Back in 1 second, friends. A second intake wee, if you like. Wait, what the hell? Okay. Well, hey, Andrew didn't win on that specific one, finally. Someone has actually closed the gap a little bit on him, if nothing else. It's still a very large gap, though, and I may have to draw a... I don't know, we'll do it on a monthly basis, maybe, or something, just to make it a little bit fairer for everybody else, or something. I don't know. Hanson? It couldn't possibly be Hanson. Surely. Okay, intake preview. What do we reckon? It has now been what feels like years since we've had a good intake properly. And the one time we were promised a good intake, it turned out to be garbage. I'm really hoping that this one... What am I expecting? I'm going to go for it and say 2-star, which is very high for us. 2-star, but more importantly, we're getting an A-rated player. That's all that really matters. Like, the star... We're never going to get a 5-star intake at this stage. But just like... 1 5-star player is all I ask for. How could it possibly be 1.5 stars? How could that possibly equal this? That might be one of the worst previews I've ever seen. But yet somehow we've had intakes that have been rated way lower than this that have had like A's in it. Is it just that there's no one standout but everyone's just kind of mid, whereas before there was a couple of standouts and the rest were absolute gash? There is a keeper in there, admittedly. And then a couple of wide midfielders, you know, wingers and wide midfielders, positions we don't use. Maybe it's the opposite. We get a Glove Island participant for after Christmas, maybe. Because he'll be able to be registered at least. Won't have to be, in fact, because he'll get the homegrown status immediately, so Bacino will be able to drop out and fall on his sword, so to speak. Jesus Christ. Does our... In the past, if you got a bad one, it would often turn to a good one. I like Morksol. Basically, any position we actually could do with a player in, we've got... I suppose, at least if nothing else, the best player in it was a goalkeeper. But didn't we have that a couple of seasons ago where allegedly the best player was a keeper and then there was no keepers to be found in the actual intake itself? Good God. I know it gets tough when you get to the latter stages of a save to actually get good players in your intakes. I mean, think about how bad it was when we were Treaty. Treaty United might have been the worst run of youth intakes I think I've ever had in a save. It wasn't until probably like the mid-20s as far as seasons go. What's that? 18 months. We'll need to look into that. Because we got Manuel Jizzy, and then we also got that Icelandic dude that was quite good, but do I need to be known about cold? No, Hoyd. Possibly, I mean, we might be able to find a better Hoyd that's got better attributes as well as a model citizen, because our current Hoyd is, in theory, very good. Because he's from Luxembourg. That's what makes him good, obviously. We want... Is it club staff? Who is our Hoyd these days? I swear it was the Luxembourg guy, right? Coaching head of development was this guy, Cardellini. The Luxembourg guy, we liked him because his name was Cardellini. He is a model citizen. He's a model citizen who's really good at his job as well. Malta was pretty bad. Malta was always going to be bad, though, just because of the low youth rating, in fairness. So that one I wasn't so bothered about. But with Poland, I mean, we can't really complain. We've already got Kowalski and Steinberg. It would have been nice to have a few more. Let me just check. When's your contract up? Oh, he's out. Actually, I can technically fire him anytime I want now, which is one of the reasons I do that. For situations exactly like this. Just see if there is another fun Hoyd. I wouldn't change him until we get the intake in, because that might mess with things. But I would definitely be willing to change him after that. Just clear that for a minute. Not that I feel that would really change much, but I'm part of the, like, I don't want to mess with things just in case. Staff role, because it doesn't come in straight away anyway. Right, head of youth development. Okay, there's 3,000 of you, to the surprise of nobody. What do I want to filter it by? I guess who's good at their job. What do I want it to be good? Oh, personalities. We kind of want a model citizen, really, don't we? More than anything else, the better the personality, the better. So, personality is model citizens. How many we got? 9 of them. Right, cool. Who's available? It's basically, I mean, there's one very obvious target here, I suspect, and that's this guy at the very top, Blake Herman. Model citizen. Very good in general, in fact. He's an Australian with a great big beard. He's got great judging. Oh, actually, he's quite good. Outstanding working with youngsters, elite technical knowledge, elite judging CA, outstanding potential judging. He's very good. I don't think the others... Can I do a comparison? Does it let me do that? No, that'd be stupid, wouldn't it? Why would I want to compare my staff members? I guess he's not one of my staff members, but still. I mean, the other one is this guy, Jude Lane. But he's nowhere near as good. And realistically, I mean, unless there's any of these guys. Rock Torrent. All Spaniards. Santiago Ferrer, a good name. Aussie Beardman is surely the go. I mean, there's this guy here. Sorry, this girl here. Naomi Jima, who's an American Ethiopian, but she's just nowhere near as good. It's got to be Aussie Beardman, isn't it? Excuse me. Oh, Christ. Do I just sign him now? Because realistically, I don't know what difference this is likely to make. Oh, because I wouldn't know likely whether these are good or bad results. That one, Omalik winning one, seems a little bit more surprising. I might just sign him now, honestly. She is wearing a Chelsea kit there, yeah. He's so much better than the others. Ship model professional better than a model citizen. Well, a model citizen is the best one you could possibly have, I think. I mean, we'll check it just in case there's anyone that's ridiculously good in there. But and there should be some more. Oh, there's only 3 of those. And the best one there is Ivelo Chochev. He just ain't as good, is he? And then there's an Angolan fellow. Oh, it's Florentino Luis. Who's fine, but it's got to be Aussie Beardman, hasn't it? I don't think it's really even much of a debate on him. He's just so much better than everybody else. I'm going to sign him now, actually. I don't think it's going to make too much of a difference. Second team coach. Lad, what? Maybe he wants that because he sees our... Right, for that. Okay, you want more money? That's absolutely fine. 5-year deal. Blake Herman. Plus, we might get some potentially greater Australian players through the intake, which would be kind of nice. He plays a 4-2-3-1 diamond wide. He's got some DM options in there. Set piece stuff is about. He's just a very good everything, honestly. He'd be a really good manager, I'd say. Other than his authority. He has no authority. So every player that comes through is going to be a proper rebel. And I quite like that. He's just exceptionally good. I wish we could compare him to our current guy. It's annoying that the game doesn't let you do that. But, I mean, realistically, just having a look at our guy again. This was a decision we made back when we still had good options, but nowhere near as good as this. Cardellini. Cardellini's actually pretty good as well, but he's not elite. So, I still think Blake is a better one. And he's younger too, so maybe we'll... I don't know why that matters. But he's slightly better in the areas that actually do matter, in fairness. I'll take him. Likely to get a son or brother. A brother, I have no idea. I assume it's a similar kind of weightedness, but the son is extremely unlikely. I've never had one in all my years of playing Football Manager. Certainly not one that I've seen, at least. Like, I think I would have been... Oh, is that the M4? He's up to an E now. The game has readjusted him to being an E-rated player. He's 17. Was he 17 before? Nope, still won't talk to us. But, like... I don't know, he just doesn't look as bad as that. Loads more guys in here as well. But yeah, it's very, 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 very unlikely without repeatedly sort of save scumming intakes. And I don't know if that would even work anymore because I forget which bit's set. I suppose you could do. You just have to you have to save scum one of the things, either the intake day or the preview day. I forget which one it is. It used to be something like 10,000 to 1. And there used to be even more requirements where you had to have been at a club for like 10 years as well in order to get it. I don't think that applies anymore because I've heard of people getting sons and stuff or daughters in like really early seasons. Slightly dynamic. I don't know. But all my data from that, what the hell's going on here, has come from EBFM's old videos about that type of thing. And that might have changed slightly. But I imagine it probably hasn't changed all that much. Because a lot of the underlying stuff seems to have remained very much the same. Right, we're going to Thursday here. 4 to 5 years. Is it really? I mean, it used to be 10 years, so unless they've specifically changed that for F26, which I haven't seen anything that suggests that they have, or rather, I have not seen any, like, proper information written down by anyone that suggests that they've changed it, but it seems like they definitely have. Comes in it again. Normally get your board to improve facilities. So, basically, I've got to the stage with our board where I think all of ours are maxed out. We can try and have a look, though. Probably not the worst idea anyway. Yeah. That and... The only time we can ever upgrade them sometimes is when they downgrade another one. It's like it opens up a window for you. Manager age, possibly. I think that's why it used to be that you'd had to have done 10 years, because it would sort of force that then. Because then it would force the manager to be sort of, I guess, 28, which would then still mean he'd have to have been having kids pretty young to get like a 16-year-old of the intake, but still. Warm weather training camp. I don't know what that would really help us much. Yeah, we basically can't increase any of the things that truly matter. Can ask for another affiliate club, I guess, while we're here. Players out on loan. We tried that and they said no. Guess we could just get another foreign one. But I tried to get another local one and they just won't let us do it. In fact, I think they're kind of... We have a robust recruitment policy. I know that. The one that got away. Go on, you don't want that. You'd hate that. So risk reward. Really? Very disappointed. Okay, they're probably not going to... I think we may have just reached a hard cap on these, honestly. Yeah. Just want to make sure I don't accidentally offer to resign like I did last time. I think it's not likely to happen if I hit convince. Yeah, we do seem... And the best part is as well, they seem to cancel a new affiliate every single year. Maybe it's happened. I believe so. I mean, I assume that's a thing in the game. I actually haven't played enough on or at all on that side of the game to know if that happens. Oh, it's come through on my end, I think. Oh, you got brothers. Superb. Oh, yeah. And they're regens. We did have a set of brothers on either the Malta save or the Hungary save, where they were both at Norgeland, because there was a really good brother and a really kind of mid brother. The good one was like Bayern, I think, at one point, but we always had the worst brother. They definitely have both, I think, either came through at Norgeland or Midland. I believe it was Norgeland. Right, Thursday's game is the last piece of the last loose end, so to speak, to see if they have won the entire thing. I mean, they have to beat Lincoln Red Imps and hope that Juve don't beat Sturmgratz by more goals than that. It should be doable, but I just don't trust them. No, not another team leader fucking me. Let me guess, it's because of someone's contract again. Janish's unhappiness. You don't care about him. You don't know his name, lads. Come on. Hello, Max. It's okay, you've joined just... Oh, there you go. 3-2? Not being funny, but I'm pretty certain that Radomiak might have just lost the win in the Conference League. They won the game, but I don't think that's going to be enough. How did you only beat Lincoln Red Imps 3-2? Oh. They and Juve won every single match, but in the end, they managed to get them by a single goal. That means Juve must have only won by 1-0 over themselves, so they both won by 1 goal, and Radomiak do win the Conference League group stage, which is extra bonus points. We like those. Whew. Season 21 captain. Wow. That's cool. It seems like... I mean, Lincoln Red Imps, to be fair, they didn't come bottom. They actually won a game against... who was it? RFS. They beat the park bench. Wait, no, they can't have done. That's not accurate, is it? Because I don't think RFS are actually in here. Their win was actually... Oh, no. It was against Icor. They beat Icor in the group stage. That's embarrassing for Sweden. It's like national shame there. Lost every other game, but they started off with a win. Can't say fairer than that. Now, what does that do for coefficient going into Christmas? We should be in a really, really strong spot now. Maybe even close to 8 points heading into the Christmas break, which is way further ahead than I think we've ever been. Oh no, tell a lie. We've got 9.5... No, yeah, literally 9.5. I don't know where Italy and Austria's extra points have come from. Probably from the Conference League. But either way, we're doing okay. Germany as well are not even on the... Well, they're just barely even on the list. This is very good. To have nearly 10 points by Christmas is extremely good. The gap to France remains nearly... Yeah, it's still increasing. Still a large gap to Germany of nearly 5 points. But you just never know, right? There is a chance here that we could have our best season ever. I don't think we've ever had close to 10 points at Christmas. We've still got another 6 sets, so 12 matches to go in the group stages still for the other Polish sides. That could get us to like 11, 12 points just by then. And then all the extra points added on top of that, a lot of which are going to come from the Europa League because they're all doing quite well there. And obviously our extra points for hopefully winning the Champions League group. I think the most we've ever had at this stage is 15. We are losing quite a bad season, yeah. I believe. Actually, no, tell a lie. Oh, yeah, no, we are, because it was like 6 points behind it. So, yeah, I think we're losing a 15-point season. And next year, we lose a 17-point year. So, if we can put down a couple of 20-22s, it puts us right back on Germany's tail like that. And also, Spain are closing in on England again, just because of years being lost. The gap's currently down to 7 points. They might actually be able to catch them, which would be nice. Right. Make sure I save that there, otherwise I will literally forget. Let me see who's still streaming this afternoon. Who have we got? We've got... Oh, wow. God, the category is... Maybe I got this filtered wrong. No, I have it filtered by English, which means it looks like it's going to be a new raid this afternoon. Let's do... Who's got a face cam? Who's got a face cam? Let's do Chazza. I don't think we've raided Chazza before. We're going to now. Which means, chat, you've got to get your best behaviour for a start, but also favourite flag, of course, which is the most important question. Forgot you made this. Oh, God. Yeah, innit. Bro is, He's being held together with vibes and duct tape at this point, to be honest. It's not a great look. No. So, we'll be back on Tuesday for Youth Intake proper, where... Oh, Jamila at the last second, sliding in there under the door. Thank you very much for the 36 months.
Summer truly is the best season. I just love paying rent for an apartment that doubles as an oven. Sleeping is optional and every step feels like a marathon. But hey, at least it's not just me melting, it's also my motivation to be a functional human being.
Tell me about it. When the heat gets high, like it did last Wednesday, it was uncomfortable as fuck trying to do anything. But luckily Friday was cool as hell, and I got so much done on Friday, it was actually unreal. I even started editing the Ely video, which is going to be sick. Although I've got to spend the entire day tomorrow playing through a load more of that, which I'm actually really looking forward to. Hopefully, unless it puts me onto some insane marathon. Anyway, thank you very much for joining me today, friends. Thank you very much for the gifted subs and the bits as well. That is super duper nice of you. If you have enjoyed today's stream and you are new, drop a follow. I would appreciate that as well. I stream Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Sundat, which is today. And yeah, we'll be back on Tuesday for the Youth Intake stream with obviously Champions League and hopefully us not getting beaten at the round of 16 by Liverpool or some bollocks. But I think this year for Poland is actually going to be massive. I'm pumped for where things are heading for us now. It feels like we're finally turning that corner. So let's go and do this raid, and I'll see you guys very soon. Enjoy the rest of your days. Hold your gun. The rest of your days. That sounds extremely ominous. Hold your gun. Capybara. Bye-bye.